You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
It was a thing because I didn't want to be without the pot coming home for 4.5 hours because
exactly.
Were debilitating. They were crippling. They weren't like just, oh, I got a little pain in my temple. No. These were like full-on next level migraines that never went away. And I can honestly say Canadian cannabis is what ultimately saved my life and my friends in Canada that supported me.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning, it's December the 16th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. We're live here at paceradio.net. You notice I'm alone again today. That's right, Cindy and Glenn aren't available, so that means I go it alone. It's Christmas time. Everybody's busy. People have things to do, things to get done. So, hey, they'll return. They'll be back. Today, I've got 8 stories for you. We're going to go be, obviously, from Canada, U.S., Czech Republic, the Netherlands, as well. I got a couple of educational studies that I'm going to talk about as we go through the show. So we'll get started. First story of the day comes to me from StratCan. Now, how Canada post-strike is affecting medical cannabis access. As you've heard, the strike is ending, in the process of ending, but nevertheless, it has still affected patients. As Canada post-strike nears its 4th week, 4 weeks, people, it has created a ripple effect across the country, disrupting the delivery of countless essential goods and services at the busiest time of the year. For many Canadians, the strike has been an inconvenience. For others, particularly those who rely on medicinal cannabis, has become a critical issue. Medical cannabis patients, many of whom depend on reliable and timely delivery for symptom management, are now facing significant delays and uncertainties. Canada Post remains the primary shipping method for the majority of licensed cannabis producers, and the strike has exposed vulnerabilities in the supply chain, leaving patients scrambling for alternatives. The disruption not only delayed access to the medication, but has also raised questions about the resilience of Canada's medical cannabis system. With limited options for same-day or in-person delivery in many regions, patients have found themselves stuck in a system unprepared for such logistical challenges. Now, according to AJ Chahel, he's a pharmacist and co-founder of Apothecary, he says it's another hurdle in an already complicated system. And he says that medical patients who are enrolled with an LP and a doctor who prescribes are experiencing delays in getting access to their cannabis. Chahel added that various LPs are switching to Purelator and other delivery services, but because of the Canada Post strike, there have been significant delays even with those companies as they are overrun. Exactly. They stopped going to some places because they were just so overrun. And it's not going to be, sure, the strike's going to end this week, but it takes more than a day or 24 hours in order to clear up the backlog that has happened here. A further wrinkle are customers who don't have a traditional address to deliver to. This has been an issue with providers, including Avicana, the biopharma company based in Canada. They say this strike has added another layer of complexity to an already difficult medical cannabis access process. One of the biggest issues is patients who are in areas where delivery is only available to post office boxes currently serviced by Cannabis Post. Yeah, because I don't believe UPS and those other ones deliver to those just the boxes. Now, one of the challenges that comes with Canadians not being able to access their cannabis prescriptions is that they are forced to seek alternatives by using recreational stores. Recreational stores. That's right. They're not medical stores, people. Now, according to Chahel, they say that if the products are not the same, there might be some difficulty in making sure they transition it to an equivalent product. He added that further issue lies within the ongoing illicit market retailers. Some patients have trouble determining the difference between legal and illegal stores, both in person and online, and some access illicit market cannabis unknowingly. Now, black market stores are rampant, they say. A lot of my patients have no idea whether they're going into a black market store or ordering online from a black market store. We then help navigate them to a legal store. Yeah, find the way there. Now, confusion over where to get products during this time aside, this strike is also helping the growth of the medical cannabis sector in Canada at a time when that part of the industry could use an expansion. Active client registrations for medical cannabis with a federal license holder have gone from 345,520 in 2018 to 180,878 in 2024. Numbers are going down. Now, according to somebody here, I'm not saying a name, but they say, I see medical patients just leaving altogether, especially if they are more elderly. If they're dealing with pain and a lot of significant conditions, they can't just stop. They need access. And if they're not getting it, if it's getting delayed or not coming at all, they will need to get it somewhere. Once they see how it is easily accessible, they may not come back. That's right. As for the effects this will have on the cannabis sectors and its reliance on Canada Post, Urban believes that the landscape will change out of pure necessity for patients to receive their medicine. This, however, will come at a cost. Yeah. It says that we believe companies will move away from primarily relying on Cannabis Post. Unfortunately, the reality is that the cost of shipping with alternative carriers is still higher, and this will ultimately impact patients. Now, nothing can stop the current situation regarding Canada Post strike, which is ending, but there is a way the government and industry can put something in place to ensure the medical cannabis sector is not affected if and when this happens again. No, Chandel believes that there is. They say that I would like to see the government integrating medical and retail. That would be a fantastic way to solve access issues. Yes, exactly. And what that could mean is patients being able to access medical prescriptions at a retail store. Hey, I've been saying the same thing. There would have to be additional checks and balances, like the integration of healthcare professionals in the retail stream, but the infrastructure is there. Exactly. And I've been saying that for quite a while now, that why don't they basically look at it when you go into a pharmacy, you go into Shoppers Drug Mart, you go into Guardian Drugstore, you go in, you got to walk by all these different aisles of different products that they sell before you get to the back of the store where the pharmacy is, where you pick up your prescription drugs. Why couldn't they do that the same when it comes to a retail cannabis store, where they actually hire professionals that work behind that medical counter? Makes sense to me. And in that way, patients are not going without, as we saw in this strike. So, all righty, on to the next story. And this one comes to me from the Marijuana Moment. Headline says, cannabis can significantly improve the quality of life for youth with autism, epilepsy, and other conditions, according to a scientific review. Bit of a long story here. Let's see how much I cover it. A new scientific review finds that high CBD, low THC cannabis products have potential to significantly improve the quality of life for children with autism and epilepsy. Additionally, showing promising results in reducing key symptoms of other conditions experienced by young people, such as cancer, all with mostly mild, manageable side effects. The report, published this week in the journal Medical Cannabis and Cannabinoids, assessed the findings of 10 studies since 2019 that looked at the use of medical cannabis to treat patients under 21 with various health conditions, including autism, autism spectrum disorder, cancer, treatment-resistant epilepsy, and Sturge-Weber syndrome, a neurological and skin disorder. Authors of the report from Leafwell, a telehealth company that connects patients with doctors who recommend medical cannabis, and Duke University, said they found generally positive effects across the various disease states and populations. In the pediatric population, emerging evidence combined with existing literature suggests medical cannabis may be beneficial for quality of life symptoms related to specific conditions like cancer, autism spectrum disorder, treatment-resistant epilepsy, and Sturge-Weber syndrome. While more research is necessary, they concluded, this review, together with other reviews of literature, suggests that medical cannabis is potentially a viable treatment option alongside established medical treatment guidelines. This is especially true for pediatric ASD. Autism spectrum disorder, with the subject of the studies with the strongest methodological designs, the new review says, which found improvement in some primary outcomes related to medical cannabis treatment. Two other studies found no significant differences. It adds, suggesting that medical cannabis treatment did not worsen ASD treatment health outcomes. One study in particular, report notes that found that 3.9% of patients with ASD experienced worsening primary outcomes, while 74.5% reported improvement. Taken together, the strength of study designs, consistent findings, and relatively low adverse effects rates suggest that cannabis may contribute positively to patient treatment, although they noted that there's considerable variation within the pediatric ASD population in general. Newer research, they continued, ought to investigate whether there are specific ASD subtypes for whom medical cannabis may be more effective or less safe, and which routes of administration are most effective. Just like pharmaceutical drugs, cannabis is no different. It doesn't work on everybody, so it's good to do these tests. Now, the researchers concluded studies about pharmaceuticals such as CBD drug Epilux, a cannabis derived approved by the FDA, instead focusing on cannabis-based medical products. We made the decision based on an increasing number of medical cannabis patients are using non-FDA approved flower-based products for their conditions, the report mentions. It is more probable, especially in the US and Canada, that a pediatric patient uses cannabis-based medical products purchased at a dispensary due to the product's obligatory rather than a government-approved drug product. Typical products were oral solutions or dried flower, relatively low concentrations of CBD and low amounts of psychoactive cannabinoid THC. And only one of the studies looked at THC almost for a second here. And that is because the dog wants in. and she is screaming at my door. So I'll be right back. I'm just going to load up a quick little video here. It's about a minute long, and I'll be right back, folks. Hey, I am back. I'm here. The dog is in, but she's giving me an evil eye looking at the top of the stairs, telling me, hey, Dad, it's time to go for a walk. But I'll continue on with the story. It says that individuals using medical cannabis through state-run programs in the USA or Canada may not have consistent access to similar high CBD, low THC products. Although the types of products available to medical cannabis patients vary by state, there is a need for physicians to educate patients on the current literature. Now, the review also acknowledges a need for further investigation around matters including the safety of long-term cannabis use and the potential for cannabinoids to interact with other drugs. Little is known about the long-term safety profile of medical cannabis formulations in the general population and specifically in the pediatric population. Now, the findings. Other review relying, we got a pop up at the bottom, messed up my screen. Findings of the review align with similar positive effects observed in past reviews of available evidence, authors of the report said. At the same time, both the current and past reviews also noted that most published studies lacked a control group, were limited by small sample sizes, and varied in treatment dosages, indicating a need for more targeted study. Past reviews also found the strongest evidence supporting medical cannabis for treatment of chemotherapy-induced nausea and vomiting, and the authors pointed out, while their own review found the most robust evidence around autism. Leafwell said in a post about the new report that the company's research demonstrates the tremendous promise of cannabis to help treat common pediatric conditions, while also indicating the plant's relative safety. It says, overall findings within these studies support previous evidence that medical cannabis can be an effective alternative to commonly prescribed pharmaceuticals such as opioids and sedatives, and with fewer risks of side effects. In addition, it's successfully elevating patient symptom studies indicating general mild and minimal side effects following cannabis use, with drowsiness and appetite changes among the most common reported. The company says the work is important because findings can promote better access to cannabis products among pediatric patients, reduce social stigma around cannabinoid medicine, here, and help keep families informed. And research findings over the last 5 years continue to show the usefulness of medical cannabis in the treatment of numerous pediatric conditions, and at the same time, medical cannabis can be a safer alternative to commonly prescribed drugs as side effects to minors appear to be minimal and mild. The review illustrates a need for more research into medical cannabis use among young patients. Despite an increase in studies over recent years, there's still a lot to learn and knowledge gaps when it comes to dosing, the efficacy of specific product types, and more. Now, the new report comes on the heels of another Leafwell study authored by researchers from DePaul University in Chicago. The research used Leafwell data to examine what conditions qualify as minors for state legal medical cannabis programs, concluding that younger people enroll in the programs for many of the same reasons that adults do, including anxiety, PTSD, and chronic pain. Other conditions include insomnia and depression among minor patients. Those under 18 cancer, and epilepsy were more common reasons for obtaining a medical cannabis recommendation than they were among young adults 18 to 20. Patients in the older age group, meanwhile, were comparatively more likely to cite depression, chronic pain, or insomnia as their primary qualifying condition. Okay, this story goes on for quite a bit more, but there you go. It's good news to see that, as the headline on here says, if I can bring it back up again, that cannabis can significantly improve the quality of life. And that's what's important, people, improving the quality of life. And that's what I tell a lot of people. You know, it may not cure your condition, but it should improve your quality of life. All right, on to my next story. Now we're going to go to Czechoslovakia. That's right, because over in the Czech Republic, hit that button right there. Oh, there we go. It says the Czech Constitutional Court rules in favor of the cannabis educator in free speech case. And this comes to me from the International Cannabis Business Conference. And the story goes on to say, this week, the Constitutional Court in Czechia ruled in favor of a cannabis magazine and its director, asserting in its ruling that a prior decision by a lower court to convict the journalist and his media outlet violated the country's free speech laws. Now, in October of 2021, Robert Ververka, a journalist and a director of the Czech-based cannabis magazine Legalized, was targeted by the Czech government over his journalism, with the government accusing him of inciting and promoting toxicomania. Toxomania. Legalized is a bi-monthly, periodically focused on cannabis and drug policy relating to human rights and environmental issues. You know, it sounds sort of similar to Treating Yourself magazine. Ververka and his media outlet would later be convicted following 2 court hearings. The district court in Bruntel sentenced Ververka to 1 year in prison, contingent to a 2.5-year primary probationary period, and fined him 50,000 Czech dollars. It's education. Like, come on. The judge mentioned that he is not competent to assess the benefits of the current legislation, the benefits of cannabis products in healthcare, or the negative effects of cannabis use, but that he must base his verdict on the existing legislation, which is binding for all. He stated that according to his judgment, Legalized magazine evidently and factually constituted the criminal offense of inciting and promoting toxomania. Ververka stated in this time of the November 2021 verdict in a press release. He did not take into account the legislative provisions allowing for cannabis to be handled legally in certain cases, or the comprehensive and educational nature of the information published in the magazine. On the contrary, the judge expressed his doubts as to whether the individuals who granted interviews to the magazine were made aware of its content and overall message. Personally, I consider the verdict to be very biased and severely restrictive of the freedom of expression, the right to express political opinion, the right to information, Ververka also stated. Now, first reported on LinkedIn by fellow Czech journalist and cannabis advocate Lucas Hurt, Robert Ververka appealed the lower court's decision, and the Czech Republic's Constitutional Court overturned the lower court's ruling, as it should. It says, Lucas Hurt stated in a social media post that he didn't expect much from the Constitutional Court, but Robert had to try. For freedom of speech and for the freedom of our planet. To everyone's surprise yesterday, the court issued a landmark ruling. Without open and free debate, even on controversial issues as substance abuse, democracy cannot function effectively. The dissemination of information related to the issue of cannabis use, including criticism of current legal status, is a contribution to the social debate on issues of public interest, the Constitutional Court stated in its landmark ruling. Last month, Czech Republic's Cabinet approved a plan that would permit adults in the European nation to cultivate multiple plants in their private residence and possess a personal amount of cannabis. And you wouldn't allow them to have a magazine? Come on. The plan, which would legalize the cultivation of up to 3 cannabis plants and set a maximum possession limit of 50 grams of cannabis, was originally introduced by the Czech Republic's Ministry of Justice back in September of 2024. The proposal still has to clear other procedural hurdles before it officially becomes law. So there we go. Czechoslovakia standing up constitutional rights for the publisher of a magazine that's educating people for cannabis. And that hardly doesn't seem right, does it? Alrighty. On to my last story before we go to break. And this one's getting a little trippy because trippy science unreveals the mystery of psychedelics' anti-anxiety effects. All right, here we go. The anxious brain is a watchman on steroids, wired to perceive danger at every turn. This extreme vigilance activates biological stress responses to exuberate anxiety, creating a vicious loop. Breaking this cycle is key to treating anxiety, but traditional pharmacopoeia therapies are moderately effective and have significant side effects. The recent interest in the benefits of psychedelics for psychotherapy in disorders has scientists tapping into their anxiety-reducing properties to devise new trip-free therapies. In a recent study published in Science, researchers found that the Institute of Psychedelics and Neurotherapeutics at the University of California, Davis studied the neurobiological psychedelics in a mouse model to pinpoint how they cause hallucinations and also crush anxiety. He says, according to David Olson, he's a chemical neuroscientist at IPM. He says, we've been trying to understand how psychedelics do what they do to the brain and then use the information to generate optimized therapeutics, safer versions of psychedelics, including non-allergic variants that are more scalable and would be accessible to a broader patient population. Olson collaborated with Christina Kim, a neuroscientist and bioengineer at IBM, to explore which neural currents in the brain mediate the hallucinogenic and anti-anxiety effects of psychedelic drugs. Kim says, we were interested in how psychedelics modulate a particular set of neurons in the brain region called the medial prefrontal cortex. This region has been implicated in driving anti-anxiety-like effects and also hallucinogenic-like side effects of psychedelics. Now, Kim, Olson, and their team examined changes in the basal levels of anxiety in mice. Anxious mice are less interested in exploring open spaces and engage in compulsive behaviors, such as burying foreign objects in their bedding. The researchers exposed mice to the psychedelic 2.5, I'm going to say DOI, just call it DOI, and tracked their behavior. DOI lessened the anxiety behaviors, but also caused the mice to twitch their heads, a sign of hallucinogenic-like activity. Now, Kim goes on to say that we saw both these effects right away after the drug administration. If we waited for 6 hours, we found we could still see the anti-anxiety-like effects, but we no longer saw those head twitch responses. This signaled to the researchers that the mind-altering and anti-anxiety effects of psychedelics may be initiated by different neural circuits in the brain. They use SE Flare 2, a modular tagging technique, to mark prefrontal cortex neurons that were most active following DOA administration, then reactivated those cells the next day using optogenetics. By that time, the psychedelic drug was inactive, and the researchers were able to mimic the anti-anxiety effect. They also used RNA sequencing to hone in on the cell types that psychedelics activate. Kim says that one neat thing about the tagging tool is that once it tags a DOA-activated cell, it basically marks a cell with a foreign transcript. We could treat animals with DOI do the tagging and then dissect out the neurons and perform single nucleus RNA sequencing and get all this information about the modular identity of cells and whether they had a cellular activity history of being activated by the transcript by the psychedelic drug. Now, in addition to serotonin 2A receptors, neurons, which mediate hallucinogenic and neuroplastic effects of psychedelics, the researchers identify additional interconnected neural networks in the medial, I'll get it out right, prefrontal cortex that are involved in reducing anxiety. While the 5-HT2AR neurons may kickstart the response to psychedelics, the anti-anxiety effects depend on downstream activity in other networks. Now, Stephen Baker, a neurochemist and professor emeritus at Louisiana State University, who was not involved in the study, expressed enthusiasm for the works. In terms of psychedelic therapeutics, it's a real benefit to the field. One of the drawbacks in psychedelic therapy right now is the need to monitor the patient. You can't give them a bottle of pills and send them home. By eliminating the hallucinogenic effect, they can create new drugs that have beneficial effects without having to monitor the patient during administration. We wasted so many years not examining these compounds. It's really been a scientific travesty. Now, Olson is hopeful about the future of psychedelic neurobiology research. He says that psychedelics have been around for a long time, but we are really only now entering an era of modern neuroscience where we have the tools necessary to start unraveling some of these mysteries. All right, people, I see it's the bottom of the hour. Time for me to take the commercial break and, go from there. So I'll be right back. I'm going to medicate. You're watching Psychedelics and Education and Cannabis Educational News. I'm live here at paceradio.net as well as the 420 Pace Project. See you shortly. Bye-bye. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor? If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options.
Our baker has been in the industry for 25 years. She's also a chocolatier. Everything from savory to sweet, your chocolate bars, brownies, butter tarts, you name it, we make it.
Talk to our knowledgeable Cannatex about our incredible variety available. Give your trusted partners a call. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Dedication session and your life with psychedelics and cannabis educational news. And the dog is still sitting on the staircase waiting for me to take her for a walk. So we better get out of here. Up next, a couple of studies. First one up comes to us from cannabis.net, and it says fibromyalgia patients enjoy long-term benefits after cannabis medication, says a new medical study. That's right. Studies. Now, a growing number of studies back up the efficacy of cannabis for fibro, and they say that fibro is a chronic condition notorious for being so difficult to treat. Patients with the fibro struggle with pain throughout the body, particularly affecting the musculoskeletal system. It's also characterized by other symptoms, including sleep and memory issues, fatigue, and mood swings. Fibro, being chronic in nature, takes an extremely long time to manage. There is no cure for this disease, but patients are often prescribed a cocktail of medications and are recommended to undergo serious life-changing changes and therapy sessions to help. Aside from numerous painkillers, anti-seizure drugs, and antidepressants, fibro patients greatly benefit from physical therapy, cognitive behavior therapy, exercise, and various stress management techniques. Well, it can be months or even years for patients to experience relief. Scientists haven't stopped working to discover better treatment modalities for this condition, and thankfully, cannabis has been shown to be one of them. Legal cannabis is now giving fibro patients hope to regain control and quality of life again. There's those words, quality of life. There is a growing number of studies supporting the benefits of cannabis for fibro. In one of the latest studies out of London, researchers analyzed the efficacy of cannabis-based medicinal products, which were either oil extracts or flour, on 148 fibro patients from the UK Medical Cannabis Registry. As in the standard for patients in the UK who are enrolled in the UK Medical Cannabis Registry, these patients have been unresponsive to traditional medications. Yet, after being treated with cannabis, the patients reported improvements at various intervals, namely 1, 3, and 6 months. After improvements in the Generalized Anxiety Disorder 7 questionnaire, single item sleep quality scale, fibro symptoms severity score, and the EQ-5D-5L index values were observed at each follow-up period compared to baseline, according to the researchers. Now, they added that the participants reported significant reductions in their dependence of prescription opioids, important there, people, during the time of the study. However, they did experience dry mouth, headache, and some fatigue. Okay, at least they weren't addicted. Positive associations between initiation of CBMP therapy and decreased fibro severity were observed at all time points, according to the authors. These findings are complemented by wider literature, they wrote. Meanwhile, another study from Columbia analyzed how various cannabis preparations impacted the symptoms of patients with fibro syndrome, also known as FMS. To achieve this, an international team of researchers poured through data taken from 14 clinical studies, as well as 5 reviewed papers. According to their studies, cannabis products were effective in reducing pain and other symptoms while keeping side effects to a minimum. They concluded that cannabis products can improve musculoskeletal somatic and psychiatric symptoms in patients with FMS, mainly pain, fatigue, and depression. Also, these products could be considered as safe. Another study, so this isn't the only one, people. Another study, only two actually, found that cannabis was effective, especially in helping women who were suffering from treatment-resistant fibro. For this study, researchers utilized the World Health Organization Quality of Life Brief Questionnaire to gauge the quality of life of 30 female fibro patients whose ages ranged from 18 to 70 years of age. Given they were all treatment-resistant cases, they had already exhausted all conventional pharmaceutical fibro treatment. The questionnaire focused on 4 aspects: psychological health, social relationships, environment, and physical health. The women were asked to fill out the questionnaire before medicating with cannabis, then again a month after. They were asked to choose the preferred way to medicate, whether they ingest, smoke, or vaporize. It was up to them. During the follow-up sessions, the researchers found that treatment contributed to an improvement in quality of life. There's those words again. Activities of daily living, general health, psychological health, physical health, pain and discomfort. The patients also reported seeing positive changes that affected aspects of fatigue, pain, self-esteem, memory, and positive feelings as a whole. In the end, they say it's no surprise there's a greater interest in using cannabis for fibro. Cannabis works as well as for this condition because of the way it interacts with the endocannabinoid system. After all, the human endocannabinoid system is responsible for regulating pain, as well as many other important functions in the body. Since pain is a hallmark symptom of fibro, patients who medicate with cannabis find tremendous relief. Even better, many cannabis medications, such as edibles, provide long-lasting pain relief without the addictive and harmful effects of opioids and other conventional medications. In addition, the pain raised or caused by fibro can make it difficult to sleep and rest well. Cannabis also has a multitude of other benefits for fibro patients, including its ability to fight inflammation, regulate moods, and improve sleep. There's a great variety of cannabis products in the market that can help alleviate pain and reduce symptoms, from edibles to oils and tinctures. There's a medication there for everyone. Edibles are preferred for pain patients in general because it provides long-lasting relief from many types of symptoms. I have to completely agree. However, capsules and tinctures allow patients to enjoy more control over dosing. When it comes to choosing whether to take CBD or THC, many patients find relief when consuming a product with a combination of both cannabinoids. Exactly. Excessively high THC may not be suitable for older patients or those that need to focus, so getting one with a good balance of both or is CBD dominant may be ideal. So speak to your doctors. But just so you know, before this broadcast, I swallowed a couple of capsules because I'm sore. So yeah, see how that goes. So there we go. Fibromyalgia, pain relief, all that stuff. As I said, I always take. I prefer the edibles, or I use a beverage now. Really, with the Legacy 420 and their THC base. I put that into a juice and drink it instead of eating, a bunch of baked goods that isn't always very good for people with Crohn's disease. I'll do that instead. Alrighty, time for me to move on, and we get into yet another study that's coming in the news. And this one comes to me from Marijuana Moment. And the headline says that cannabis-induced vaginal suppositories help enhance sex for women recovering from gynecological cancer, according to this study. So let's see what it says. Cannabis-induced vaginal depositories seem to reduce sexual pain in women after treatment of gynecological cancer, according to a new study. Online exercises and so-called mindful compassion meanwhile, help to improve sexual function, including arousal, lubrication, and orgasms. Combining the two, however, seemed to offer the patients the most relief. Now, according to the study, it was published this month in a special issue of the journal Medicina. They say the outcomes favored the combined group, in which sexual function, levels of sexual arousal, lubrication, and orgasm increased with the levels of sexual pain decreased. The combined group also saw improvements in measures of mindful compassion, sexual self-efficacy, as well as general well-being and quality of life. There's those words again, quality of life. A fourth control group, in which participants received only care as usual, experienced no differences in sexual function. The report says, although well-being and sexual self-efficacy diminished over the study period. Both cannabis suppositories and mindful compassion appeared to be effective interventions for women after gynecological cancer treatment with these variables. According to the study, that's the conclusion. They say the cannabis suppositories appear to address sexual pain and mindful compassion better meditated the analgesic properties of cannabis to support sexual function, well-being, self-efficacy, and QOL, quality of life. Now, the cannabis suppository may also acted as a sexual lubricant, combining with the drug's analgesic properties to improve self-management, the authors wrote. The 5-person UK-based research team behind the new findings represent London Metropolitan University, the East and North Hertford National Health Service Trust, and Regent's University London and Imperial College London. The study followed 83 people, dividing them into 4 groups: a cannabis-only group, a mindful compassion group, a combined cannabis and compassion group, and a care as usual group. In the cannabis only group, 7 in 10, which is 70.6%, said they felt that their sexual function was the same as without the suppository, according to the report. However, they felt that using cannabis suppositories had helped them with relaxation, reduced the anticipation of pain during the sexual act. That was 94%. Which increased the sexual connection with the partners, which was at basically 59%. Nearly half of cannabis-only participants also voiced the need to have more widely available THC suppositories in healthcare, rather than having to make them themselves. Now, among the group that had the mindful compassion intervention, which included exercise involving mindfulness, breathing, relaxation techniques, and body scans, 72% of participants suggested that mindful compassion helped with relaxing and remaining in the moment, which improved the sexual experiences, the authors found. Of those who had both the mindful compassion intervention and the cannabis suppository, half reported that mindful compassion effectively increased the pain-killing effects of the suppository. Meanwhile, a third felt more confident and better after the mindful compassion and suppository intervention, while 27.8% said they felt more relaxed. As for the mechanisms of action behind the two treatments, the authors said that mindfulness has been shown to increase levels of sexual self-efficacy, well-being, sexual function, and quality of life, and that there's an established relationship between sexual efficacy and improved sexual functioning and relationship connection. THC, meanwhile, might act as a vasodilator, allowing more blood flow to the vagina, increasing sexual pleasure, according to the authors. And when comparing suppository use with THC, CBD, or combined, the combined CBD and THC treatment was favored among participants in this study. However, this might be owing to the limited availability of THC suppositories in healthcare such as from the NHS. Elsewhere, the study authors similarly noted the comparative lack of high THC suppositories, and they say the limitations of this study are based on ethical and legal cannabis restrictions in the UK, and the ideally medical cannabis should become more readily available on the NHS, including cannabis suppositories, and current NHS prescriptions include epilepsy, chemotherapy, and multiple sclerosis. And as the authors of the new study pointed out, using suppositories is not a new way of delivering medication. No, it's not. It surely is not a new way. So there you go. Suppositories to help you with lovemaking. Yep. Okay. Time to move on to the next article. And this one comes to me from the International Cannabis Business Conference. It says regulated cannabis sales policy evolves in the Netherlands. All right. Some buds, a couple doobies. Regional adult use cannabis commerce pilot trials are permitted by European Union law since they are research-based. Pilot trials involve allowing local recreational cannabis sales to help national lawmakers and regulators gather information to be better informed when crafting national policies and regulations. Now, the Netherlands officially launched its first pilot trials in Breda and Tilburg back in December of 2023. And since then, that time, the research products have expanded to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 other locations. And starting in April 2025, all licensed cannabis shops in those jurisdictions will be required to only sell regulated cannabis products. Currently, shops participating in the pilot trials can sell a combination of regulated cannabis products and the tolerated cannabis products. So they've brought in the regulated stuff, and they're slowly fading out the unregulated stuff. So that all coffee shops in all 10 participating municipalities are allowed to sell regulated products in addition to tolerated products to consumers. After almost a year of regulated supply, 70 of the total of 75 participating coffee shops have sold regulated cannabis and hashish, the government stated in a recent news release. Now, the closed coffee shop chain experiment aims to investigate whether a regulated chain of production, distribution, and sale of cannabis is possible. A team of researchers under the supervision of an independent guidance and evaluation committee will also investigate the effects of this on public health, crime, safety, and nuance. The results of this research can contribute to decision-making on future cannabis policy in the Netherlands. In addition, the Netherlands regional adult use cannabis commerce pilot trials are also operating in various jurisdictions in Switzerland, and they are expected to launch in Germany sometime next year. Now, according to the information here, it says the next phase of the experiment is the experimental phase. Hey, this phase starts on April the 7th, 2025. From then on, coffee shops in the 10 remaining municipalities must only sell regulated products. I'm going to call them legal products. This phase will last for 4 years in principle, with definitive date in sight. Growers will have to have clarity about when they can start producing in full. This way, the supply of regulated cannabis and hash can be further tailored to the demand of the coffee shop owners. In addition, the 5th, 6th, and 7th growers are also expected to be ready to deliver in April. This will benefit both the choice of the coffee shops and the stability of the supply, according to the government. There you go. See what happens. I know we had supply issues here. Other jurisdictions, other countries, they had supply issues. I'm sure the Netherlands will also have some supply issues. It's going to happen. All right. Last story of the day. And this comes to me from The New Scientist. Headline reads, magic mushrooms found in Africa are a species new to science. A new mushroom, magic mushroom, that I know I'm going to mess up the name of it. Here we go. Psychedelic. Uh-oh. I did this again. Found it. I read the article before, so now they shut it down. So, unfortunately, you can't bring that story in, but that happens. Just so you know now, there's a new mushroom out there, and it's a magic one. So, maybe maybe on Thursday, I'll be able to find a story that I can open, and we'll be able to learn about that mushroom and see what it's all about. So. Well, other than that, folks, I'm done. Got all the news. It's all read off to you and gone through. Some studies there. We traveled to different countries to see what's going on in the world. And that's important to know what's going on and around the world because, as we found out in our last broadcast, there's a Canadian, Morris Kevin O'Rourke is his name. He's a patient. He has a rare disease. He's a Canadian. He's licensed here in Canada. He went for a trip, and on the way, passing through the UAE, just passing through, he wasn't stopping there. He got caught with 118 grams of CBD cannabis oil in his luggage during the transfer. He's been convicted. He is going up for an appeal on Christmas Day. So our thoughts are towards him. His sentence for this crime, as they say, life in jail. That's right, people. Life in jail. People are still getting life in jail sentences for cannabis. That's why we got to keep speaking up and letting people know it's not right. These are patients. So, from the Legacy420.com news desk, that's the Pace News Report for December the 16th. And thanks to our buds at Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, Legacy420.com, LimestoneCityHydroponics.ca, as well as AtEase.ca. In closing, thanks for tuning in and watching the program. And as I always say, don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate. See you all on Thursday, people. Bye-bye. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20 is so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420 enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
This, guys, is a BT bottle. with a little straw on the end of it. Okay. Back in the day, we used to have glass bottles, soda pop in glass bottles. Okay. Soft drinks. And this was built for the old school hash. This is the hash that your uncles and your grandparents would get. And this is the stuff that we would all treasure whenever we could get it, because we thought it was the best stuff, because it's the constant. It was our form of concentrate.
Correct.
Right? When we were young, right?
Yes.
This is
To answer your question now.
Oh, here we go.
Forward.
Now you're going to cut this out if it doesn't work, right?
You just cut it out now. These are the 3 tools I use to form and shape the hashes.
So now once the prep work is done over on the lathe, it now has to come over to me to put the mouthpiece on and finish off the top part. So first up, I just need to clean up and close off the top that's left over.
First thing I'll do is I will heat up the corner and I'll push in the Maria, which is the circular love that acts as a stopper. Right? Whereas I'm kind of like, I'm 49 years old, but I don't have time to be an artist.
You know, each one is individual, though. There's only one of each. So it does make it art.
Oh, stop it. Okay.
You're watching the Hi Guys podcast with Al and the other Al on the 420 Pace Project.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hola.
Yeah, I think we both were running the controls.
Yeah, well, I just know I was playing because I noticed that during the intro, I can still manipulate the screens. I was trying to put myself on this side of the thing. But
I thought, did we start?
We've
Or
lost
did we
our
start down?
splash
We're starting
screen.
again.
There we go.
There we go.
I found our background there.
Okay, there you go. Good.
Well, it's lately on the 420 show, we've been swimming with the fishes.
Oh, have you?
Yeah.
How's that going?
Not bad.
Johnny?
So I've got a bit of a motivational moment.
Oh, some motivation. What else we got today? We got some news. We got some sports news. We got some reviews. You and I both have reviews.
Yep, we're going to talk about the new movie on Netflix called Red One, which I really enjoyed.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. I've also got for my list today, although it's more than 5. It's the 10. It's going to take us a little bit to watch it, but it's the 10 funniest American commercials from 1970s.
That's going to be interesting because there'll be stuff that'll be doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, then that's what I thought. When I watched
some of that stuff would be over 50 years old.
And if we want to talk about something serious, I've got a PubMed article here that we can have a look at. The use of cannabis-based medical products for pediatric health conditions.
Oh, okay.
So we'll see how we go, and we'll see. It's funny. I'm using my Facebook here, and unfortunately, my messenger has popped up, and so you might see this during our motivational moment. Are you ready?
Yeah,
Al?
let's get motivated. Let's see what's going on.
Oh, wrong screen. Okay, here we go.
Morning, you gorgeous ray of fucking sunshine. Daily fucking reminder. A flower doesn't think about competing with the one that's next to it. It just fucking blooms. A sunflower always fucking finds the sun, no matter how much fucking dirt they have to go through to find it. So, don't let some fucking twat waffle throw shade on your light. You just keep shining bright, like the fucking diamond you are. Keep spreading the fuckery.
It's our motivational moment for this morning. I really like those. I've got a bunch of them.
Do you? Sounds like it's going to make a return.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah. Well, fuckery.
I'm getting sick of crumbs on my desk, Al.
Crumbs. Don't eat at your desk.
Cookie crumbs. The rule that I learned in computer class way back when: don't eat near your computer, don't drink near your computer. Yeah, but everybody does. I mean, I'll have a full spread here in front of the computer, and I got one keyboard that doesn't work anymore, and the other one's full of crumbs, I'm sure.
Oh yeah. I don't know if I had computer classes. I know I had typing.
I took typing in first high school.
Yeah.
At Northern Secondary School. I went from where I was going at Castle Frank up by our house on Mount Pleasant to Northern, and then but I took computer classes at when I went back to school as an adult. In relationship with the photography I was starting to study.
Yeah, because you like photography. That's right.
Well, my teacher sold me my first Mac so that I'd have something to play with, and I gave him, I think, $75 for my first Mac, Mac 2, I think it was.
Oh, we didn't get a computer till we had 3 kids.
Because my mom was a vice principal. During the summers, she brought home computer equipment.
Yeah.
So we always had the latest Macs around, right? And then I got mine, and actually it was a Mac 512. So it was, the rectangle one, and with a floppy disk and no memory and blah, 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 blah. Like you would put the floppy disk in to load the memory, You know what I mean? You remember, right? and then my dad gave me his old CMC machines or CPM machines or something, like whatever they were. And they were basically the first laptops, but they were the size of a boom box, you know.
Yeah, look at now, eh? We put it all into here.
And in fact, in some cases, apps on your phone are much more intelligent and faster than on your computer.
Oh.
Well, you know, because everybody, you know, we've gone from a computer generated world to a mobile generated world.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Most people have a cell phone. They have it in their hand most of the time when they're out and about
Yeah.
or near their person. I always have mine. I don't go anywhere without it, because if I fall, I need to be able to call somebody and say, "Help! I fall!" And like, get up.
I've fallen and I need help. Get up.
I'm seriously thinking about getting a watch.
Oh yeah,
because you know, falling is an issue.
Yeah, well, if it's too much of an issue, you can always get one of those necklace things that detect falls.
Well, yeah, but you can get a watch that does the same thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there you go.
I'd rather wear a watch than have something around my neck. The only thing around my neck I want around my neck is my shatterizer.
There you go.
Yeah. So, what are we doing?
Oh, okay, I thought you were going to say something there, but
no.
No, I don't know about you, but I know that last I spoke to you, your car was buried in your driveway. But
no, it's out. It was so cold. It was like minus 31. The car wouldn't start. I said, fuck it. I fell. Speaking of falling, I fell in between the snowbank and the car, and I couldn't get up. Now my knee's all fucked up. I'm having a hard time walking. But oh yeah, it's not pleasant falling at my weight. But it's been raining for 2 days, so all the snow's pretty much melted off the driveway. I went out, sat in the car, and it just fired right up.
Oh, way to go.
So I backed up a little so that I had some gravel, not snow, and I up the driveway, and it's parked where it's supposed to be, and I'm waiting for another bout of snow come on tonight.
The our snow is almost all gone.
Pretty much on the road and driveways, walkways, things like that. On the grass, there's still snow there.
It's sort of patchy. Like I took the dog for a walk before the show, and we lost a lot of it overnight. And between the rain yesterday and I put down 2 pails of sand and salt on the driveway.
Yeah.
And then we also put down 3 bags of salt.
And now it's all gone.
You never know it.
Yeah.
You never know it. And there's spots where, you know, where we put the salt down and the sand where it's now slippery again because of the rain.
Yep. I've got 2 buckets sitting in the basement that I'm going to go over and fill up, leave 1 gravel at the bottom of the driveway and 1 on my deck for the deck, so that I have that. Considering buying a one of them electric or cordless shovel things, little snowblower.
Yeah, small snowblower.
Just so I'm not, you know, having a stroke and know in the driveway. I'm also gonna go and find out what a block heater will cost. Because that was the issue. That was
have one. It doesn't have one. It doesn't have one now.
No, my car doesn't have one. No, I didn't add it. And you know what? I didn't know I was moving up here. And if I did, when I bought the car, first of all, I wouldn't have bought that car.
and you know, if you were still down in the city, you obviously wouldn't worry about the snow either.
You know what? That car bombs around in the snow. It's just a 2-wheel. It's a front wheel drive. It's not a 4-wheel drive, but it's got those things that with traction control and stuff like that. Right?
Yeah.
So it drives like a 4-wheel drive. I don't particularly like driving a 4-wheel drive. I don't like the way they handle.
Oh, do you?
No. But I said to my sister, because it's time for an SUV for her. She's in Alberta.
She's
minus 40-degree weather, lots of snow. She drives 45 minutes to work and back. And plus she's got a whole bunch of other clients that she runs around.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you new ones aren't cheap. So
no, but here's her issue. She loves her car. Loves it. She took it with her from Toronto when she moved out there. She had it put on a train and everything. It cost her thousands of dollars.
And
so she's gonna park it in the garage until she figured out what she wants to do with it. But she's going to look at SUVs, I think, and probably not new.
Yeah,
maybe. You know, she likes new things. She doesn't like used things. So
yeah,
she's had used cars though.
They cost money, but yeah.
I've had one new car, and that was a Pontiac G5 Pursuit. You've seen it.
Yeah, I've seen them.
The red one. And I got that because my mom decided to have a fight with a bus and rode off the white one that she had gotten 2 weeks prior.
Oh, no.
So,
2-year-old.
They took her license away, and I said, red, please, not knowing that red was the #1 color for accidents in the stats. Right? And I banged that thing up. It was not me. It was my mom, but that thing got banged up bad.
Now, was that because of it sitting in the parking lot and getting doored, or was that?
No, my mom likes to bump into things, and when I gave it back to her, she destroyed it, and then she gave it back to me destroyed, and then bought the Matrix, which she gave to me destroyed, and then bought a new. It looks like a smaller Matrix. I can't remember what they're called.
Yeah.
But yeah, the trials and tribulations of my mom's driving practices. Yeah.
Oh.
She was one of those drivers that if you were in her way or there was a post in her way, she would try and move it. You've seen my older cars, Al.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
My mom, not me, my mom. Come and look at my car, my Hyundai. There's not a fucking bump or scratch on it. Now I'm knocking on fucking wood because now I'm going to end up in the bush somewhere sliding off the fucking road.
Did your mom enjoy the bumper cars when you went to the X?
My mom's first accident was in a Rambler, a blue one. My dad was furious.
Oh yeah. He
had just got it brand new, and she just rear-ended somebody, I think.
Right.
And then I remember my dad after my mom and dad got divorced, my dad bought a driving penis in the form of a Trans Am. And Firebird, Esprit.
Yeah, I remember those.
We went and picked it up together. He came and got me, and we turned in his Capri.
Yeah.
For it. And I remember he drove me home coming down the Bayview extension and wham, got zinged at fucking almost 180 kilometers an hour. It was back then, and it was miles per hour back then. Oh. So yeah, they just dinged him. The cops just grabbed him, and he just opened the window. He said, "New car, first time out," and the cop was laughing. I remember that. Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean
it. That usually only works with boobs.
Yeah. I see you got a Shatterizer hat on.
I love there's a choice of 2, and you can get them on their website. You can get one with a ball.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Or this one. And then my hat that I have that I usually wear is been called Al's hat. That's what it says on the box. Al's hat. Yeah, at Matt's. Okay. Because it's the one I like, and he doesn't give those away, so those are for me because they're my trucker hat. I like the trucker hat. Like yours is a trucker hat. That style. It's a shorter box. I don't
exactly.
I don't like baseball. I don't like the tall baseball.
And then they got like a big hard shell inside them that keeps them standing up.
Yeah, no thanks.
Yeah,
no.
I know.
Those are all on the wall over there behind me.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, I won't wear them. I enjoy when I went looking at hats, because we're gonna eventually get some hats for 420 radio. That's the hat that I wanted, is the trucker style hat. And the buddy that does the hats, although he's never there, when he is there, he has a whole selection of hats, and he's got the trucker style hat that's all worn out.
Okay, yeah,
It's got holes and worn out spots and stuff like that. So
looks used, looks well used. It's like people going in and buying jeans that have already got holes and rips in them.
My Shatterizer hat, I have one left, one new one left. Matt gave me 3 to come up here with, but what happens with them is the sweat gets embedded in them, and then they look gross after a while, right?
Wash it.
Wow. They don't wash well.
No,
they don't wash. They just run all the colors.
And that can be a problem with. I've got some white hats, white caps, and it can be the same thing, right?
Yeah. I don't like the white ones. Remember the white ones we had?
Yeah. I got a Pace hat that's white. I've got your 420 radio hat that was white. Yeah,
and I've got a white one as well, and a white shirt. And I won't wear the white, as you know. I think we wore white one year at Karma Cup, and not 10 minutes out and about, I got splotches from foods. Because when I'm at the Karma Cup, I like the foods. So, let me out of my cage. I'm going to eat.
Yeah, exactly. Well, what do you say we take a 25-second break here and we come back with the list?
I will.
All right, everybody, we'll be back in like 30 seconds. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
It's certainly high on the list.
I like bing.
Yeah.
So I found something.
Bing reminds me of driving around the country with my dad when I was little.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
It was opera with my dad.
No,
and my mom was with the times, so it was like Pink Floyd. We had in the car Elton John, Yellow Brick Road, Pink Floyd, John Denver, those kind of things, all on 8-track. Right.
All right, so what do you got here? 10 funniest American commercials from the 1970s.
Yes, and there's a video for each. We're going to have a look at them. Some of them are they just wouldn't work.
Okay.
This is the commercial for Volkswagen, and I hope that people won't be upset with us playing these. They're available on YouTube. So this is a Volkswagen commercial entitled "The Funeral."
No, isn't? Oh,
what's that? What
that's the Alka-Seltzer, isn't it?
No, this is the
okay.
Volkswagen. This is a commercial for Volkswagen.
Oh, all right.
Okay. And it's from 1969.
1969 VW.
Yeah.
I'm actually Snavely, being of sound mind and body, to hereby bequeath the following. To my wife Rose, who spent money like there was no tomorrow, I leave $100 and a calendar. To my sons, Rodney and Victor, who spent every dime I ever gave them on fancy cars and fast women, I leave $50 in dimes. To my business partner, Jules, whose only motto was spend, 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 I leave nothing, nothing, nothing. And to my other friends and relatives who also never learned the value of $1, I leave $1. Finally, to my nephew Harold, who oft-times said, a penny saved is a penny earned, and who also oft-times said, gee, Uncle Max, it sure pays to own a Volkswagen. I leave my entire fortune of $100 billion.
No, I gotta
that was good. That was good.
And now we're going to move on to Alka-Seltzer poached oysters. And I haven't watched these. So
no.
Our first home-cooked meal. I'm glad you liked it, dear.
I'll say. Honey, I've never seen a dumpling that big.
Well, I considered making a lot of little ones, but I wanted to impress you with something that would really stick to your ribs.
Right about where it's stuck. I said I'm sorry I couldn't finish the whole dumpling. It's a shame to throw it out.
I froze it. The meal wasn't on the heavy side, was it, honey?
I told you, my darling, it was perfect. Just perfect.
Let's see, what would you like for tomorrow? Stuffed crab surprise. Cream duck delight. Is it beginning to rain, dear?
No.
Marshmallowed meatballs. Sweet and sour snails. Yum. Poached oysters.
What love doesn't conquer, Alka-Seltzer will.
She's not a good cook.
I don't remember that one. This one I remember.
I don't remember either one of them,
but Wendy's Where the Beef. I remember this one.
Oh, I remember these, yes.
It certainly is a big bun. It's a very big bun. Big, fluffy bun.
It's a very big, fluffy bun.
Where's the beef?
Some hamburger places give you a lot less beef on a lot of bun.
Where's the beef?
At Wendy's, we serve a hamburger we modestly call a single. And Wendy's single has more beef than the Whopper or Big Mac. At Wendy's, you get more beef and less bun.
Hey, where's the beef? I don't think there's anybody back there.
You want something better. You're Wendy's kind of people.
I remember them. I remember those commercials. Where is the beef?
Yeah. Eh? Let's see what we got next.
All righty.
Independent life out of the picture. Insurance, I guess.
Yeah,
yes,
I would.
Life insurance.
So. Sounds like it.
Life insurance. Yep.
About total way of life.
Oh.
You've both worked hard to establish a wonderful way of life. But what if one of you were no longer in the picture? Luckily, you have total way of life coverage from Independent Life. It protects your total lifestyle so that you can go on living in the manner to which you've grown accustomed. When an agent Independent Life calls, talk to him about total way of life.
I was more struck by the water fountain.
I was just going to say, did you notice the water fountain? Here is Pepsi. What is that? Arcology?
Okay, I was waiting for the water fountains to be matched to the insurance.
Yeah, it wasn't. I think they were just supposed to be subtle. You know, like things like that wouldn't fly. These days.
Yeah, right now it wouldn't. No, yeah, exactly. Okay,
so this is a hilarious Pepsi commercial. It says. Okay. So let's see what this is.
This class is perhaps the greatest archaeological discovery of our time. A dwelling called the Split Level Ranch. Marvelous.
What's this, Professor?
A spherical object they used to hurl at each other with great velocity while others looked on. What's this? This device produced excruciatingly loud noises to which they would gyrate in pain.
Professor! What is it?
Blood.
What is it?
I've no idea. Pepsi, the choice of a new generation.
Yeah, it wasn't a choice of my generation.
No, I was always a Coke drinker.
Yeah, I was always a Coke drinker too.
Yeah.
Probably
No,
why I have.
I wanted to make sure my guts were good and clean, just like the pennies.
Yep, there you go. So next, number 6 is the Alka-Seltzer Spicy Meatball.
So is this a follow up to that guy who was? This is his next dinner.
I guess so. Yeah, this is spicy. I remember this one.
It's Mamma mia! It's some species that spicy meatballs, Jack. Sorry. Take 28. Out, Tony, and action. Mamma mia! That's a spicy meatball. Cut. What's the matter with that? The accent. Cut. Cut. Micey, bossy, balls. Take 59. And action. Yeah.
Sometimes you eat more than you should. And when it's spicy besides, Mamma Mia, do you need Alka-Seltzer? Alka-Seltzer can help unstuff you, relieve the acid indigestion, and help make you your old self again.
Mamma mia, that's a spicy meatball. Okay, let's break for lunch.
Let's break for lunch. All right. American Motors Rebel, driving instructor.
This is number 7. All right. This is going to be good.
All right, now let's see if we can find first. No, that's not it. Believe me, it's in there somewhere.
No matter how rough you treat a rebel, it's awfully hard to hurt it. A survey of professional driving schools shows that they use more of our cars than any other kind.
How am I doing? A lot better than yesterday. Turn left.
I can't do it. You're watching me.
Okay, turn left. How does it feel the first time out in traffic, Mr. Moss? Mr. Moss? Mr. Moss?
Look out for the truck. What truck?
Behind the bus.
What bus?
The Rebel has held its own against some of the worst drivers in the world.
Should I turn the windshield wiper on?
At this point, it looks like the Rebels are going to outlast the teachers.
That was good. The Rebel, the AMC.
Southern Airlines, number 8, second class.
Second cabin, please.
Southern Airways believes that no man should be subjected to the indignity of being labeled or treated like a second-class citizen. Which is why, when you get on a Southern jet,
Hi, Mr. Gill. Sit anywhere you like.
you'll find no curtain separates the peasants from the nobility. No one takes the legroom from you and gives it to someone else. On Southern, there's only one class of service, and it isn't second.
I didn't like that one.
Yeah, I was sort of waiting for the funny.
I
missed something on that.
We got another Volkswagen.
I see that.
Yeah, let's see what this one's about.
The Crimplers. The last one was great.
Mr. Jones and Mr. Krempler were neighbors. They each had $3,000. With his money, Mr. Jones bought himself a $3,000 car. With his money, Mr. Krempler bought himself a new refrigerator, a new range, a new washer, a new dryer, a record player, 2 new television sets, and a brand new Volkswagen. Now Mr. Jones is faced with that age-old problem, keeping up with the Kremplers.
Did you get that?
Well, the guy obviously got a better deal getting the Volkswagen,
No,
got all
no.
that extra stuff.
The other guy's name was the Joneses, right?
Yeah.
So the old saying was keeping up with the Joneses. They
Jones,
changed
correct.
it
Yeah,
to the
yeah,
Kremplers.
yeah.
I thought that was kind of it, you know. All right, FedEx. Let's see what FedEx used to do.
You can't count on anything these days.
Did you type the letter I told you to type now?
With possibly one exception. Federal Express. When it absolutely positively has to be there overnight.
Right. Oh,
there you go.
Now
That's
that was number 10. Now I'm surprised the one that's not on here is the cow, you know, moo 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 moo. You're not the only one for me. For HP sauce, but that was in the 80s. This is all 70s stuff.
Yeah, it's all 70s, correct. Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, I thought that was fun for us.
Yeah, that was good. I didn't see any commercials I recognized from the 70s, but
there's the Wendy's one.
Yeah, you're correct. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, there was the Wendy's one with the where's the beef. But the Volkswagen ones, they were good. They were good. And then there was one other one that I was laughing all the way through it.
Yeah, I can't remember which one.
No,
that was 10 minutes ago.
I don't remember it either. So, all right, we shall. Anything else on your
No, but I have a question for you.
Sure.
What are you smoking?
Let's see. I've been smoking. What's it called? Oh, I got it now. Trophy Wife.
Trophy Wife in a vapor or weed.
Well, that was my cannabis herb. It's
before the show.
I'm vaping my before the show. I'm vaping internally here. Some vanilla boba or something.
Oh, cool. I have some papaya going.
Oh,
I've been mixing and I got sick of the same buzz, so I just had straight papaya today.
Yeah, actually, I just dropped some papaya off down at Legacy 420 to get tested to do some cannabinoid testing.
Do you have seeds?
Pardon me? No, I don't have seeds. No.
So it's from a clone?
Originally.
Cool.
Yeah, I didn't grow it. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, a friend grew it. And I was going, I had to go to Legacy 420 and go to Limestone City Hydroponics. So on my way, I said, hey, I'll take that for you.
Nice how you get your fucking sponsors plugs in there, buddy. we should.
I went for a drive.
I
had to go pick up, with Christmas coming on, I had to go pick up some THC base that I put into my beverages. And the base is got 21%.
You can't have any fizzy stuff because of your Crohn's, right?
Correct. Yeah. So I put mine into a juice. Usually pineapple or like a mango juice or a mango pineapple juice.
Just so people know, these are made with FICO. It's made with full extract.
It's full spectrum.
Full
product.
spectrum. And so most of the drinks that you get now, I don't know what they have now, but from what I've tried, most of the drinks and edibles that you get at the legal store here in Canada, at the or LPs as we call them, are either isolates or distillates, which make Al a very grumpy person. This Al, not the other Al. And yeah.
Yeah, they're carbonated, majority of them. So I don't buy them. So I buy this base and add it to my juice, and each milligram or milliliter is 21 milligrams of THC and 2.5 milligrams of CBD.
I might try some of that.
Yeah, I got a dropper in a bottle. Like they sell it to me in a bottle.
And how long will a bottle last you?
Depends on how often I have a drink.
And are you, because I go and I've gotten a few of the drinks at the store there. Not since I've been here, but when I was in Toronto, just to try. I wanted to try a cola and an orange, I think, and it absolutely nothing for me. Nothing at all.
Yeah.
So the difference in milligrams between those legal, because that's 5 milligrams, right? Or did they up it to 10?
Well, there's 10 milligrams in
yeah, but it was 5 for the longest and only 5.
Yeah, there's been 5, 2.5.
So I have not tried 10 milligrams yet. Maybe I'll go see what they have and try some next week.
I've seen some people that 10 milligrams was snuff, but then there's other people that forget it.
Well, I mean, I'm a daily inhaler, and I also use concentrates as well, and edibles and blah blah blah. So in order for me to feel 5 or 10 milligrams, I'd have to have a 3-day rest of cannabis before I tried them, because I'm not going to feel it. Probably you either.
I've sort of had mixed results.
Well, 20 milligrams, 21 milligrams, I would feel.
Yeah. Well, I've had like 50 milligrams, like 2 gummies at 25 milligrams.
I've done that too. Hey, Tara, Mama, Mama T, right?
Yeah.
Now she came and stayed at the farm with a whole bunch of other people, because I can't remember the store, but one of the stores in Alderville had a concert with Choclair and Matt Classy and a few other people. Yeah. And she gave me, when she got there, she gave me a bag of her gummies. Okay. And I ate the whole bag. I'm so used to them, because she'd give me samples. She was one of our vendors at the market in Hamilton.
Yeah. And how were you?
Oh, I was fine.
You were what?
Oh yeah. When I have lots of edibles, Al, as you know, I'm like a kid. I'm just out and about doing shit. Yeah. But I'll overdo it and I'll get a hangover from it. Like I'll green myself out with those. And so that's not okay. Don't green yourself out, people. No greening. No. But if you're ever looking for good edibles, look up Mama T, because she's got some awesome edibles.
Okie dokie. Talking about edibles. You know what time it is?
Time for
Did I cut you off?
Yeah.
So what did you say?
Cha-cha-cha.
Oh, okay. Time for cha-cha-cha. Yes, time for that. So what I've got for us today, okay, is the 10 best cannabis recipes for beginners. And this is coming to us from Emily Kylan Nutrition. So, nutrition, that's usually a good thing, right?
She's a Nutrin.
So what we got here? We got some drinks, cannabis drinks, 9 ways to make cannabis drinks at home. You can see there on the screen. I believe it's on the screen, right?
Yeah, it's on the screen.
All these different recipes for drinks.
Okay, cool.
Lots of drinks in there.
We'll have to post this URL.
Chocolate, lemonade, infused eggnog.
I've made infused lemonade.
Yeah.
Yep.
Cannabis milk, juice, a recovery.
Al, you got some indigestion going on there, buddy. Pardon Al's tummy. This is going to be an interesting show. Al's got workers upstairs.
I'm getting a little work done upstairs.
Yeah, just he's having some dental things fixed up in the bathroom.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? It does sound like that.
It's like, all right, go ahead. They've stopped.
We got a vegetarian drinks, infused watermelon wellness shots.
Watermelon is another flavor that I'm not a fan of.
Oh, really? Oh, I like watermelons. Homemade hemp seed milk, golden milk, spice chai latte. It's cannabis infused.
No thanks.
No,
no.
Breakfast recipes. A cannabis infused yogurt bowl, an infused.
That would be easy
bread.
to infuse is yogurt, yeah, because it just clings to the fat, right?
Yeah, you got cannabis bliss balls with almond joy.
Oh, that's cool.
Mango smoothie bowl, no bake cannabis energy bite. So it's all kinds of recipes here.
And we're gonna post in the comments for
yeah. We'll put this in the comments.
There's just too many to go through individually.
Yeah, we're not gonna go through each one of those. No way. A sweet and sour savory can of butter board, party mix, Cheetos. There, cannabis infused peanut butter.
I don't like Cheetos. They get in my mouth.
Oh, they get all over your hands, eh?
Yeah.
Butterscotch frosting, guacamole, cucumber salad, tomato and cucumber salad that's infused, deviled eggs, tacos, ranch dressing. Look at the entree.
Dental process going on.
Hang on.
It's not that loud, and we can hear you talking, Al, actually. So
what's that?
We can hear you. It's not that loud. Now you have to unmute, Al.
I'm having a hard time hearing you guys. You know. Cannabis leaf salad. Hang on, let me turn this up so I can hear you. There. So would you have a salad with cannabis leaves in it?
No, I'm not a salad eater, but I know people who have.
Yeah, I've never had a salad with cannabis leaves in it.
Tell them to shut up, Al. We're trying to do a show here.
Rainbow salad with chicken. It's all infused. Big fish. Here's some desserts. Brownies. Everybody has brownies. Peanut butter cookies. Ice cream. Rice Krispie treat. Cake. Fudge. Lots of cookies, Al. Lots of cookies. Oh, what's this? Puppy chow? Muddy buddies?
Wow.
Yeah, I didn't know they were doing this. This part of it. Okay,
they're cutting screw. What I can tell you exactly what they're doing is they're cutting screws and they're separating boards.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Apple pie, fruit tarts. There's all kinds of stuff. Oh, just goes on and on and on. So there's tons of things there, and I'm going to take that website and I'm going to put it in the comments.
And while you're doing that, I just want to mention, I'm going to just give me 1 second here. I just want to mention, you'll notice that, and I think I put it in the overlays as well. No, I didn't yet. Damn it. We've got the website up for the 420 Pace project at 420pace.ca. Check it out. Join our YouTube page. All our shows will be on there. from both networks, and with more coming.
There, I'm back. Yes. There you go. Recipes are sent. Recipes, desserts, drinks, entrees. Enjoy. Yes, lots of action, especially when we put it all together for Saturday.
Yeah,
back to back stuff. Alrighty, so there's the desserts, everybody. They are
yum.
Take a boo, and the options are there's just so many there.
You know, there's another site that we could look at for recipes, and that is the Magical Butter Machine site themselves. They have more stuff, more recipes than anything else on their website.
Yeah, they've got a whack of them. I haven't been there in a long time.
I enjoy.
I did years ago.
I have one. I've had one for a long time. I had two. They donated another one so that I could do demos, and we were using it to make cookies for Hope, and which we gave away. And unfortunately, when we closed the lounge, somebody scooped it.
Oh,
yep. So now I'm down to one. Unfortunately,
that's not good.
No, I liked having two because you make multiple batches. It's easier. I mean, you're looking at 2 hours at a shot making something in them, right? So
yeah, you got your 1 hour. There's just even in.
Well, you can go 24. You got most people in a slow cooker would just let it cook for 24 hours. But
yeah,
the nice thing in the Magical Butter Machine, since we're talking about making stuff, is that you throw a quarter of good bud in there and some butter, like a pound of butter or even 2 pounds of butter, depending on how strong you like your
because I would put an ounce in per pound.
Well, I usually throw in a quarter per pound when it's bud. I'll throw an ounce or more in when it's shake.
Okay. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And just that, because then I know what I'm getting. Do you know what I mean? Like, I've always made it like that. That's what I enjoy. I've had some strong fucking cookies, man. Fuck.
I remember my first cookies. It wasn't a good experience.
Our first cake, as I've mentioned a few times, we ground up a bunch of leaf and stem and used it as flour.
Stem.
We made our own flour, basically.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And then ate it like because it was it was horrible. But you throw enough frosting. You throw enough frosting on a cake, and it tastes good. Right?
The chlorophyll is what got me that first batch I made. Oh.
This is what I was going to mention. The shorter cooking time when you're using a Magical Butter Machine, you've got a shorter cooking time.
You
do. Not a pressure cooker, but a slow cooker. Usually somebody will throw a whole bunch of weed in there and a whole bunch of butter and let it cook for 24 hours.
We did it anywhere from 8 to 24 hours, leaving it on the stove in a pot.
But the longer you cook, the more chlorophyll you get.
Correct.
So in a Magical Butter Machine, you set it for 2 hours or even an hour and let it go, and do that twice. You get less chlorophyll.
I did it for 8 hours in a Magic Butter Machine, and I think it ended up getting a little burnt on the bottom.
And those I've got a burn on the bottom of mine. Yeah,
because I would run it and then stop. It would stop, and then I'd keep it going.
It's a very noisy thing.
Oh, but it's got all those fancy lights.
It's got those lights, and you know what? I tell you something. Those lights actually have meaning to what the process is going through. There's there's a sync between the lights and what they do.
Oh, okay.
And what the machine is doing.
Yeah.
Right? It blinks different for each.
I've got
setting.
to get mine out, so I got to make
still packed.
No, I've got 3 of them here, so I'm going to I gotta make some oil, make some capsules.
Do you use your magical butter machine to make oil?
Yeah. As far as
then you put it out and you put it out and outside to.
Oh, I don't make the FICO.
No,
no. I'm just talking about infusing coconut oil.
Coconut oil.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. So you can make FICO in that.
Oh yeah.
But you have to take it out and then what do you call it?
Burn it off.
Right. Burn it off, purge it, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah. There's you can do it with that. I've got a gnome green. Yeah, gome.
A green oil machine. Yeah.
There's other machines that are out there.
The other machines that you can get off the internet are water distillers. So if you buy something like that, they're a quarter of the price, but you have to change the rings in it. Otherwise,
I've got another one called the Source.
Yeah, I've seen that one as well.
Yeah, I've got it as well. So
there are a few machines that if you leave them run long enough, you'll make shatter out of it.
Oh,
yes, you know who found that out?
By accident.
Ross found that out. Yeah, he said he put on a batch and went to bed thinking it'll be ready in the morning, and got up in the morning and it ran all night and made shatter instead of oil.
Right. Okay, we're done the recipes. I'm gonna run a quick little promo here on the Apple because of the documentary, movie, whatever you want to call it, we got out, and then we'll come back and we'll get into some reviews. How's that sound?
No, I don't want
to. Okay, so we'll see you in about 2 minutes, people.
This, guys, is a BT bottle with a little straw on the end of it, okay? Back in the day, we used to have glass bottles, soda pop in glass bottles, okay? Soft drinks. And this was built for the old school hash. This is the hash that your uncles and your grandparents would get. And this is the stuff that we would all treasure whenever we could get it because we thought it was the best stuff because it's the constant. It was our form of concentrate.
Correct.
Right? When we were young, right?
Yes.
This is
to answer your question now.
Oh, here we go.
Forward. Oh, now you're going to cut this out if it doesn't work, right?
Yeah.
You just cut it out now. These are the 4 or 3 tools I use to form and shape the happers. So now once the prep work is done over on the lathe, it now has to come over to me to put the mouthpiece on and finish off the top part. So first up, I just need to clean up and close off the top that's left over. First thing I'll do is I will heat up the corner and I'll push in the Maria, which is the circular love style. Acts as a stopper, right? Whereas I'm kind of like, I'm 49 years old, but I don't have time to be an artist.
But each one is individual, though. There's only one of each. So it does make it art.
Oh, stop it. Okay.
All right, we're into review time. What do you got there, Al?
What do I got for what?
You said you had a review item. You got something?
No, I don't.
Oh, I thought you said before the show that you had something.
No, I don't. I thought you said you did.
I do.
Okay,
I
well
do.
then it's your turn, not mine.
Ah, okay. I thought that you said you had something. And I thought, okay.
No, I don't. I've got just what I got. That's it. I don't have anything special.
Okay. Well, I went into one of the local cannabis stores and went in, took a look around, see whether there's something that I could check out. And the local store is Spirit Leaf Cannabis in Campbellford. So Spirit Leaf Campbellford. And
Which
what
is
I
right
did,
beside the Bongs and Dongs store.
yes, it's right beside Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, right at the bottom of the bridge.
Go get
Right
your
in town.
Bongs and Dongs today.
Correct. Exactly.
Campbellford's good for something. They have a McDonald's and a place to get dongs.
You got bongs, dongs. You got your cannabis right beside each other, and these, so you know, are soft gels capsules. These are by Abide, and the cannabis for these are grown in Campbellford.
Oh,
yes, locally sourced and grown buds
on somebody's roof in Campbellford.
I don't think it's a roof. I believe it's a field. And they're made with let me see. Hang on. I'm going to pull it up. I've got it right here.
You know what, Al? You should see if you can get a tour of that place because it is local.
Yeah, I agree. On that. I'm just going.
It was local to me, but not anymore.
Yeah, not anymore. I got the wrong one up, so I want to switch that around. Yes, I wouldn't mind being able to go for a tour. I think that would be pretty neat to do that. So I am bringing up Spirit Leaf's website here. There we go. So
they're
Spirit Leaf
gel caps, and what's the stats on them?
Okay, here's the stats on these soft gels. I thought I had it already loaded up, but I see it's not. Okay, I'm gonna have to go look for them here, and then I'll bring it back.
Some looking music on.
Looking music, sure. You got any looking music?
No, I don't have that pulled up at the moment.
I don't see a. Oh, there it is. I found it. Okay. I thought I had the site mix already up here. There they are, right there. And now I've got them. There you go. Full spectrum. Soft gel.
2x1, eh?
Yeah, 2x1. So it's 10 milligrams of THC and 5 milligrams of CBG. And it's made with a sativa. It's a haze, is what it is. And these are full spectrum THC gel caps. As I said, 10 milligrams of THC, 5 milligrams on the CBD end of things. And they are sun-grown OG haze.
Nice.
And it's in a recyclable glass jar.
Recyclable.
Yeah. Now it says it's energetic, happy, creative, focused, inspired, and calm.
I should get some of those right now because I'm about to fall asleep.
Well, I can tell you, with these gel caps, I took them yesterday.
Yep.
I took 4 of them. I was actually the doctor's last week, and I'm being sent in to check to see if I've got arthritis going on in my knees.
Add it to the club.
Correct. And I took 4 of these yesterday, and I didn't have to
help.
Yeah, I didn't have to take any of my Tylenol.
I don't like taking Tylenol. The only time I take Tylenol or something like that is if I have a headache, which not very often. The mushrooms help with that as well.
Yeah.
But I don't like taking arthritis stuff. I'd rather take cannabis stuff.
Yeah. Spirit Leaf, Camelford, downtown. Stop in, see Eric and the crew.
What's the bottle cost?
$20.
So you're getting 10 for $20.
There's 15.
Oh, 15.
There's 15.
So that's a buck.
So you get
and a bit.
you get 150 milligrams of THC.
It's a buck and a bit per cap, right?
Yeah.
Awesome.
I'm just trying to look. I'm just looking at here on another website. The terpenes are alpha bolola, some beta mystrine, and carfilin. Carfillion. Yeah. Growing regions: Trent Hills, which is Camelford. Outdoors. Yeah. So there you go. Full spectrum, locally grown.
I wonder if that's that place that with the big greenhouse.
I know whereabouts it is,
and
I'm
not where I'm thinking. Then
no, it's not. No,
you know where I'm thinking.
Yeah, yeah. I got a good idea where they're located, and it's abide. It's like dude. Isn't that one of the sayings for dude?
I'm not into the whole dude thing.
No, that's why I'm asking you. But yeah,
I'm more of a what's going on, man.
They are for anybody who's wondering what kind of oil is in them that they're made with. It is a sunflower oil.
Oh, nice. A lot of products are made with sunflower oil. I prefer coconut oil or olive oil, virgin olive oil. I don't like the MTC.
Yeah. This is sunflower, and there's a capsule right here.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Go on, take it. Go on. Take it. Come on, take it. Peer pressure.
Well, you got to think. You can go in and you can buy doobies, spend $15 or $20 on a doobie, or you can spend $15 or $20 and get 150 milligrams of cannabis.
Yeah, but you see, I'm a smoker, so I mean.
Well, I know, but for people who, let's say you're going to the movies.
Yeah. No, I get that.
They are. Don't forget that everything's being sold in a recreational store, right?
Yes. Are you now? You're a doobie smoker, and that's what you prefer, right?
Right.
Do you think that if that was taken away from you, if you weren't allowed to use that method of medicating, that you would have an issue? Because I know I would, because I'm a smoker. And 75% of smoking, be it tobacco or cannabis, the action is what's addictive.
Oh, all that type of stuff.
Yeah,
habit. It's the other
it's
part.
The habit of having it's like glasses. Some people wear just plain glass as glasses as a prop. It's the same thing, but that's part of the addiction. Most of the addiction is the habit of smoking itself.
Right. Oh yeah.
Not what you're using, but in tobacco it increases the addiction.
Used to, getting around with buddies and having a beer and
there is no addiction quality. There are no addictive qualities to cannabis.
There's a habit of getting together with buddies and smoking doobies. Okay, we're done the review. End of things. Just so you know, I think my doggy's gone next door. Hobble. We've done the reviews. We're on to headlines.
Alrighty.
All right, here we go. We're right back. All right, we got news. I've got a news story, Al, but I'm going to say is very disturbing. It's a story that could have been avoided very easily. But unfortunately, it wasn't. Somebody made a decision, and they shouldn't have. It's been a very costly decision. And this is the headline. Canadian man faces life in prison in Dubai for traveling with cannabis.
Oh yes, I heard about that. Yeah.
He is a patient who uses cannabis for a rare condition. And he had cannabis and CBD oil on him on a stopover. Took a flight, he heading to South Africa, and they stopped off in Dubai as a stopover. And they've arrested him and put him in jail, giving him a life sentence.
A life sentence. At least they're not killing him.
They're giving him, well, they might as well. Apparently, he's had 2 surgeries. He was in the jail for quite some time with an open wound. He's now in a wheelchair. Spent 40 days.
Where is he from? He's from Canada. Why isn't the Canadian consulate involved?
He's from Mississauga. He's from Mississauga.
Why isn't the Canadian government involved?
They have been. There's been some involvement, but from the articles that I have read, people are requesting more involvement in this. In this case, on Christmas Day, he will be before the court in Dubai, trying to appeal his sentencing. So he's already been convicted. So they're trying to get a reduction in his sentencing, or send him home, deport him, or whatever. I covered this article and this story in the news on Monday or Thursday of last week, I think is when it was. And when I read the name Maurice Kevin O'Rourke, I know Kevin O'Rourke.
You know him?
I don't know this one, but I do know of a Kevin O'Rourke. So I like, holy shit! This is this guy I know? Is he over the? And it's not him. Thankfully, it's not him. But nevertheless, it's still a Canadian, and he's still a patient. And yes, he broke Dubai laws, and that's what their law.
So, what are the laws in Dubai? It's illegal.
It's illegal. Cannabis is illegal.
Flat out illegal.
He was charged with importing it.
Oh, okay.
He had it in his knapsack. Think of the Grenier, the basketball player, going into Russia.
Yeah.
She had the vial of cannabis oil and got busted, right? Thrown in jail.
Yeah.
This situation is a similar idea. And unfortunately, he is spending right now life in jail. He is 65 years of age.
So he's going to spend the rest of his life in jail.
Presently, yeah. That's what that says. He's going to spend the rest of his life in jail.
For how much cannabis did he have?
He had 118 grams of cannabis and oil. Hang on. Here it goes. Here it is. It says 50 grams of cannabis and 60 grams of oil in his luggage. Yeah.
What in his right mind thought that he could do something like that?
I don't know
why somebody would think, mail it.
Yeah.
You got a better chance of getting it, for one.
Yeah. His wife says that her husband had no intention of breaking the law and is calling on officials in Dubai to have compassion on his situation. She says this is a 64-year-old man who made a mistake. To say that he
made a mistake, but the law is the law.
Yeah, to say that he's going to have to spend the rest of his life in a foreign country by himself, and with his illness, a life sentence would be months or weeks, and he'll be dead. It's an autoimmune condition.
And how long has he been there now?
He's already been sentenced. So I'm going to say he's been there about a year.
Yeah, I was going to say. I mean, it must be about a year, because usually a sentencing is about a year.
Yeah. Surgeries for an infection, leaving him with an open wound. Hospital for 40 days. He's back in detention center right now.
This is why I will never travel outside of Canada again.
The UAE has zero tolerance policy for many drugs. Let's see. Just there's a group that is over there that is involved, that's helping him. with the situation. But
there are still quite a few people around the
Okay.
world that are in jail or about to be in jail for cannabis offenses, and it's ridiculous.
Mhm.
In 20 coming up on 2025, you know.
Yeah. Now it says here in a statement, Global Affairs Canada wrote that it's aware of the detention of a Canadian citizen in the United Arab Emirates. Consular officials are in touch with local authorities and are providing consular assistance. Due to privacy considerations, no further information can be disclosed. I know that they had, his wife has mentioned that they're having problems locating any medication for him. Now, in the past, a Quebec man was held in Dubai, and the government got involved in it, and he had 73 counts of fraud.
Wow.
Yeah, they got involved, and I think he got out. So, yeah, he broke the law. He broke their laws.
They're trying to make a point.
Yeah, yeah,
You know,
exactly.
when somebody like
We got
you
some questions.
remember the story back in the day, Midnight Run.
Yeah.
With Billy Hayes went to Turkey and came when he was coming back with his girlfriend, was arrested at the airport with hashish strapped all around his body. And he spent many years in a Turkish prison, which eventually he escaped from. And that's the movie Midnight Express. Now, Billy has recently said in a new book that was not his first time in the country.
No.
And so when you watch that movie, you think, oh, wow, and he escaped. Well, yeah, there's a little more to the story.
Yeah, yeah.
It wasn't his first time doing that, and that's probably why he was caught.
We have some viewer questions.
Oh.
You Can't Smoke wants to know, how's it going, guys?
It's going.
It's going. It's going. We're here.
Hi, how are you?
And he'd like to know, or they would like to know, what's the topic about today?
Whatever you want to talk about.
That's right. We got recipes. We've talked news. We got some sports news that's coming up. We've had some lists. So yeah, lots of things, lots of different topics is what we're discussing today. There's no
we
doubt
got a
about
doctor
that.
in the house. Hello, doc.
Yes, I see doctor. The doctor is there. Well, I hit the wrong
Doctor
button.
is here. Dr. Johnny Fever. Booga.
No, it is Dr. Levy alone. She says the doctor's in the
Doctor
train.
leave me alone. Get it? Doctor leave me alone.
Leave me alone. Maybe, yeah, maybe, yeah. Okay, now from there, we've gone through the news. Anything else you want to talk about news? I've got the sports lined up.
Well, we've got this other thing that we can talk about if we wanted to, or we could skip that and use that for another day. There's a PubMed is kind of like is the National Library of Medicine.
Right.
They've got an abstract of use of cannabis-based. Can you pull that up, Al? Use of cannabis-based medical products.
No, I don't see it. You don't have it here on the screen, man.
All right. Well, we won't. I'm going to put this in the chat. I shared it the other day, and it's a lot of people have looked at it. It's actually very interesting. So it's just a case study, basically, right?
Right.
But
yeah.
It's a case study done from the point of view, from the medical point.
Yeah. I know that yesterday during the news, I had a story on the pediatrics and cannabis.
Well, that's what this is about. It's exactly the same.
Oh, that's
exactly
you. Yeah, is it? Okay, good.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah, I talked about the quality of life improvement for people, or the kids with autism.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
and just to touch base on that, I have ADHD, which is in the spectrum. Back in the 60s, when I was diagnosed at 5, It was just called hyperactivity syndrome. And when I turned 16 and was going off the meds for ADHD, I was asked by my pediatrician if I was using cannabis. And he basically said, if you start using cannabis, stop taking the pills because it's going to do exactly the same thing. And that was, I was 16 years old when I heard that. I didn't start using
45
cannabis.
years ago.
Yep. I didn't start using cannabis until I was 19, though.
Right.
And then medically, I've been using it to replace my ADHD medicine, depression stuff, things like that. The only pills that I take are for my diabetes and stuff.
That's it. Eh?
Yep.
Yep. Alrighty.
Mushrooms and weed, man.
Mushrooms and weed. That's right. That's right. Okay. Time for us to talk. Sports. That's right. Here we go. Cannabis athletes, recovery, performance, and legal challenges. We got here. We got the guy, athletic guy there. Benefits of cannabis for athletes. Pain management and recovery, right? Because they deal with chronic pain due to training, injuries, demands on their sports, right? Painkillers like opioids can cause serious risks such as addiction. So cannabis is a safer choice, and you get CBD with anti-inflammatory properties. I talked about those pills. They got some CBD in them. I talked about my knees. Also for athletes, improve sleep. Obviously, it's very important for athletes to get some sleep. And they say particularly THC is known for its ability to induce relaxation and promote better sleep. Reduce anxiety and stress. The mental pressures that athletes face are just as intense as the physical ones. Yeah, just think you're performing in front of what? 50 million people maybe on TV. They say it can help the athletes with their anxiety and lower their stress level. Legal challenges, the sports themselves, each sports have different regulations and penalties for athletes that are dealing with that, and regulations and stuff like that. So there are obviously some benefits for the.
It's certainly not performance enhancing.
No, but if it makes an athlete's pain go away, it improves their performance.
Correct. I would. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's what. Now I got one other story, but that's the way I looked at it. Eh? Yeah. Okay. It's not performance enhancing, but if it helps somebody with pain, then they can improve their performance. That's okay. So this one here is sort of your top 5 list. This is top 10 most popular sports in Canada. What do you think?
Well, okay. Well, before we go into this, I have a question for you.
Sure.
Do you know what Canada's national sport is?
Lacrosse.
Yes, it is. Most people don't realize that. They don't know that. They say hockey.
Correct.
Although one has nothing to do with the other, and hockey did not come out of lacrosse.
Correct.
Canada's sport is lacrosse. I did not know this. I thought it was. I was like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" It's either baseball or hockey.
But it's lacrosse. Yeah, I know. Eh?
Although a baseball was discovered in Japan, I believe.
Yeah, that I don't know.
Somewhere in the Orient, they played baseball. Major League Baseball here in North America is, in the Orient, in Japan, they take baseball very serious.
Yes, they do.
Come on.
Yes.
Get out of there, Rose.
All right, so here we go. Top 10 sports.
Come here.
Golf is number 10.
Who? Golf?
Golf.
Yeah, I could see that. I like golf. Yep. Lay down, please.
Okay. Curling, number 9.
I was just thinking about trying that.
Were you?
Yeah, it seems like bowling on ice.
It is. Yeah, really, it really is. Number 8, basketball.
Yeah, no thanks.
Number 7,
Lay down,
rugby.
Rugby's violent football, but okay.
Yeah, well, here, okay. I see this other rugby, 1823. Basketball, 1891.
Wow.
Yeah, really. Eh? Tennis, number 6.
Like tennis, love tennis, watching tennis. Yes.
Reminds me of pong.
Yeah, no, I see. I grew up. We had at my dad's house. We had ping pong in the basement.
Yeah.
And then when I was at my mom's at home, we played tennis because we were right. Our backyard went right into the Ramsden Park tennis area. Tennis fields.
Sure, courts.
Thank you. Tennis court. So they were always there, and there were lots of them. So we played. My sister and I played tennis. My friends and I played tennis. My mom's. We played tennis. So that's. I wasn't ever big in sports, but I've always liked tennis. I tried playing golf. I can't play golf now because of my shoulder, though, or tennis anymore. But I've played. I enjoy tennis so much. I got a Wii, and I played tennis around the world with people online, and I played tennis so much that I actually got tennis elbow from playing.
Yeah, I know.
So,
go ahead.
Cricket. Number 5.
Correct. Cricket is number 5.
That's that's a violent sport. Very quick. Yeah, very quick. Yeah.
Baseball, number 4.
They see, you would think Canada,
Soccer, number 3.
I believe baseball was invented in Canada, though. Was it not?
Baseball is a long history in Canada. It's one of the most popular sports. The oldest baseball park in the world is still in operation in Labatt's Park in Ontario.
Yeah.
The country has only one major league team, the Blue Jays.
We used to go to what was the baseball diamond that they have there in the city?
Christie Courts or something like that?
Christie Diamond? Christie Pitts, yes.
Christie Pitts.
And that is where the Toronto Maple Leafs hockey team used to play baseball.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh. Okay. What's number 2?
Number 2, I don't know. I can't see.
Okay. We haven't mentioned lacrosse and we haven't mentioned hockey yet.
So number 3 is soccer, and we used to have here in Toronto. Well, here in Toronto,
yeah,
we used to have in Toronto. I believe that was the first Canadian professional soccer team, which was the Blizzard back then.
Yeah, we had the Blizzards. Yeah,
yeah. And but I don't know what's number 2.
Says the first soccer game had taken place in Toronto in October of 1876 by 2.
See, I was correct.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. Number 2 is lacrosse, and it was declared
number 2.
National, yeah, it was declared declared a national sport in Canada in 1859 and a summer sport in 1994.
But how come it's number 2 on this list then?
It's popularity.
Popularity.
Correct. Popularity.
Popularity.
Hockey. Yeah, and obviously hockey is number 1.
Yeah, hockey's number 1.
Yeah. Yeah. So
we like hockey, eh?
Yay. Top 10 popular sports in Canada. All righty. Done the sport.
I got something that I want to play just in between segments here because it relates to Canada. And it might get us in trouble, but it might not. So let's find out.
Before.
Yes, I know. Well,
how long is this? Just so I know.
I'm looking. It is 2 minutes and 16 seconds.
Okay, all right. Just so I can
is that good?
Yeah, I just gotta go run and do something while that's running, and I'll catch something.
All right, I'm just loading it up here.
Okay.
and then you can go and do what you got to do, and when we come back, we'll continue doing what we're doing.
Yes, sounds good.
So this is an old favorite that we grew up on, and we will be back in a few minutes.
All righty, let's check it out.
Special Christmas theme today.
Yeah, go. Okay, good day. I'm Bob. Welcome to Great White North. I'm Bob McKenzie. This is my brother Doug.
How's it going?
Okay, this is our Christmas show. Eh?
Yeah.
So like that's our.
There's
top.
our Christmas tree.
Yeah.
And Hosehead here had the idea of just having a steel spike at the top
Take up.
to decorate it.
We're-
Zoom in on the tree.
No.
Come on,
No,
move over
take
up
off.
to the top.
No,
Zoom
here.
up.
That's what you do. That was off there. That's for the top. Okay, one of our topics, eh?
Wait, zoom
is
back
that-
over to
Get
us.
over here, eh? One of our topics was like beer nog, okay? Because we hate eggnog. And like at our family parties, everybody drinks eggnog Christmas, right? So what you do is you go to Max 7-Eleven, you get eggnog, and you empty it out like right in the tree, eh? And then you pour
That'll
beer
help
in
it
here.
grow.
Okay, you got beer right in there, and then you get like a happy cup you can't see through. Pour it in that, walk around the party. You don't have to drink eggnog, drink beer nog instead, okay?
There it
Okay,
is.
another topic is this is beauty. Like 2 years ago, we was working in Brewers Retail, eh? So, like, our owner, our boss, eh? He gave us like frozen butterballs for Christmas, eh? So like Hosehead here puts it in the trunk of the car and forgot about it, right? So like next summer, Dad was driving the car and goes, "Who died, eh?" So like goes in the trunk. I got one for you too.
Take off. You never did.
I do. Oh, here it is.
It's gone, eh?
Merry Christmas, Hoser. Oh, geez.
Wait a minute.
Same size.
Beauty. It is.
You think?
Beauty. Beauty. Smokes. Thanks. Just what I wanted. Gee. Okay.
Thanks a lot, eh?
Beauty.
Okay.
So, here's something to do with beers for
Oh, yeah.
Christmas. Make it nice, eh? Hold that. And like for tree decorations, we're out of time, eh?
Yeah, quick.
Like hang a
Show them
smoke
about
up.
the smoke.
Hang some smokes up on
That
the
was
trees.
my idea.
Take off.
It was so.
And like
Listen, Hosehead, give me credit.
that's it. So
Good day.
that's our topic. Merry Christmas. Good day.
So I just want to
Good
bring
day.
something up. I want to bring something up. Okay.
All right.
You look
There
at
should be a
them.
joint.
You look at yeah, it should have been at Bob and Doug McKenzie. Okay.
Yeah.
That was that and Garth and Wayne from Wayne's World. Those were our first podcasts because that's how they were presented on those shows as a public broadcast, which was, Rogers in Canada.
Okay.
And those were our first podcasts.
Yeah. Yeah.
When you look at it, those were our first podcasts.
Early on, got
Yep.
started. All right, it's
Party
that
on,
time.
Garth.
All right, talking.
Oh, sorry.
All right, time for events and entertainment, and I've got.
We're going to have a new events and entertainment segment coming soon from Sherry Ann.
Oh, tell us.
I just told you.
Oh,
That's as far as I've gotten. with it.
And it's okay. Well, she's going to different events. She's going to create little video clips.
Yes, and also we're going to put a piece together, like events and things that not necessarily she's going to, but things that are happening in and around Toronto and Canada, so we can have an actual events list like you guys do, except for Sherry Ann will do.
Right.
One less thing that you have to do.
Okay, sounds good. The now talking about events, we have got upcoming. It's not until March, but upcoming. Where did it go?
I don't know, dude. You lost it.
Oh, I know where. I know where it is.
Wrong window.
Who turned out the lights?
Somebody didn't pay
Here
the
we go.
hydro bill this month.
Oh, we're going to be going to Can Expo in March 21st and 22nd. Talking about upcoming events.
I am looking forward to that. We've got some new stuff we're going to try, and they're giving us a booth, and they're giving us some power, and maybe a little bit of internet, and we're going to do what we do down there as best as we can. We've tried to do it several times.
Yeah, we are a Can Expo media partner.
We are.
Yep, and we will be going there, covering the event, like you say, talking to the vendors, the exhibitors, the covering the stuff that's going on the stage.
I should put the timer up on there again.
Yeah. The all the different things that are going on. And there's MJ. All the different things that are going on.
In the video was MJ, was it?
Yeah, MJ was in the video there.
I'm sure she's in a few of them.
yeah. She skates by. She's on her roller skates.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
She goes by. Yeah.
And she will be there this year, as well as Sherry Ann Baker and Cindy.
Yes,
Cindy Howell, as they call her now.
Yeah, she's coming up from the East Coast. And she's going to be here this weekend, giving us a hand as well.
That weekend, not this.
Yeah,
weekend.
that weekend. Yeah, correct. So Can Expo Cannabis Lifestyle Show, 2 full days.
Well, it's only 2 days this year, not 3.
Yes, correct. And bud tender sampling going on as well.
There seems to be a lot of that.
Yeah, explore new brands, connect with the cannabis community.
I can't wait until patrons can access that.
Yeah, exactly. Now they will be updating their website over the holidays.
See, can I tell you something? This whole thing about the bud tender,
bud sampling,
they say that the reason that they allow it is so that the bud tenders who work in the stores have knowledge of the different strains that are available. But here's the fucking kicker. And I'm sorry to interrupt your segment, Al, but here's the kicker, because this really bothers me. Okay. They're not the ones that sample that need to sample, because they're not the ones that buy the product, and they are not allowed to talk about that. When you go into a store, the person who's working behind the counter is only allowed to give their opinion. They're not allowed to tell you any medical information.
Correct.
Stats or anything. You're not allowed to see the bud. You're not allowed to sniff the bud. I do when I go into the store and I buy an ounce. I do what's called the squish test. It's the only thing that you can do. If it squishes and it's got a little play, you're nice and soft in there. If it doesn't, it's a little too hard, you're going to crumble. Right? That's how I go about it anyway.
Yeah. Well,
that's my rant on this whole bud ending thing. I don't like it because we are customers. The customers are the ones that need to sample the fucking shit, not the people who are selling it. They can't fucking talk about it.
Well, they can talk about their experience.
It's not they're not. When I go into a store, I want to say, "Hey, I've got this. What would you recommend?" You're not allowed to do that.
Now, as far as upcoming things this year at the expo, Can Expo.
Okay, we're going back to the Can Expo.
Yes, we're going back to the Can Expo. You went on your bud sample in there.
Welcome to my world.
There will be samples there for those with the can cell and so on and so forth. They have the outdoor consumption lounge this year. like they did last year. It's in a new building this year. Not
It's
only
at
is it 2 days, which is
I believe
shorter.
it's at the Queen Elizabeth building.
Correct. It's at the Queen Elizabeth building instead of the Direct Energy building, but it's in the same area. It's on the exhibition
It's
ground.
actually it's down at the other end of the exhibition place.
Right.
Beside, if you keep going a little bit, it's beside the Medieval Times.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna say it's past the Bomo Field, Bank of Montreal soccer field. Yeah.
Yeah. It's on the other side and that's where the Argos play, isn't it?
Yeah. BMO Field.
The BMO Field, yeah.
And the nice thing about it is, TTC runs to it.
Right there.
You can drive there. You can take the GO train to the C&E grounds. And
it's got good access. I mean, it was at the Enter Center there last time, which is the same access. You got to walk down a little bit from the TTC, but you know what? I enjoy this building better. There's a lawn where we all sit out front. I don't know where the lounge is going to be, if it's going to be in the back or not. I haven't looked at the layout yet, but I enjoyed last year's show for the most part.
Right. Well, I can tell you, if you look at our screen as being the building and the entrance down in the bottom right-hand corner where my logo is, the outdoor consumption is up in the right-hand corner where it says podcast in green, and our logo is there. I don't know if that helps you any.
No, okay.
No.
I've been there. I've been going to that building all my life, so I actually know where that is. It's out in the back. It's out on at the docks by the loading docks is where it is.
Yeah. So we'll be there. We'll have a booth. We'll have some stuff in it. We're promoting what we're doing here at the 420 Pace, and like I said, we'll go around, do some conversations. We'll have the cameras in the booth, talking to people from there, going out to the consumption lounge, being part of, what's going on while we're there.
Yeah, and I'll be at the booth with Sherry Ann and Cindy on the TV playing Max Headroom.
Hey. Yeah, well, that's the thing. New building, we'll have to find out what the internet's like. I hope it's all good.
I've been in there before, and I didn't have any issues with broadcasting.
Okay, just thinking.
It is an older building.
Yeah, it's an older building. Yeah,
what it is. The building that has the dome.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Has the big dome, not where the horses are, but it's the last building. And then there's like I said, Medieval Times is there, and then the building behind it is where the Raptors practice. It's their gym, and they practice there.
Right. Good. Well, there you go.
Yep.
Can Expo.
Pink hair was there again.
Yeah, March 21st, and the 22nd.
Couple months away.
And you'll be seeing some promos and things that we'll be running here on the 420 Pace about the show, about the event. Promos. We're going to be doing interviews as well. We're going to go backstage with the vendors and talk to them, as well as some of the speakers, and we'll be talking to the CEO and so on and so forth throughout time. So watch for those. Are you frozen?
No, I was looking at the other computer.
Oh, okay.
I like you sit in front of many. Oh, I have 3 computers and my phone in front of me. So.
Yeah, I got my phone. I got my computer beside me, but it's not on. So,
well, one computer has 2 monitors and the other one has 1 monitor. So.
Yeah. All righty. Anything else in the event and entertainment thing? Any movies that you watched this week?
There is a movie I want to show.
You mentioned something. Yeah, you mentioned something at the beginning of the show.
I've got a movie trailer for Red One, which is the new Christmas movie on Netflix. Now, I'm not really big on Christmas movies. The old Christmas movies I like. One of my favorite is Jack Frost. I love that movie. Makes me cry every time I watch it.
The cartoon or the real one?
The real one, the one with Michael Keaton.
People.
It's such a sweet movie. It really is. But this movie is different. Give you the premise and then we'll watch the trailer. The premise is The Rock, Dwayne Johnson, plays the commander of ELF, which is Santa's security team. So you can imagine where that's going to go. Let's watch the trailer.
Okay.
I don't want to ruin it. It's a really good, enjoyable family movie.
$497, $498, $499, $500.
Let's go heavy. Got it. Looking strong, Nick.
Go on, brush your shoulders off.
Red one is on the move.
Evening, ladies. What are you so excited about? Of course, your boyfriend's here. Who's with Red?
Reach! Someone took Nick.
We're gonna find him.
I'm bringing in Jack O'Malley. He's probably the best tracker in the world.
The guy's a legend.
What am I doing here?
Last night, Red One, also known as St. Nicholas of Myra, was abducted from the North Pole complex.
Are you saying Santa Claus has been kidnapped? Garcia?
What the hell?
You can't trust this guy. He's on the list. You don't mean that list. NL4. Are you telling me this clown is a level 4 naughty lister? A level 4 naughty lister? Oh, is that funny to you?
Hey! You're gonna help us find Nick.
Come on, let's go. Grab a car. For what? You don't have a Wonder Woman action figure, do you? It's not how it works. Come on. There is much in here that is not of the natural world. Who's that? Krampus. What are they doing? They're playing crappish slop. I think if you don't need me here, I might just go back to the car.
We need to prepare for the possibility of no Christmas.
There's worse ways to go out than trying to save Santa Claus. We got snowmen! That was so disturbing.
Interesting.
My turn!
Oh my God. Is my face still there?
Yeah.
Good. Awesome movie. That's all I gotta say.
Now that I know what I watched yesterday.
Is that what you saw it on?
I know. Gail was watching TV. I was in and out of the house throughout the time.
Yeah.
And
she was watching it.
She kept giving me shit for talking to her because she says,
she was watching the movie.
So I got to see some of it, like the snowman there, and it showed this cutting the snowman in half.
But you didn't know what you were watching at the time.
I didn't have a clue what I was watching. I'm thinking, this has got Dwayne Johnson in it. What's this guy doing, slapping him around?
Next week, I'll have another one. I watched another movie, and I'll bring the trailer with me next week, and that's called Carry On. There's already been a few good Christmas movies that have come out this year.
Yeah,
action Christmas movies.
Okay, yeah. So I didn't even know it had to do with Santa Claus.
Well, this is kind of like it's a different subject,
Yeah,
This is
because
kind of like
I didn't see it all, right?
This is going to be as big as Die Hard.
Yeah,
It's that good. I really enjoyed it. I will watch it again. It was that good. Okay. It's going to be the new Die Hard Christmas movie.
Yeah.
Although, as Bruce Willis would say, Die Hard is not a Christmas movie. Well, he can't say it now, but sorry. Is it too soon?
Yeah.
Too soon?
I don't know.
Okay.
Sorry.
I
But yeah, no, I didn't have a clue. I just
you should watch it, Al. It's a good movie.
I have to watch it from start to end, beginning the whole thing instead of just catching a couple minutes here, a couple minutes there, throughout an afternoon. So I didn't even realize that's what it was. So now I know. I'll let Gail know. I'll let Gail know that you really enjoyed it.
Oh yes, I did. I made yep.
Then you're gonna watch it again.
Oh yes, I will watch it again. My short-term memory sucks, so I'll forget about it in a week and I'll watch it again.
All righty. Let's see. Anything else offhand?
I got nothing. I'm done.
Oh yeah. Okay. I got a little gift bag that was given to me. It's got a sucker in it.
Where from?
It's got a little
Can Expo?
Oil ball. No. What's that? It looks like it's a dragonfly clip. Okay. Thing for plants. There's some papers in there. Lighter. No, this is actually. I went to. I mentioned earlier that I went to Limestone CI.
We're gonna have to hurry up the show, Al. My lighter's dead.
Oh, and I got some baked goods to come home with. They're not infused.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
And I found this. I didn't even know it was in the bag. When I got home, I got this bag.
Somebody must have slipped it in.
Yes, exactly. All righty. Yeah, you need a lighter. I need to go outside and smoke a joint because, as you know, I don't smoke joints.
There's a no smoking ban in the house.
Correct. Vaporize. You know, I probably could go get my volcano.
You got workers in the house.
Yeah.
You want to vape out the fucking workers while they're tearing apart?
No. Okay. So same time, same place next week.
Same bat time, same bat station.
All righty. So we'll bye. See you later.
Bye.
You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning. Can I ask you a question? Just so you know, I'm Al. Here's my producer, and we're live on 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. So basically, my basic question is pretty simple. Why do you march?
I've been doing it for years, and we still need to recognize it globally, so I march.
There you go. Exactly.
I want to travel and be able to smoke weed in other countries.
Exactly. Good answer. Thank you. All right. As we make our way on to testing sample number 11.
Super 11, first 7. Which...
You weren't here for the first 7.
You missed the first 7.
We're on pre-roll 4.
Yeah.
Pre-roll 4 is what we are on. Everybody move. Pre-roll 4.
I got a meatloaf in the oven that I'm going to eat when we're done, and I'm going to enjoy it.
Send it up, Derek.
Bring it on now.
All righty.
Delicious.
So this goes to Deb.
Yep.
Deb, it's up. You're up.
Deb gets to do the
Dump, dump, dump.
Yeah, go.
She doesn't want any more.
She
I can't get it them open.
She can't get them open.
Oh,
Yeah, that's just one of the things. You got to think.
Can't get
people with
pop. I
arthritis,
did worse than that.
Having
They let me
to
cry
open
because I couldn't open the freaking
I've had to use a pair of pliers to open some of these things out.
And, like, I'm not saying it's the caramel cup tubes. It's all the tubes.
No, it's whoever's making the tubes. It has nothing to do with the karma cup.
No, exactly. Like some of them
Or
have
any
a
other
little,
cup.
little edge where you can get your thumb underneath there and pop it out, right? But they are like blocked shut with unless you squeeze them.
They're grandparent proof.
Well,
Boy, you do something.
one is and one's old enough to be.
The dishes.
It's transparent paper.
Yeah.
I don't know how you could tell.
How did it?
It's
Yeah.
not brown.
Yeah, this is. I didn't do the pre-rolls
Brown
last year,
ones.
but as I said,
Yeah.
I'm pretty happy with the papers, which is a big thing.
Lights, any
As far
of
as
that
I'm
kind of-
concerned.
Yeah.
The last one had
No, I
a
can do long paper.
free-flowing
Well,
filter.
I can't really suck that hard anymore to get something from one of those.
You got the scissors?
Like those long ones that you
already
can do.
Oh, it's already
we
open?
haven't
All right.
nowhere.
Okay.
Can't get them lit.
Yeah, you don't have any pre-rolls, Todd. But there's only the one. I wonder if Sarah's looking at adding to the pre-roll category by including infused pre-rolls, having that as a separate kit.
They do sell them, don't they?
Yeah. There's all kinds of
Yeah,
infused
Shatterizer has the 8-ball Kush, which is infused and has Keith on it.
Whatever they put on the inside of them.
I think they might have it a couple of the other ones as well.
Yeah. I've seen them. I bought them at the store with the kiff on the outside and kiff on the inside.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then I saw that on the OCC. What is it? OCS website. Sorry,
Right.
I've had a few, and I'm not driving. I've seen that they have a type of moon rock.
Winner so
Well,
far.
I miss the old moon rocks.
Fingers.
I
I hope it's way
don't want to
late.
forget this one. Okay, yeah.
Get
Everything,
excited now.
everything is all right.
He's fooling, isn't he?
Guess you have to find out.
Actually, probably needs
I think I'm going to
That dry inhaled taste.
I should have.
I'm thinking
That's got a nice taste.
yeah,
Eh?
exactly.
There you go. All right.
So
You
I
ready?
say to me, as regular class final
Plus
people.
4.
Yeah. Visual feel.
Excuse me.
No.
What do you think, Sean?
Again, everybody got quiet again.
Well,
Leave me alone.
Yeah.
Try to use our brain.
Filling out paperwork online. Like there was no way I was going to print these off and then fill them, have them do it. So I had to input everything. It was
Very much.
Okay, late time.
yeah, light time. Light her up. Yeah, spark her up.
Now, are you
Get
finding
Bob's
that?
car, get Bob's car to it.
Are you guys finding that the joints are going out?
No,
Turkey.
no, they're
No?
burning.
Okay, good.
Yeah, they're burning all the way through. I think there was one that had a little funky beginning.
A little. Well, that's just because you didn't clip the end.
They're not on 5 yet, eh?
I don't like that wick because sometimes it will go a little funny. Right?
How you making out, Mama? Jesus, that got a nice smell to it, eh? Here comes that little breeze my way.
Breeze, you can hear the birds chirping.
There's definitely a lot of birds
Can you hear
hanging.
the birds, Al?
Oh yeah. I can hear birds here too.
Can you hear the cars go by?
No,
No.
I can hear cars go by here too,
Yeah.
and
No,
trains.
you can hear the cars, but it's good that you can't hear the cars, but you can just hear the birds.
Yeah.
Yeah. I used to do the last summer. I was doing the radio show at nighttime, sitting over there on the lounge swing, and it'd just be pitch black around me, and that's all you could hear was the animals.
Yeah.
How was the bullfrogs and stuff last night? Was it quiet?
There's only a couple of them.
Oh.
The funny thing was that glowing orange thing I saw.
Oh yeah. Might have been the moon.
Yeah, I think it was. It just peeked out. It was really low. And then I looked at,
in the trees.
above the trees. They're in the middle of
Yeah.
a spot, but it was like this orange spot.
That flying saucer again, do you think,
Well,
Alan?
that's what I was hoping to see.
Flying saucer might be.
And then it rained right after I was outside. It rained.
I miss the sounds
Yeah,
from
that's
the
probably
farm.
the biggest ash of all of them.
I miss the sound from the farm, but it's different here. The sounds are different up here.
No,
Yeah,
I was
just
really happy
sitting,
with it.
Like a
until
cloud
I
ran over that was wet.
And then
But
it
yeah, I was just
It's nicely done.
For me, the aroma didn't seem to come off the taste. Is it for you?
Yeah,
I like
and
it.
then all of a sudden
Yeah,
it just
a little bit.
like clouds went and covered it again. But it could have been setting.
It wasn't very little harshness to it.
Reflecting off the sun, you
But
know.
it still had
Yeah,
a deep
yeah.
flavor to it.
I don't know.
All right.
It's just kind of creepy.
How many strains you got left, Al?
3, man.
Well, we're 3 hours and 47 minutes into this. Let's see if we can do 420 exact.
Okay, well that won't be a problem. And just so you know, anybody who's watching, when this ends, there is more programming that will start up at 6 o'clock. So like we might end up at 5:15 or something like that, for example. And well, there's more programming that starts at 6
Does it
p.m.
taste like a smell?
and it will run straight through till after midnight.
And what that is all the programming that both of our networks have put out this week.
Correct.
Last week.
Yeah. Like for example, this, I'll probably do some editing on this and run a couple different sets.
Smoking
next
experience.
Saturday.
Harsh to smooth.
And so for re-rolled
to smooth.
Saturday. Every morning, starts at 8 o'clock until whenever.
Ash color.
Yep.
Deb has it there. Can you hold that up for me?
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 page Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
All this stuff that you read.
That's some pretty good oil too. The vapors,
Probably pot.
Yeah. Just making a point.
I smoke cigars. Yeah, I'm not
They're reviewing the oil
really.
that's on the paper from it burning and seeing that there's oil on the paper.
On the paper.
Right.
There's no outside ring when you get a heavily oiled joint, but
yeah,
the paper is showing that the oil is running out.
And maybe
Sounds
that's
like
good.
and what's the buzz like?
That I'm not sure.
What's the buzz like?
Good. Lift. It's like a sativa.
What are we on? 5?
Yeah.
This is more uplifting.
What's your guess? An indica or a sativa?
Number 4.
Hybrid.
I read.
Yeah. Coming to you.
I'm okay, thanks.
You're okay?
I'll pass it on to the next generation here.
Pass it on.
We should have done a telethon, buddy. Could have raised some money.
Yeah. I've got an infused cookie here. I'm going to taste.
He's going to be touchy.
Was that a butterfly that just flew by you, Al?
Yep. Flew right in.
Mm-hmm.
What
Looks like
kind?
a big moth.
A moth. I haven't seen any monarchs up here yet.
If
Takes a while to get up here, I guess.
We've had monarchs here, but that's just a butterfly just flew by. I didn't pay much attention.
Yeah.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good day and welcome to the Mushy Moment with myself and my awesome co-host Rev Cindy. We're live today on Tuesday, December 17th, 2023, coming to you live on paceradio.net. We stream everywhere. Hope everybody's doing good as we're getting in close to, that time of the year. Got all your Christmas shoplifting done?
No.
I
have a gift that I'm sending off a friend, which is just a quick email. That's you. So I've got to get that done. I haven't done that yet. And then I have 2 more things to do, which I'm going to do tomorrow or Thursday, I hope. And then I'll be done
for years.
What?
I got this thing I've been doing for years. I avoid everybody till the week after Christmas, and then I run in and get Boxing Day specials and then hand them out. But
If it works, it works, dude.
Don't tell anyone.
Shh. It's between you, me, and everybody watching.
Perfect. We're not telling anyone.
I'm not telling anyone. No. That's a good way to do. I get a couple more things to get for like, you know, family, and then I'm done. But like, I mean, we've got some craft fairs happening this weekend that even though I won't have anything to buy, I love the craft fairs and I'll go meandering anyway. Maybe I'll see something with mushrooms on it and think that it's cool.
Something with mushrooms. What about frogs or toads? Or
you should see some of the stuff. Like my dad got me a paint by numbers. We were out shopping for the kids. We were in a toy store. And when I say kids, I mean my grandchildren. And we were out shopping for the grandkids, right? I was helping Dad pick out some stuff for his great grandchildren. And we come across this paint by numbers, and it's a frog and a toadstool. And I'm like, can I have a paint by numbers? So now I've got like a paint by numbers that's meant for kids 6 and over.
You're over.
I'm over. So I'm going to paint that and put it up on the wall. It'll be fun.
Nice.
I'm going to be a kid.
You're going to paint it in normal colors, or you're going to paint it in psychedelic colors?
Well, they give you normal colors, but I will probably go get some psychedelic colors and have some fun with it.
Going to hang it in the background on that space on the wall there that it will fit perfectly in?
Yeah, well, I have been, I mean, if anybody has been paying attention to my background, it has drastically changed. I've taken a lot of stuff down. The desk that normally sits where I'm sitting is gone. And my posters are all going up in frames. So I yesterday got frames for my posters, and I've got a Wicket Frog poster that's going to go here. It's an amphibian entheogen poster, so it's got Bufo and the combo frog and another frog that I can't remember. But that'll be here, and yeah, I'm going to put some of John's paintings up behind me here. So it'll be awesome. When we come back in the new year, all my paintings and posters will be up. It'll be pretty cool. It'll be different. Yeah. So I was at the dentist before this. Yeah.
That's one of my favorite places to be.
Yeah, no. It's a place that causes panic attacks for me just walking in the door.
Oh, then I won't sit here and go, woo, because that's the only thing.
That kind of sounds like a tattoo gun, so I'm fine.
Oh, cool. That's what I hear ring in my ears while they're busy in there.
Yeah, so that's where I came from. And then I sat here and did hape. So I sound stuffed up, but I just did hape. I apologize. I might blow my nose a couple times.
I'm
What do
wearing
you tell people about hape? Because we probably have some people going, Hap who? You're hape? I'm hape too. But that's not what I'm talking about.
So what are you talking about then? Can't leave them hanging.
Well, I asked you to explain it while I blew my nose.
Oh. I must have been talking right then. I didn't hear that.
That's okay. I can repeat myself.
Oh, you're going to try and make me talk about something that I have to learn about? Hape is a type of snuff that is created by various indigenous tribes where they mix different ashes and herbs and a lot of their prayer and energy into creating the snuffs. And the different tribes and different members of the tribes, there will be masculine created, there will be feminine created with the prayers of and or. So yeah, right there, there's some right there. And what is this one?
This is my new Mint Dream. So it's a Mint Sunu.
Ah, okay. And I'm familiar with the mint. I'm somebody that has some nasal passage issues and whatnot. And I find that the mint tends to open my nasal passages, clear the fog in my brain, and ground me incredibly.
Yeah.
And anytime I'm, well, the hapes in particular, I've learned just more recently as I'm utilizing the medicine more, with this being a strenuous part of the year and repetitive crap that comes around, triggers, that I've had to actually we'll be talking about this. I've had to up my microdosing through this month. So I've doubled up on my microdosing, sometimes even tripled, depending on, the stress and the running around and the trigger, etc. And I've started to utilize some of the hape because I find that my ADHD behavior when I'm running in stress mode will really get the synapses bouncing. And I just start ping-ponging and not really getting anything done. But between the microdoses and the hape, it'll just pull me right into grounded and focused and ready to go. And it'll pull me right out of that. A lot of it is just a yearly repetitive trauma response that I'm working on, triggers and calming them. And I'm finding that this medicine works incredibly well and doesn't leave any harmful after effects. It works really fast. So I'm about to learn more about hape, but I was introduced to it through ceremony and through my healing. And I'm learning that it's a very, very powerful medicine. And when it comes to being able to pull yourself into grounding and out of that fight flight, wow, it's a miracle.
It is. It's an amazing medicine. And most hapes, I'd say 90% of them are the base ash that goes into it comes from a mapacho plant. Mapacho is tobacco, for those of you who don't know, but it is a ceremonial tobacco. It is grown in prayer and reverence, usually in the Amazonian forest, although it has, it is grown in other places. I am just looking for a piece of paper. And it is, it's sometimes pronounced rape or hape. And it's amazing. The one that we were just talking about, the mint sunu, that Steve says he likes, it helps the sinuses. It is made with the ashes of quite literally mapacho and mint. Is everything that's in it. And it's a beautiful medicine. And, hape or rape, depending on how you want to call it, depending on which tribe it comes from, really. It's very much about receiving. Tobacco is one of the medicines, or the medicine, that kind of goes in both realms, the spiritual and here in our earthly bodies. And we can share that with the spirits by blowing the extra in our hands out, or by burning the mapacho and sharing the smoke with the spirits. So it's a beautiful spiritual medicine that way, and can connect you with the spirit of tobacco, the grandfather spirit. So it's pretty beautiful. And then some of the benefits, and that's the paper I was looking for, just to make sure I mention them all. It's heart opening. It helps to open your heart. It helps to bring you to the here and now, as Steve was saying, grounding and bringing you to the here and now. It can bring peace to your mind. It is relaxing. It is a detox for the brain. And when I say not the brain as a physical entity, but your mind, it can help those crazy ADHD.
I call them synapses myself.
Yeah. It can help that settle. It can remove blockages, both physically through the sinuses. We know that. But it also can be spiritually and mentally. It cleanses your energy field. It helps to bring in focus, sharpen your mind. And even though hape or rape is an amazing medicine of its own, it is also paired with a lot of other medicines in the ceremony. I use it in a cacao ceremony. It is used often in an ayahuasca ceremony. So it's just a beautiful medicine. And I just sat here coming back from the dentist, which even if I'm just going in to say hi, I have a panic attack. Getting work done is even worse. So when I came back from that, and I was a little bit late, the hape rape was able to bring me right back to center so I could have a conversation with Steve and with all of you.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. It's like it takes you out of the racing of your mind and puts you into your body, and you're able to focus with the body and go, oh, the body I need to start doing this, rather than in the brain, looking at everything that needs to get done, but not really focused on anything because you're too busy looking at all the things. And it can pull you right out of, right out of that fight flight mode, which is what you would have been in going into the dentist as well.
Yep. Rapé is also great, and you have to be careful when you pair it with different medicines because it's contraindications. It has some contraindications before some medicines. So like 5-MeO, you shouldn't do it before a 5-MeO journey. But let me tell you, coming back off 5-MeO when you are about, 10 seconds away from being back in your body fully, to bring yourself back and ground yourself on with the earth with Rapé right after that 5-MeO, it's like it's perfect. And then I've also paired it with microdosing or macrodosing, and it's amazing with mushrooms in that realm as well.
Yeah, I started to use it a little bit more, after learning some stuff from Anki as well, Anki and Miriam. And I was starting to use it more in the ceremonial aspect. And this is where you get into the context of the masculine and the feminine ends of it. And because it's made from ash of mapacho, the tobacco plant or master plant, and it's a crossover frequency between the spiritual world and this world, the part of what I've done is if I'm looking for, if I'm struggling with something and I want help from ancestors, and particularly either male or female ancestors, my mother, aunts, friends that have passed, or my father and brother and friends that have passed, you can pick a stronger masculine Rapé or a softer masculine or a mid-grade, as well as the feminine. So if I want to communicate or share love and send love and hopefully have communication with anyone on the feminine side, then I will use a feminine Rapé. And in my ceremony, I will ask the spirits, that have shared love with me in this life, that if they, because of the crossover frequency, while my avatar and I am under the influence of this plant, if they wish to come in and share a moment experiencing this dimension again, and I invite them in through my breath, which I breathe the Rapé in, which the breath goes into my lungs, into my blood, into my heart, from my heart to my brain, and in that experience shares the experience between my heart and my brain and any communication that can happen. And in my reality, it is proven to be very, very powerful. And I've been delivered some very healing messages that have actually changed my pathway and helped me in a lot of ways in my healing.
Yeah. I've been witness to a few of those ceremonies. They're pretty beautiful.
Yeah, it's taken me a while. Things, as I heal, it doesn't have to be as loud, but, before it had to be loud for me to hear it. And Rapé has the ability to be loud, but it can also be very soft and subtle. And the first few times I used it, it was a little bit too subtle. That I was there for ayahuasca, and I used it, but I didn't get it. I didn't understand it. I didn't know it. Now that I know more about it, I've learned a bit of, what I know is some of how it works, but I don't really know the differences between the Rapés and the intent and the prayer and the medicines that go into them. So I want to learn a lot more about that as well, because then you can figure out which one to use under which stressors or which triggers, or, you're not triggered, but you want to go into meditation. So which one is a soft, beautiful, I found that the one Beautiful Thoughts for me does that. It brings me into that area where it silences all of that noise in the brain, and I can sit there and just be, and I'm not going to say I get much time just being, but honestly, even even a few seconds of complete mind quiet and being recharges the system for a long time.
Yeah, it does.
Babbling on and on. Oh.
Yeah, I know what to say to get you talking. I've spent the last 3 days finishing up my Christmas shopping, or helping my dad finish up Christmas shopping, and it's been crazy out there. And normally I wouldn't do happy all day. It would, it's something I normally do twice a day or once a day in meditation. But I had it with me when I was out at a craft show, because a friend actually wanted to be served some, so I brought what she likes. Her favorite is the eucalyptus, and she's the only person I've met that really loves that eucalyptus, so I hoard it for just her. You should try it sometime. It's a very subtle, it's actually more subtle than Beautiful Thoughts, actually. Mm-hmm. So I had it with me on Saturday, and we were going in between festival craft fairs and stores, and I was getting very razzled. Microdosing wasn't helping, a joint wasn't doing it, so I said, you know what, can I just have 5 minutes and I'm just going to sit and meditate with some hape? And it made all the difference in the world. I mean, I was like, the next 4 hours were completely blissful, because I was able to shove off that frustrated energy that I didn't have, but I picked up from a lot of people in the stores, because a lot of people are out and they're rushing and they're freaking out, and oh my God, I have to get this, and oh my God, I have to get that. And it's really hard to not pick up that energy. And I was able to blast it away with some hape and make the rest of my day peaceful.
It's interesting, this year, because I've specifically worked on a lot of triggers. Normally this time of year, I don't even go anywhere near a shopping center. I just don't go into that. But I've actually enjoyed watching people, like just sitting and watching and realizing I think there's more people with anxiety than without. Because when you sit and watch people, you go, oh, look at all of these patterns. And very few of them are chill and calm, and everybody's going somewhere in a hurry, and their attitude is in a hurry as well. It's interesting to watch, because it's like, oh, that's me, right? It's like, oh, that's me. Oh, look at me learning to see it, observe it, and hopefully heal a little from it. Slow down a little bit. Bring myself out of that anxiety that isn't ours.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's what it is. You can't help but, when you're around people, but to pick up on their energy. And it is about having the right tools to shake their energy off and give your energy strength.
Yeah. Yeah, not always an easy thing. We're electromagnetic beings that like to harmonize with other electromagnetic beings, and sometimes we'll harmonize with shitty frequencies. Woo!
It happens, but it's having the ability to recognize that, and then having the tools to shake that off, and invite our positive energy back in.
Yes.
And I've noticed, like, over the weekend, like I said, I've realized that I've got those tools. Microdosing in cannabis helps, and adding hape to that tool belt for dealing with stressful situations in the moment, is one that I'm extremely thankful for. And it's weird, because when I was first introduced to hape, it was long before I knew you. And I didn't do it because, I had been a recovered cocaine addict, and like you're talking about a snuff, you're talking about putting something up your nose. And I was kind of like, no, thanks. And I said no. And then years later, we were together at a combo retreat, and I had already gone through some medicines. I felt comfortable in the fact that I had finally shed my cocaine addiction, whether it be from getting sober or realizing that I don't need, like, healing the part of me that craved it. I didn't crave it anymore. So I gave Hape a shot there in Ontario. And I immediately, and you were there, you saw it, I immediately had a relationship of love with this medicine and knew that I had to invite it in and work with it on a regular basis. And I have been pretty much ever since. The first Caripe I owned, I made.
That's right. The first one I owned, you made.
Well, the first one that I owned and I used, I made. And then I ordered one and I gifted that first one to you. So you have the first Caripe I made.
Ah, nice.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's Caripe.
That's Caripe. So yeah, it's a pretty amazing medicine. I'm very thankful that I finally gave it a chance and that I have that tool now in my tool chest or my tool belt.
I have to agree. I'm thankful that I'm thankful you have it in your tool belt too. No, I'm thankful I have it in my. I don't know where that guy comes from, but he just jumps out every now and then.
Once in a while, yeah. We get a kick out of him.
I'm really happy that it was introduced to me. It's taken a long time. It's like 3 years for it to really become a part of my medicine belt where I'm going, oh, I understand where this works and how this works. I had to go through a lot of loud medicines to learn what quiet was. Quiet, the loud medicines introduced me to quiet. They introduced me to duality and showed me the opposite of loud. And in learning a quieter language, I can really hear the Hape now. Yeah, I can hear the Hape, and the microdoses talk to me differently. I don't need the larger microdose all the time. I can use the smaller microdose, and it's like, yes, this is beautiful. This is beautiful.
I've been doing the 30-day microdose routine.
How are you finding it?
Well, I'm just finishing up the second week, and it was, I think, Sunday that I finally stopped getting, because I've been doing it with the Scooby, so I've been doing it with 250 milligrams. And the first, I'd say 10 to 12 days, I felt it. Like I felt the microdose. And I don't feel it anymore. Like I'm still getting that calming effect, but I don't get I don't have any of that. I can tell the medicine's in me by my physical feeling anymore.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's interesting. And I'm going to keep going. I'm marking my days because, like I said, I just got a 30-day or a 30 bottle, 30 pill bottle. And I've just been taking, a capsule microdose a day. And, so, I'll take my week off when I get to the end of it and just see how that is, just to reset my body and then go back into the 110 every second day microdosing.
Neat. Are you documenting anything as you do it?
Sure, when I talk to you on air.
Oh, but you're not writing anything down that you're noticing? Because one of the things, that after I had created my microdoses and was doing my microdoses, one of the things I started reading is, you can't go like more than 7 days and you got to take a break because the mushrooms don't work. But, you're going, well, I went 12 days before I stopped feeling just that part of the mushroom, right? And it takes a little while for you to get used to it so that it doesn't do that. It's still working. That's what I found. I found I did that 30-day routine, and I don't know whether it's because of the adaptogens and the mix that's in there with it, but I found it worked the full 30 days. And then when I took, I only took a 2-day break in there because I was looking back to see, what had transpired. And I could see stuff all the way through. Like these work, well, they work so well, I did it again. But it's interesting that literature says that it shouldn't, but then I guess everybody's different, and who were they using it on when they did those studies? Because maybe people that suffered trauma or complex trauma react differently because their system works differently.
Who knows? Who knows? But like I said, I stopped feeling the effects before the weekend. And I could tell that they were still working, even though I didn't feel any psychoactive effects. Just simply because, I mean, like I was going into crowded craft fairs this time last year. I mean, I had everything done way ahead of time this time last year because come December 1st, I don't like going in the stores. And I didn't even start Christmas shopping until December 1st this year, really.
Wow.
You know what I mean? And so it's, and I went on this regime and I've been doing great. I've been having a blast.
Isn't it neat when you can look, you see those things and go, wow, look at a bunch of those triggers that just are receding and fading. Because every trigger that recedes or fades is just another step in the healing direction. And it's so beautiful to just have them dissipate.
Yeah. And this is a great time.
Oh, hang on. It's break time. It's time to check out our sponsors and pay some bills. You're here with us live on the Mushy Moment on, here's my David Lee Roth, ready? You're here with us live on the Mushy Moment on paceradio.net. We'll be right back.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partners 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega, Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network
here at paceradio.net.
Welcome back to the Mushy Moment, streaming live to you here at paceradio.net and everywhere.
Very cool. So I realized this morning I shared some of my sober dates on Facebook, and 4 months from tomorrow I will celebrate 17 years clean from street drugs.
Nice.
17 years. Holy shit.
You're getting old. Oh, sorry. Oh. I'll always be older than you anyway.
Yeah, that's right. Don't you forget that.
Well, I'm hoping Amy will be able to come in. She had some technical difficulties, and she was running off to a coffee shop to see if she could get some Wi-Fi there and log on. But I'm just going to hope she can actually get in.
If not, you know what? We have plenty of time in the new year. January, February, March, we'll get her on.
Oh,
she'll be on the show. It's just a matter of and even if she gets on today, it's only going to be for part of the second half. So it's just not going to be near enough time. So I'm already going to say that even if she makes it on, we're going to have to bring her back. So she will end up on the show no matter what.
I almost texted you and said, hey, we might have to run a repeat. I was having problems trying to get in too. Trying to get things to sync up and get the Wi-Fi working was a bit of a battle. But yeah. Hey, is that a cannabis drink or is that a cacao drink?
Cacao.
I hear you.
So postal strike shit. I don't want to talk politics or postal strike, but they're finally back. And I got my advent calendar 17 days late today.
Oh, she ate 17 chocolates?
No, God, no. I wouldn't be talking very well right now. I'd be like, but my advent calendar showed up today, which is really cool. So now I actually have, a bag full of edibles from the first 17 days.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, that's that's why I got the call that I have to let Helen know that her coat arrived at John's. So it must have been sent by mail. Well, that'll be good. A whole bunch of people we sent stuff to will finally get their packages.
That'll be beautiful.
Wow.
I was expecting when I went into the post office this morning, I was actually expecting a long lineup and expecting to be there for like half an hour. I was the only one in there.
Wow. Well, I'll be throwing some stuff into a couple of boxes and getting it sent away. Woo!
Woohoo! And since last we were on, I has also been accepted. I'm into this natural medicine. I've got a couple of diplomas now, working with the medicine. I've been working for a while. So I applied to be part of a health and wellness show here in Nova Scotia, and I got accepted. So I will be doing that in April as well, representing both myself in what I am doing and At Ease.
And that's pretty damn awesome. I applied, John sent me a link, and I applied to the one here, but it's I'm just on a waiting list. But it'd be nice. It'll be nice. I think it'll be awesome to get a bunch of the health products into a bunch of these shows.
There's a lot of stuff that we can take into these shows without upsetting anybody.
Yeah.
So I feel like if I got my insurance in time, I should be able to take in and serve cacao and hape, and talk about 5-MeO while there.
You're gonna make up some pamphlets and little brochures and stuff.
I think I'm gonna, my webpage will be up by then, as well as social media. So I'll have a card that directs people towards that.
Ah, nice.
Yeah. It's just, honestly, it's cheaper that way. I mean, making up pamphlets and whatnot, I don't have the ability to do that on my computer. Like whether it be the graphic artist side of it or the printer, And I'm okay with that. Most people are digital these days, so as long as I have a card and a place for people to go look, that I mean, like information about 5MEO is so new that information about it is mostly digital anyway. And for people to go find it, find out information, that's the way they search for it. So, I'm kind of excited to get that on the go, being accepted for this date, in April. A few things. It'll be a week after my 17-year anniversary of being clean from cocaine. It comes just after 4/20, and it gives me an end date to aim for, to have everything up and ready. It's kind of like, that'll be my soft launch of the company, will be that weekend, which will be really cool to be doing it alongside of your product, and to, be officially introducing At Ease to Nova Scotia at that point in time.
That's pretty awesome.
You will be officially coast to coast in April. Yep.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Wow.
Yeah.
Company's been growing pretty good, actually. It's been doing really well. The lots of great response, lots of people. It's just great response. It lights up my heart. It just lights up my life. It's beautiful. It's beautiful to be a part of being able to watch people heal and help people heal. It really is. And animals. And for New Year's, we'll have the angel drops and the angel powder, which will be the kitty stuff for cats, the CBD for cats, and then the gut biome powder that'll have, glucosamine, chondroitin, MSM, and taurine for them. And it'll help do the same things that the puppy power and the Mika drops have been doing for the dogs. So I expect a whole lot of cat people to be, hugging me and thanking me, and because, that's what puppy people do.
Yeah, the cat people will come along and start making biscuits on your shoulder, probably. Thank you.
Oh, it's a beautiful thing. When what amazes me is it's all nutrition. Like some people go, mushrooms are nutrition. It's all nutrition, all of it. The adaptogens, nutrition. The amino acids, it's in nutrition. Where do we normally get our amino acids from? Our food, nutrition. And nutrition, this vessel is made to power up and repair itself on nutrition and water. And then we overflood it with these waters full of sugars and fake sugars and flavors and dyes. And, when you start to learn how important nutrition and water actually are, it's for me it was life-changing. For me it's been life-changing, and for the people that have been around me, a lot of them, it's been life-changing. It's we should be educating people on nutrition, and not that stupid fucking pyramid that they have in the schools. It's a diabetes pyramid, for Christ's sakes, but we need to educate people on herbs. We need to educate people. There's so much research done on what they do, right? Like if you're interested in a food, look it up and then find out what the things are that are in it. You look into greens like broccoli. Oh, it's sulforaphane. That's one of the ingredients. You just do a search for published studies on what sulforaphane does for the gut or health. And you just get these things, and then you have to learn that if you're eating the stuff that's conventionally grown, then you're also getting glyphosate, and glyphosate destroys anything that the nutrition is trying to do. It kills your glyphosate kills everything except the thing that has glyphosate in it to live, right? The genome, the GMO items. So
Okay, so let's just stop there for a second, because you're throwing out a lot of words that most of the people watching are going to go, What the fuck is that? So why don't you explain what some of that stuff is?
Oh, like glyphosate?
Yeah, like these are big words for some of this stuff that a lot of people
That's
don't
the active
know.
ingredient in Roundup, right? And Roundup is the most sprayed chemical on our crops. And when they say GMO, they genetically modify that crop so that it has the Roundup gene in it. It has whatever it takes for that plant to be able to survive being blasted with that chemical. Because when that chemical is used, it kills all the other plants and weeds around it. And it kills everything in the earth as it goes down. It kills the bugs, it kills the germs, it kills the molds, it kills shit. That's what it's designed to do. And if it's killing the life in the dirt, and it has to be genetically put into the plant so they can spray it. Now, originally, it was like, oh, we only need to spray the crop once with this instead of using the organic type pesticides that we have. We only need to spray once. But then as the bugs that don't die survive, they become stronger, kind of like the antibiotics and what the gut does. If you don't complete the cycle, then whatever you're fighting gets stronger and is immune to that antibiotic. Well, the bugs and the things they're treating the plant, the plant with the Roundup and the pesticides for, those bugs become super bugs. So then they have to spray more and more and more. So now I honestly, I can't remember the number, but if I'm right, I believe it's 9 times more now than it was when it was first introduced, which means there's that, like the people out there spraying are in zoot suits, masks. Oh, so it's okay for us to eat then, right? And it's genetically in the plant so it won't die. Well, if it kills everything it gets into, and our society is overridden with gut dysbiosis and problems of the gut. Correlation doesn't cause causation, or however they say it, but it does make sense that it's a contributor to the gut dysbiosis that we have going. And there is science to support a whole lot of that. So if you eat organic, you eliminate that aspect of it. Also, with conventionally grown food, only P, K, and N for minerals are required for a plant to grow. So they use those, and mostly they're synthesized, and because then they can be patented and somebody makes the money off of those chemicals that they're using to grow the plants. If you grow broccoli organically and you grow broccoli conventionally that broccoli, the conventionally grown, will look better, it'll get bigger, it'll last longer, it has less vitamins, less minerals, and it has the pesticides and the Roundup. The organic broccoli, because it's fed with different things, teas, manures, different things with lots of minerals, it can have, again, my number spectrum is off, but if I'm not mistaken, it was like up to 23 minerals. And minerals are imperative. You always see comparisons on TV, and they compare the vitamins. Yes, the plant has the same vitamins, but one is full of minerals and the other only has 3 synthetics. And if we don't have proper minerals in our body, 1, it causes disease, and 2, we need the minerals to process the vitamins properly. So if you're loading up on vitamins and you're mineral deficient, you're using dick all out of the vitamins, right? So by going organic, and people go, well, it's more money to go organic and conventional is so much cheaper. Yes, but is it cheaper in the end when your gut dysbiosis causes you a cancer, or just all the different disease that comes out of the gut? Healing the gut heals the body. Healing the gut heals the brain. Sorry, I went on a rant there. Any other questions? Did I explain it okay?
Well, yeah, but that was a while ago, and then you went off. Like, because I mean, like, you know, like really, the question was, what is that?
Glyphosate?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant what is the difference between the two and using the one.
No. The question was, what is this? Because a lot of people are going to hear like whatever that's called, and they're going to go, Gaia who? So what is that, right? Like, and other like. Because you use like the big old Latin terms for it, right? And not everybody knows that. So when you say that, people like me who don't work with that stuff go, what the frig is that? So explaining that to people as we're talking is, I think, important. And that's what I asked.
Where John would hold up a nerd sign and point it at me.
I don't have a nerd sign, but if John, if you're watching, would you hold up that nerd sign for us? But I mean, it's interesting. I mean, like, and you're right. Like, the gut is extremely important. You know, to heal the gut and to make the gut work properly can help for sure heal your body. I mean, like, I have put, you know, diseases in remission. Although, you know, like, it comes from more than just eating or taking these supplements. You have to eat properly, and you know, you saying all of that. Like, I mean, one thing comes to mind. Go to your local farmers markets and buy the organic vegetables, buy the organic meat. Don't go to the big box stores. Don't do that. Go to your, you know, go to your local farmers market, go to your local, you know, butcher and buy the meat and buy, you know, buy your proteins and buy your vegetables that way. 'Cause you'll get real food. It may not look as pretty as the stuff that's been all GMO modified, but it, you know, it's real food. It's the way it looked 20 years ago.
Yeah. Well, people a long time ago, like I remember when I was little growing up, we didn't go buy a whole shitload of food and cram the fridge. What got crammed was the freezer. So the things where you would buy a side of beef and it would go in the freezer. You would bake 20 loaves of bread, they would go in the freezer. But the fridge stuff, you would go to the store or you would go to your garden and you would pick a bunch of veggies and then, you know, either defrost something or go to the store and get something. But this fill your fridge up with veggies that need to last 3 weeks. Well, it's probably good for people with ADHD like me because, you know, then at least things are in there. But no, I throw out quite a bit too because, you know, I ADHD out and forget it's in there, and then I go in and my broccoli's going all yellow with little flowers.
Yeah.
And then I can plant it.
Then you can what?
Plant it.
Yeah. You should. You should have a garden out there.
I had a garden. I had gardens right up until I moved into the motorhome, actually.
Yep.
But I am looking at some plants to put in here. Mother-in-law's tongue generates oxygen. So you can work out, there's like 3 or 4 plants that are really good for purifying your air and whatnot in your room or in your home. And you can look up your space that you have and then you just put so many in and it just keeps your space fresh. And it's kind of neat. Look at me getting healthy. Guy that used to tour with rock bands, probably eating 10,000 pounds of frickin' French fries. I don't know how many pounds of beef. You know, I remember being in Speedy Creek, Swift Current, Saskatchewan in a restaurant in the 80s, and they had this burger, if you could eat it, that you'd get another one for free the next time you come in. But it was the size of the plate. Like, you cut it into 6, and it was 6 normal-sized burgers. I didn't get through it, by the way. I ate beef back then. But I did attempt it. You know, I had to give it an attempt. But, you know, I just think of the garbage I ate on the road, and I'm actually a lucky man now. And you know, I have to say I am, because I know a lot of people that have been on the road for years, and they're not so lucky.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, I feel the same about my life. I am lucky that I got through it with just really some dental problems and some PTSD. You know, the dental problems can be healed as well as the PTSD. I mean, I have less and less triggers these days. The dentist, sadly, is probably one of the biggest ones. But I have learned that people that have suffered the traumas that I suffer with get, like the dentist is probably one of the hardest medical things to go get done, which makes sense. And then you combine that with the damage I've done just by choices I've made. I'm doing pretty good getting in there and at least getting stuff done.
Yep. Yeah, walking a healing path is an absolutely beautiful thing. And I've been blessed because having the company, I've been able to see people that, that were PTSD or trauma, not complex and not lifetime. And I've been able to watch people that I would have to say healed their PTSD. It's like you see it happening and you see them change, and the ability to see light and look at the good things in life, and everywhere they go comes back. They're not just looking, how do I keep myself safe? Where's the bad guys? Where's the darkness? Where's the damage? They're back to looking at the full spectrum of it, and it's beautiful, and it just makes me have faith that it's there for everybody. Yep. It's just, how much did you go through? How much physical damage? How much psychological damage? How much repair has to happen? How many layers of shields that you built to keep yourself safe do you have to remove? But I'm so many miles ahead of where I was, one, when I started the company, and two, when we started the podcast. It's a beautiful thing.
I see that in you, because when I first met you, you had done just finished doing that documentary, and the conversations that we had, you weren't even sure if you were going to do that. You said, I'm going to show up, but I don't know if I'm going to do it. I may sit down to do it and then get up and leave. Just be prepared. I mean, you were, John had to almost yank you pulling and screaming. Meeting somebody that just kind of showed up and said, I saw you on the documentary, come be my friend, was very stressful for you. And now that friend has dragged you on to doing a podcast, and so you when if you think of the guy that became friends with me at first and compare him to you now, I hope you see the incredible path you've walked.
Oh, I see. Yeah. I'm able to see through reflections of my friends and the people on my healing path. I'm able to see a lot. Watching that original video, I can see that I'm on the verge of crying through that whole thing. I'm hyper emotional through that whole filming. I watch it. The first time I watched it, it took me there. I felt it. It was like, oh, this is where I was. Oh, wow. No, you need to calm down. This is, wow. Just the first time I watched it after doing it, there was already a shift that was like, oh, this is, it was, oh, I observed me. That's funny. As I observed triggers and watching that, I was observing me in a trigger. And it's great. Some people run from their triggers. I used to run from my triggers. Now I just try to hold my space where the medicine puts me. When I have a trigger, I just try to find that space. I don't find that space, but I find the room to breathe. And as soon as you start to breathe, you can make a trigger stop. Breathing is so key to everything. It really is. Hey, we're coming close to the end of the show.
That's what I just thought too.
Well, that's a bummer that she couldn't get her tech working. Yep. I get it. It's a damn fight, and especially it's funny because she tried the one coffee shop and didn't have Wi-Fi, so she said, I'm going to run to the one that we'd gone to before, which was the Brecca. The problem with the Brecca, you might get Wi-Fi, but you're not going to get a place to sit down. but you'll get some pretty damn great cream puffs and donuts. But I'll leave that. We won't give them that at.
But it's that time now.
So thank you for joining us here on the... Wait, David Lee Roth. Oh, I need the glasses though. All right. Thank you for joining us here on the Mushy Moment with my co-host Cindy, myself, and our awesome guest, us. We look forward to having Amy on the show and in the new year when tech is running smooth. It's going to be an awesome run. We're proud to be coming to you live from baseradio.net. We'll see you next week with more exciting guests, healing information, and much love.
And just to clarify, this is our last show before Christmas, so we won't see you till next year.
Happy New Year, Merry Christmas. We'll see you on the big time stage.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partners 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Okay, Al, I'm going to shut down. And try to
This is your break from visiting with Tommy.
Wow. I don't even remember what I said.
Good thing we recorded it.
Right?
Twice. As MJ sits in the middle of the auditorium rolling a dude.
What do you mean? Oh, fix. Al's having technical difficulties for once in like ever. Because Al never has technical difficulties really.
So talk about as you're rolling, talk about your experience with meeting Tommy again.
I felt really nervous only because I was worried about the line of people. Kind of like when I used to work fast food and it was like the dinner rush and you're like, oh my God, I got to get through all these people and say everything I need to do before I got to get out of here. So I think I got it all. I wanted to tell him about the bubbler, about the joke from last time.
Yeah.
He laughed again. So like,
yeah,
I feel good. And I don't even know how long I was up there, but it felt like way too long.
You loved our business card.
You were up there way too long. Yeah.
It just felt like I was there too long. I didn't want to take up too much of his time.
You weren't there too long.
You don't have a problem with time, though.
It was like when I met Alyssa Milano. I was there too long. Security had to come over and say, "You got to go."
Really?
Yes. But
Okay, then I wasn't there too
Alyssa
long.
Milano was the what was still talking to me and interested in my book, which is dedicated to her. So that's the thing. The handlers need to move it. As long as the person you're going to visit isn't going, "Hey guys, can you move this along?"
Hey, smell.
So that was good, babe. You made the handlers come over and move you out of there. 'Cause he wasn't going to move you out of there.
Well, I moved out on my own. He was going to move the bag out of the way. Because there was a bag of glass on the floor.
Let's fight about
Yeah.
Tommy.
I'm like, I'm good. I see it. I see the big bong.
But there we go. We're going to put this up on our story right now. That's one of our favorite Doobie Doobie sandwich pictures now.
Yeah. How are we going to top that?
Well, at this particular...
I was hoping to see you guys because I gave all of those away, and then my friend was like, "Do you know what you gave me? These are amazing." Like, I had no idea. I just thought they were a pack of papers. She says they're so silky and soft, yet they don't tear and they burn beautiful. So, and we know our toys. So. We do, baby. I got a business card. I got one in mine. Thank you. Love the colors. It's almost like it's the same. It's the same. Please. Appreciate that. Yeah. We will talk. I like the sound of that. It's me. I feel like I'm burning up. Those guys were cold.
What's that?
With your hip. Are we still live?
Yes.
Yeah,
We got some awesome papers.
Al's giving us the roll. Keep on talking. So, who are these guys and why'd they stop by to give you? Tapia?
Topia.
Wait, what are those? Oh, those are rolling papers.
Papers. Really awesome papers. The only thing is they're really long. They're really long.
So what's your initial thoughts right now? We kind of came in quickly. We did the doobie doobie thing by jumping the line and saying, we just need to go in. We'll get our passes later. Yep. High five.
Hey, buddy.
That's the way we roll. So, but now that we've kind of done a quick pass through, what are your thoughts?
I'm wondering if this is everything. I know we haven't made the outside yet.
Yeah.
That'll be next.
I'm a little upset on a personal level that these carpets aren't going to allow us to roller skate.
Say that again.
What's that?
Say that again.
They could hear me. Hey guys, I'm just saying we can't roller skate on these floors.
And it looks like it's a track too. Like we should be able to.
It's got tracks on the floors. In all the events I've been to, this is the first one that we haven't been able to. We had the roller skates in the car, and then we got in here and we were like, oh. So, for all you people planning events in the future, just remember, you got to cater to those people that have their roller skates. It might just be us, but you're right.
Yeah, not just you people that wear high heels.
Yeah, all you high heels.
Shoes.
All you high heels.
Soft floors.
There we go. All right, so.
Thank you.
So here we go. Just going to show people here. Can you see this?
Bring it in.
That's our newbie doobie sandwich. We have people requesting them, and now we finally have Tommy Chong and the Newbie Doobie sandwich.
Love it.
You know, here's the thing about that meeting. Tommy Chong doesn't yet understand how awesome it was that he just met the Newbie and the Doobie. Because when he talked to MJ a while ago, she was just Mary Jane Baker. But now she's the Newbie of the Newbie and the Newbie. And
Actually, I don't know if I was legally Mary Jane Baker yet.
oh, you might have been your old self?
I've been my old self.
Okay. Well, now when we have him on the podcast, we'll be able to remember this moment.
Yep.
Are you using your new papers?
No, because I just told you they're too long. They're too big.
I love when people see your box full of stuff.
Next time someone says to me, nice box, I'm going to say, how rude. Like, what's the response to that? Nice balls? No.
So what's
That's hilarious. Jimmy can't even hear me.
I can't hear. I had to take my earphones off. I'm getting like feedback. It's a loud place.
So Al could be talking to us right now, and we can't even hear him.
You know what they've done really well though, is this room is really loud, and they've got the music going, and it's congested. But there was music. But when you walk through the main stage area, I could hear everybody talking in the main stage. Remember that last event we were at with like the audio was so bad in the room, like you could barely.
Oh, it sounded like.
Yeah. So they've managed to put the main stage.
Oh, speaking of the last event,
in the midst of this, and I thought they've done really well the audio wise.
Pretty sure that's her over there.
That guy was standing behind us in line. He just got in.
So we're live, but we're not live because we're not saying anything. We're just sitting here. All we can do is show you what's going around. Because I'm just rolling the doobie. I don't know how enjoyable that is to watch. But we still after my doobies are rolled, which I got 2 ready. We need to find the consumption because it's your stuff. We didn't get a map. Well, I guess we didn't go through. We didn't go through the thing, so.
Yeah, we didn't go through the proper channels.
So I guess I can't really bitch that they didn't give us a map because they literally just like switched us through.
Oh. So tonight's after party, which we'll be going to, is hosted by who? Mills?
Mills.
We got jerseys by Mills. We're going to be rocking those tonight. We'll take some pictures, show you those. We actually have like personalized jerseys.
Yeah.
We have a Newbie and a Doobie Mills hockey jersey.
Yeah, last year at Lyft, we met Mills and they were doing customized jerseys, and the guy who was doing them ran out of O's. And he was like, "Are you okay if I just cut the tail off the queue?" And we were like, "No. We need 4 O's. What are you talking about?" So we went all the way back to the studio and picked up some O's. Could you imagine doing Newbie and Doobie with cues? I guess it would kind of look like eyes. If you just cut the bottom off, it would kind of look like eyes. All right. All right, I'm on camera now. It's your turn.
We will get moving soon. So right now we are putting together, just so people know, we are putting together our next list of interviews. We hope to nail down a few of those people while we are here. We are also in the middle of developing a special show for this channel. There's been a lot going on. We're kind of in the creative zone, putting a bunch of plans together. But one thing I've noticed, though, out of the few events that I've been to, although it feels like a lot lately, I see a lot of new vendors, but maybe that's just because I'm not very, hey babe, are there a lot of different vendors here, or am I just not observant? I feel like there's a lot of new people that I'm already seeing. Sometimes when we go to these things, we see a lot of familiarity. This one already seems to have a lot of people that I don't recognize, which is good. Okay? Yeah. So that goes down too. Oh, so we're here for the next 2 days. And who are we meeting today? We got an interview today, right, with Randy Rowe. So we got an interview today with Randy Rowe. We'll try to interview with other people. 2 o'clock. It's a 2 o'clock interview with Randy Rowe. We saw him downstairs. He was looking a little frazzled. I can imagine the day of something like this gets a little bit hectic. So, what else? What do we want to say before we get on the move here again? Have you already smoked? Oh, we got to find a place to smoke. All right. Here's the funny thing is that at a cannabis conference, I would be like, yeah, let's just walk around. But then I always forget that we need smoke breaks. Not me, but when you got to do these things.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net. Good evening, Tamara. How you doing? What's in your hair?
I put some red in it because, I get bored. And it's just semi-permanent, so it washes out.
Oh, so, okay, all right.
It's not permanent color, it's just a demi-perm. I got bored, so I decided I was going to perm it. And I put some pink in it before. And then I bought this red. Like, this is actually, the light doesn't give it. It's like Christmas red. Like, if this light's not great, but it's like red. So yeah, it'll wash. Like I said, but it's a demi. It washes out by Christmas. It'll be gone. Like it only lasts not that long. So yeah, it's just like I said, I was bored. I was bored. Like I mentioned, to be bored, right?
I thought it was a ribbon. I didn't. Yeah.
No, it's actually my hair. Nope.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, because I was just noticing the top, right?
Yeah, no, I've got, it's just that I wore it up in a ponytail all day at work it's just kind of tucked because I wore it up all day and I got a headache, so I had to take it down and
yeah.
So
how you feeling otherwise? Has the arthritis settled down?
Yeah, it comes and goes because, like I said, depends on the humidity. It seems to be, and like I said, today has been. When I woke up this morning, my shoulder was pretty stiff, but then I've also added the other hydroxychloroquine to the mix because I wasn't taking it. Yeah, because it's been so up and down. I can't be in a flare. Like, I just don't have time for it. So I did start taking that because I was trying just the icy pot and I was trying just, the caps and just trying everything. But that, yeah. So I had to, anyway, I'm doing better this week than last. So I can move
Good.
my arms. Like my hands aren't swollen. I mean, I'm by no means like 100% because my hips are,
No.
but we got snow and rain again today, right? So, and then it snowed like
Yeah.
3 feet and then it melted. It was all like basically whatever snowed was gone by around 1 o'clock. And now it's starting to freeze because it's going to go down to -5. So yeah, it's going to be fun. I'm
Yeah.
not going
Yeah.
anywhere. I'm going
We're,
from here to there to sit underneath my heating bed. Yeah, I don't have to go back to work till 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, and I'm not. I'm tired. I Wednesdays I'm always tired though. So I
right.
slept at least last night because last week I hadn't slept. Remember, not a wink.
You're correct. Yeah. Yeah. You've been up for 2 days or something when we did the broadcast. Yeah.
I had insomnia and I was just like, but I slept. That hasn't happened again. I was up for those that I've been sleeping. So
Good. Good.
weird. I don't know what the hell is up with that. But
That's right. Exactly. Exactly. All right. Well, tonight we've got ourselves a longtime friend of the show.
yes,
Somebody I got to meet back in 2015, and we've been friends since, and communicating, supporting each other. And we're going to learn more about him and his business tonight.
he's a sponsor of this.
That's right. Exactly.
So we appreciate that as well because that's big for our network to have such a great sponsor.
Exactly. It's right. And he's shown a lot of support to the cannabis community and others, helped other people along the way with many things. But tonight we're going to find out about the business and what the future and history of the business and so on and so forth. But instead of me telling you about it, it's probably best for me to just introduce our guest. What do you think?
What inspired him to start the business?
Yeah, what got the start? What got it going exactly? So at this time, I'd like to welcome someone as we've talked about, worked hard, built this business, an indigenous cannabis business. We'd like to welcome Tim Barnhart to the Pace Radio Show. Good evening, Tim.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, good. And yourself?
Oh, pretty good, Al. Pretty good.
How is it down along the river? How's the weather treating you down there?
It's nice. It's really warm. It's snowing out right now, but it's not going to last. Lots of warm weather in store for us.
I know it's been weird. This whole year's been
I know.
Weird. We haven't really
Yeah.
had. It's been like, but now we usually have like a lot of snow and it's -20 at least, right? No, we got snow, but it's not -20.
How far back are you? Back north, right? How far back? Yeah.
Me?
You live in the north?
I'm north. I'm north of 7. So like we're like like an hour and almost an hour and a half north of you. But
So how much snow did you get recently,
we
you
get
guys?
our climates are different because you're down by the water.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
there's weather streams between us.
Right.
It seems to be dumping on you guys and just bypassing us down here.
Yeah.
Which is
yeah.
okay, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, we had some good snow. We had probably there were snowmobile tracks.
Yeah.
I could see them along the side of the road and in the ditches and stuff, but it's all gone now. Like
Yeah.
we've had so much rain and the warmth. It's gone.
Yeah, rain here too. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
And I'm in the Rocky Mountains, so it's odd for us, like I said, to have this weather. It's more like coastal weather.
Yeah, it's that time of year. And besides that, we live in Canada, right? We're up north.
Yeah. Great White North.
Great White North, exactly. It's gonna happen. So, as I mentioned in the intro, Tim, you've built yourself a cannabis business. So tonight we're going to learn, the history about your business. I guess as well as the indigenous community as whole with cannabis on the different locations across the country, as well as what the future holds for Legacy 420. So give us a bit of a rundown, and then maybe get us we'll go from there.
Yeah. So I opened Legacy 420. Actually, it was in 2014. And then tried to get a license for it under cannabis to to no avail. So I opened a license under just Legacy 420, not didn't make any reference to what I might be selling. I just put paraphernalia, so i.e. pipes and so on. And so that was always basically my dream, Al, was to be in the cannabis business. I'm sure it was you guys' dream too, right? So
That's
from an
right.
early age, yeah. So from a very early age, I had dreams of opening, a dispensary.
Yeah.
And lo and behold, the Liberal government was talking about it in 2013, and it got me thinking, right? So I thought, well, as Native people, we should be really thinking about this, because this plant fits right in with the rest of our medicines. And so, I basically launched Legacy, and no fanfare. Sat there in the store probably for 6 or 8 months all alone. Nobody ever came to the door. Everybody's afraid to
Oh,
come to the
really?
door.
No,
Yeah.
no.
Oh, yeah.
So, like,
And
would you not have had a sign out on Highway 2, which is
no, I wasn't. No, because at
Okay.
that time I had a partner, and I won't mention his name or anything, but I did have a partner, and he had cold feet, so he didn't want to make any admissions. He wanted to do it on the downslide, and
Now,
I wanted to be old.
were you in the
We had
strip
a
mall
statement
at
to
that
make.
time?
Beg your
Like,
pardon?
like when we met, you were in the strip mall there on
Yes,
Highway 2. So
exactly.
that's where it was launched from.
That's
In
where it was
beside the
launched.
cigar store.
Right, which I own too. Yeah.
Okay.
So I had both the stores, and the another friend of mine had the other store.
Mhm.
So basically, we opened the store with the premise that there'd be no consultation, and sure enough, we were right. Right. So we're never consulted on anything, and so we took an educated guess, and it turned out to be exactly that. There was no consultation, nor would there be. So in 2016 or 2015, 2016, the police came to my shop, and
Project Long Arm.
yeah, basically I had been in operation for probably almost a year before they came along, and wanted to shut me down. Basically said they were going to arrest everybody in the store and shut us down. And so I basically challenged them. I said, well, look, I've got a lot of evidence here that says we have every right in the world to not only be using this plant, but selling and trading this plant as well. And I said, why don't you do yourself a favor and me a favor, and instead of raiding this store, give us a couple of weeks or a couple of months, take that pile of paperwork that I just gave you and take it to Ottawa and see what Ottawa has to say about it. Right. So he did. He took it to the public prosecution, Judy Raybold's office, and we got a positive assessment. They ended up calling me. So they called me 3 months later and basically said, leave your reporter and your lawyers behind, come down and see us. And so I did. And when I got in the office, there was, not one or two police like there usually is. There was, 5 or 6. It looked like the whole department was there, and they were all huddled around a big conference room table. So I plopped my ass down, and basically the chief of police said, we don't know how to tell you this. So we're not. We're just going to read it to you. And so they read me the statement from the Crown Prosecution's office. And basically, it's rubber stamped my position that constitutional right to this plant. So basically, they were told basically to stay away, right, until this was sorted out through Ottawa or the courts, and because Justin Trudeau was, about to legalize the plant, and really they didn't want to rock the boat so early in the game, and the constitutionality about it all. So
Yeah.
two,
Wow.
so under those two,
So
they basically left me alone.
Yeah, and basically I look at that as you're the first cannabis.
I was the first,
indigenous cannabis store, legal store that was selling. And because of your actions is what we see. Like I'm in the middle. I live in a spot where I got access to 100 stores.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Al. So what I did there is was huge, right?
Yeah,
For the wealth
major.
of indigenous people across the country.
Correct.
So today, I think there's something like 1,200 dispensaries on First Nations across reserves. Now, overwhelmingly, a lot of those nations have improved their lifestyles, right?
Yes.
So they're able to go and buy a nicer car, or maybe rent a better apartment, or possibly buy a home, right? And literally that's why I started this, because I knew, because I come from tobacco, I knew that we literally turned tobacco upside down in a matter of a decade. And we stole position, we stole revenue, and we rained down hell on the big players. And so we basically took market position. And so I coming from that industry, I knew we could do this. I knew we could affect change, lower the prices, right? And move this forward for all of us. And sure enough, that's where we are today. Now it's so systemic now that all the chiefs are basically on board. There's the odd one that's against it, but for the most part, this is a decade of cannabis use in First Nation. And there's been no deaths. Al, remember you and I, we used to discuss this back and forth, right? This plant has never killed anybody. But now the chief and the council see with their own eyes that there's no death. And there's only growth for your nation out of this.
Correct.
Right?
Employment.
Right. So when I opened up my store, band councils, basically their highest wage was, anywhere from $18 to $20. Well, that was the starting wage. So basically what I did was force the council and the bands to increase their wages. And not only they're running parity with the province now. That's how many employees I took from them, right? And treated them well. And there's what you have to do. You have to pay people well and treat them well to get the results that you need to be successful in life, right? And that's all you got to do. And so the band councils weren't very good at that, but now they're treating their people a lot better, and this is good.
Good. So you have the store there in the strip mall. From what I was seeing, and the conversations I was having, an hour away in my town of Campbellford, an hour and 15 minutes. People looking for places to go. People were talking about, go to Legacy 420, go to Legacy 420. Things grew.
Things grew rapidly.
The word just
rapidly.
Just spread like wildfire.
Right. So we there's where the seed, right, was planted in my head for a production facility, right? So it was at that moment, 2016, that I realized that we had enough capital and enough customers to sustain a production facility, right? And I knew, right, that we had to be constitutional, that we had to protect ourselves legally, right? And so that's what I began. I began to do that. And so that's when all right, I need to get a piece of land. I need to put up a building. I need this, I need that. So I started strategizing and hiring the necessary people to help me along with that.
Correct.
So that was integral. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Now, the building that you did build and you're in now, that has been built to basically
LP standards.
LP
licensed
standards,
producer standards. Yeah, pretty much. So
like it's
that's
bigger
why
than
I
a
built it out like
bro.
that. Yeah.
What's
So
that?
I absolutely built it that way because when I was talking to the council shortly after I had my talk with the police, the council called me in and basically read me the riot act. They knew that they couldn't do anything to shut me down. So we discussed the problem, the parameters, what the future is going to look like. They had no idea. And so I laid out what I saw coming. And the chief at the time and the council were of the position that no, we're going to control this. And I go, okay, and I told him, I said, there's going to be 50 to 60 stores all through this community if we don't start talking right now.
Yeah.
Right. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah. So they chose not to. They thought they had the upper hand. And yeah, and so here we are with 60 stores, right?
Yeah, so did they not at some time, you guys did meet like as a community to come up with some type of standards or?
Well, yeah, so we created all our own standards, right?
Yeah.
And so when the council came to do the tour, they were just blown away. They were just blown away. So even everybody that's been to this store, and like I say, I've had the UK delegation. I think it was 9 members of parliament, 2 knights, and a lord visit from UK,
Wow.
right? Yeah, right. So no federal MPs from Canada came, but at least the UK delegation came, right? And so, yeah, they're standard, right? So,
as far as the tour thing there, you're talking about the UK, but you've also got like universities, colleges.
oh yeah, so
community colleges that come
Queens,
through.
oh yeah, so we're working with 2 different colleges right now. I'm actually talking with a group of people that are very interesting that have a vision for the business. But there's a lot of nuances with it, right? So I'm looking to part out fairly quickly.
Right. So you're talking about partying out, you're talking about
yeah,
selling
and so
legacy
they're
for
looking for, 5-year type thing before, yeah. But a
Yeah.
very interesting group, talking about psychedelics. We're talking doctors, nurses, full script. The whole thing, but I'm 65 and it's a huge gamble at this juncture in my life, right? So I just want to kind of just retire, right? And just let the younger generation grab the reins and yeah, giddy up.
Yeah. Well, look what you've accomplished so far. Like all the stuff we discussed, and
just imagine what the next generation.
Exactly, and the psychedelics and going on to the younger generation would be that next step for the business.
Right. So all the native groups right now, so your NGOs are basically on board. So the Union of Ontario Indians, Chiefs of Ontario, and AIA they're all on board with a holistic approach to cannabis. So they'd like to see a health and wellness roll out with not just cannabis, but with other medicines in there as well. And that's what this group of people that I'm talking with right now, they have their eye on that ball as well. So I think what you're going to see in the future here from the legislation I've been reading, it's already been done. So there's going to be a change in approach in how we deal with sickness.
Okay.
So there's a lot of money being thrown into it. I think it's the right approach. So the fear of the federal government and the provinces right now is that the far north, they have very few doctors, nurses, medical professions, and hospitals in the north. And what they're trying to do is basically weaponize groups of people, such as myself and other groups, to bring holistic medicines and start basically treating them right on First Nations. So it's an interesting time right now for healthcare. Yeah, interesting. So
basically traveling or set up some type of treatment centers.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're talking. Clinics.
Yeah.
Series of clinics. Yeah,
because you see like down in the U.S. where some of the states have legalized like the therapeutic use of psychedelics, and there's the clinics where people can go in and
right. And it's a successful approach as well.
Yeah,
I just read a study today. It's 86% of youth who take cannabis for seizures had relief. 86% now.
Wow,
isn't that huge?
Yeah, that's huge.
That's huge. So I shared that today. Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Now,
so no more dilantin.
Yeah.
Let's hope.
Oh yeah, I know. Like just in the news articles when we do the news stories. The other day, like I had 3 or 4 studies, from fibro to autism in pediatrics.
Yeah.
It's just
Yeah, they're finally getting there, Al, in terms of research.
Yeah, it's
It's
stuff
coming
we've
out.
talked about for years, right? But it's
Right. We knew it, right? The one I'd like to see is I'd still love to see this. I'd love to see a direct injection of an isolate into a cancer cell.
Oh.
I would love to see it in vitro. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I would
I
love
know
to see that.
there was a video out there. Of
I
a
checked it out.
Did it? Because it showed the little things moving around in the microscopic view, and
It did, but it was a false video.
was
It
it?
was actually sugar. It was actually sugar.
Ah.
Yeah. The cancer
Yeah, because it
reacting to
was
that.
circle.
Yeah. So they reversed the film.
Ah. Jesus, I showed that to a bunch of people.
I did too. I posted it probably 100
How'd you
times.
find out
Al.
it wasn't real?
Yeah.
What's
Turns
that?
out it wasn't real.
How'd you find out it wasn't real?
Well, it's sugar. It's sugar. So I went directly to the guy who did the video.
I
Yeah.
see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why would
Yeah.
you bother doing that? Like the satire.
Yeah. The now as far as Legacy 420, we talked you started out with a retail store, and I remember you just had a little wee back room back there in behind, and that was about it. And as we've mentioned, you built the new building. Now it's larger, as we mentioned, than an LP or a
Much
micro.
larger.
So how big is it, and what all is in it?
Okay.
What's
So we
all
went
in?
from
What's that?
So we went from 1,000 square feet to over 10,000 square feet, right? So it's a big building with a lot of power in it, right? Like it packs a big punch. So you have production facility, testing facility. You actually got 3 production rooms, a wet lab, dry lab, and testing facility, as well as retail outlet, administration offices, and the retail, I don't know if we mentioned that, is probably 3,500 square feet, close to 4,000 square feet. Yeah.
It's high
And
ceiling.
it's 20
high
feet ceiling.
ceiling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's quite the building. There's 20 acres of land, and there's a greenhouse in the back. So it's a 4-season greenhouse, just like it's Canopy and everybody else bought. I thought it was necessary. Meanwhile, it was foolish. The value of cannabis dropped so fast. Right?
I was there. I was there when you brought in the greenhouse. Is it still in the same spot?
Yep, still in the same spot, Al. Yeah, looking for a new owner.
Looking for a new owner. Yes. Well, that's the thing.
Someone younger, stronger to put it up.
You've got 20 acres of land there. You've got the green. You've got a greenhouse. You've got the building. Like it's there. Anybody who's looking for it's running.
Oh yeah, and with that comes all the equipment in the building, right? So you got all the bells, the whistles to make oil. Just about everything you would think you would need is there. There's probably there's a complete, obviously, for interested people, there's a complete list of everything in the building and its value. But just in bleakers alone, Al, there's probably $100,000 in bleakers, and just in molds, just gummy molds. There's got to be another $100,000 just in gummy molds, just in molds. Yeah. So we have a SKU of 2,700 different products. So all the formulations come with it.
Yeah.
All the staff come with it. So you're on day one. You're in production.
You're in production.
Day one. You're producing.
It's going. It's operating. Exactly.
Yeah.
It's like every time I go in there, it's because it is so tall, right? It's just sort of
Yeah.
Now, the lab, quite often you'll hear about someone's test results or something. Like I had an experience. I had a CBD strain that I was growing according to the package. I had it tested by a handheld device, and it come back and said that it was 24% THC. Everybody loved it. So when I talked to the company, the breeder company, and said, well, hey, it's 24% THC. It's not the 5% THC, 7% CBD as it was advertised. And the first thing they said to me, what kind of testing was used in it, and they told me to get it done by chromatography or gastroscopy, or however you pronounce it. And I heard that you were tested, so I sent my stuff down to you and verified the information, and it just shows that you get, a real lab tested product, you're going to get real results versus something that's held in a machine.
Right.
And
I
got
love
all
that
stuff
challenge, Al. I love that challenge. When people they already had their product tested somewhere else.
Mhm.
That's the best one for me is validating. When I get validated, and that doesn't happen very often, I can tell you that. So
Yeah.
there's a lot of cheating going on out there. There's a lot of lying going on out there. A lot of rubber stamping going on out there, right? And
Yeah.
so
Oh, yeah. Well, so much so that
yeah,
the provincial government does random testing now to look for that because
yeah,
so much of it is going on.
yeah, yeah. It's just pathetic. It's even worse in the States. But it's not good, Al. And that's the thing about having this machine in your as a business investment. It not only brings you safety and security about what you're selling, but it dials in all your products as well, right? So you shouldn't even be in production if you don't have the ability to test it. Like, think
Yeah.
about that
Exactly.
just for
Yeah.
1 second, right? So your input material comes in, right? Somebody tells you it's 20%. You're putting it in and doing your calculations on 20%. What if it's 10%? Your
Oh,
input
yeah.
product's 10%, or
Exactly.
even worse, 4%, right? And
Yep.
so people are doing this is what's going on, Al, in the industry, right? So now they're using that false math of that 20%. They're doing their calculations and then selling those products. And it's just it's mind-boggling. And the other thing, what it allows businesses to do is that every bit of flour that comes into your store, you're getting nothing but the best. You're proving it as it's coming in the door, right?
Yeah.
It's I need 1 hour. That's what I need. Yeah, I need 1 hour. And you know what? A lot of these guys, how I used to do things, we no longer do it like this, but we did a lot of business with British Columbia in the early days.
Yeah.
And I can tell you, Al, I sent back more loads than I ever bought. That's how bad the
Wow.
shit is out there. Yeah, or that's
Oh.
how bad the
Mold.
shit is that they send out
Mold.
here.
Mold.
And so the
because
other,
they throw it
yeah,
outside. It's humid, and then they leave it laying on the ground, and then they
yeah.
It's mold.
Oh.
And the biggest thing is
outdoor.
we're not getting their best flour.
No.
We all know that. We're not
No.
getting their best flour.
No,
Their
Alberta.
best flour goes to the States.
No, goes to Alberta.
Oregon and California and Washington.
Yeah.
That's
No,
where
goes
the
to
best
Alberta.
flour goes.
Alberta takes it because when I lived in Alberta, I could get better weed in Alberta than I can get in BC. I
Yeah,
moved out
that's
here
true.
to get better
Yeah.
weed.
Yeah.
And I was living in Alberta. It was like, then I come back out to British Columbia. It's like, what the hell is this shit? Like, it was all outdoor greenhouse seedy and like, but all the good stuff was in Lethbridge. Yep.
Yeah, I agree with you
Yeah.
there. I agree with you there. There's some good weed. And there's really good weed in Ontario. I'm really impressed,
Oh.
Al. Like, we've really pulled our bootstrings up here in Ontario. I gotta tell you, I'm super, super impressed with the flower in
Good.
Ontario.
Good.
Yeah.
Why don't we take a break? It's about an hour. We'll take a break. I want to come back to the testing thing as well, and the products at Legacy 420.
Perfect, Al.
When we get back from the break. All right. So you're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net. We'll be back in about 3.5 minutes. See you shortly.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
Pace Radio is the people advocating cannabis education radio network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection! We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have two lines of drinks. One's called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with, and then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hey, we're back. We're watching the Pace Radio Show, and yes, we are live. And we are with our guest, Tim Barnhart of Legacy 420, and we just saw the commercial as we came back. Okay? Now, and at the end of the commercial, it talks about lab-tested products. Before the break, we were talking about the lab and the fact that, you're not just some handheld machine. You've actually got actual lab equipment, and tell us a little bit about it. Like, is it chromatography, or however you say that word?
Yeah. Yes, chromatography. Yes.
Okay.
So there's two machines in there, and I'm not quite sure the name of the other machine now. I hired very smart people to work those machines. I don't work them myself. But they're exactly the same machines that Health Canada uses and everybody else that's in this business, in a meaningful way anyways. And as I said earlier, there's a whole cornucopia of reasons for using them, and health and safety is very first. And basically that's why we're using them, right? So health, safety, security, and like I say, a machine like this,
Well,
valuable. Yeah, you
exactly.
can
You
test
know,
water, you can test anything, right? And there's the other thing, right?
the accuracy of the product is so important. I know
Well,
I've talked to
it
you
also
in the
tests if
past.
there's any like foreign materials in it, like other drugs and stuff as well, right?
I didn't catch all that. You're
I
a
was
little
asking
quiet
if
there. Too.
I was just
Oh,
asking if that machine actually tests like for other drugs and other foreign materials and other substances too, just in case there's lacing or something dead.
She's wondering if whether it would detect if there's somebody, let's say some cannabis that came in to
Cocaine or
be
any
tested.
other
Would they be able to
Absolutely.
test if it had something else in it? Right? Is that what
You know what? That's a great question. And the answer is yes and no, right? So our machines are calibrated to a specific cause. In the event of an emergency like that, we would have to purchase standards. And you have to purchase the standards from the federal government or scientific lab. They are very hard to get. For instance, if your flower was contaminated with fentanyl, it would be hard to get. Now, that's not to say you can't devise your own. We got some pretty smart people working for us. And so basically what you need is, a similar like substance. And they're looking for spikes, basically is all they're looking for to see if it's contaminated. Would they be able to tell if it was fentanyl? Probably not. Right? Probably not. If we don't have the standard, we can't test for it. And there's the problem, Al, is
Right.
getting
You said there'd be a spike that at
oh
least
yeah,
that
you
would
can
set
tell
off
if
a
you
red
can tell if
flag,
it's
right?
contaminated. It'll spike. Like any
Yeah.
any flower, anything that goes through that machine will spike if there's something in there that shouldn't be in there. Right? That's why the standards are
Okay,
in there.
that's good.
And yeah, so and the question is what is that spike? And we've sat many a times, and turned product away in the old days because of those. But you go, oh, what is that? And even in isolates, I've seen them, right? So if your plant is growing with pesticides, herbicides, and fungicides, and you concentrate that plant, you have a concentration also of the pesticides, right? And you'll have a spike in your data, right? So
that is true, eh?
it's buyer beware really out there. And really the way the natives grow, the way we grow is so much different, right? So we basically have standards that mandates no herbicides, you know what I mean? No fungicides, and no pesticides. So basically, you're left to
Organic.
you and what they're doing is basically fish, right? So we have lots of fish. And so a lot of people are putting that fish in barrels, letting it rot, right? And using it for fertilizer. And it's perfect because that's what I
Oh,
used
yes.
25 years ago. And
I
so
remember those stories.
yeah, right. So we used to
Fish in the
bury our
bottom of
guts
the hole.
and then go dig the guts up 5 years later, right? And so it's beautiful stuff. And the glory
Yeah.
here about this program is that there's very little testing for us. You know what I mean? So if you're following the
Yeah.
protocol, you're following the program, you're my neighbor. I can go and check your garden whenever I want, and I can because they're my friends. I know what they're using. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? I know what they're using.
Yeah.
Right. And so if we're all on the same boat or canoe in this instance, that we're going to win this race, right? We got a true
Yeah.
medicine down here, right? So there is
Yeah.
none of that byproduct in there. It's straight up medicinal.
Well, I know at one time, basically, you were purchasing your product from people right on the reserve. Like I don't know whether they were companies or whatever the setup
Well,
was.
there are
But
companies
they was
now.
all
Yeah, they're
locally,
absolutely.
all locally
Yeah.
grown within the community.
Actually, Al, I could tell you a funny story. So the chief of police that tried to shut me down in 2015, 2016 ended up being one of my biggest growers. A great guy. Him and I have been friends, our whole lives. But, and that's why he took the paperwork to Ottawa and, instead of arresting me there on the spot. Right. And so, great guy. Just, we both chose different careers and that's how I look at it. And so he basically helped a lot to get cannabis moving on this nation.
Good.
Like he basically repelled the band councils because the band councils were adamant. If you don't do it, we're calling in the OPP type thing. So
wow.
yeah.
Yeah. Oh wow.
Yeah. So he put himself out on the screen.
Yeah. Now as far.
I wish they said it that way.
Sorry.
You're hard to.
You're
hard to.
It's such a benefit for nations to have it, like with the medicine, the Benesso. It's just such, and the employment and the opportunities to do and grow and learn. It's just such a great opportunity. I wish more
a huge
councils would be on board, right? Like,
I totally agree with you. Yeah, and so even the youth. So I've had the schools, actually teachers from the school, come to me and wanting me to start teaching these kids about the plant. And the schools, they literally almost rolled over. No, we can't do that. You can't be teaching the kids about this. But the teachers, so the teachers are for it, but the band council is not. It's a terrible thing, right? And so
if the children are being taught, it's medicine.
Yeah, it's
right there. It's right there on the screen.
It's
organic, medicinal, medical cannabis.
They're not
the
going to.
more knowledge you empower your child with, the less likely they are to get into trouble.
That's right, and there's no ODing with cannabis, right? There's just no ODing with it. They could sit down, you can eat a bunch of cookies, and they might not feel very good for a while, and they might, whatever, but they're not going to die. They're not going to die from eating those cookies. That's it.
I just running. This is the top of your main page of your website there. So that's the little video that's running. You see the store. See your bike.
Oh, the bike's for sale too. It goes with the store.
Yeah, does it?
Don't tell my husband that.
I'm too old for that now.
My husband's Crees, not Mohawk. Don't tell him that the bike goes with the
store. You can see in the one picture there, right now, I think it's right after the store here, the jars of the oil, of the cannabis oil.
Right.
There you go, right there. Because you got your lab, you got consistency in your product. The oil that you're producing there, and all your products, like from my understanding, you produce your products with full spectrum.
Usually oil. So full spectrum is used only. We do have full spectrum, or not full spectrum. Yes, everything's full spectrum. What am I saying now? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, everybody looks at things differently. Different terms mean different things to different people, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Whole plant.
We had that
whole plant.
Yeah, we had that. Remember, did you sit in on that? I even forget. It was the guy from Texas who was starting.
Treatment centers,
right,
and
oil. Right.
Correct. Yeah, I was in on those. Yeah.
Have you heard from him? Have you heard anything
from him?
Just post
on Facebook. Just post on Facebook.
I'm just wondering how that's all going. I'm wondering how it's all going down there.
I couldn't tell you.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. But like because you have the lab, you got, like I mentioned, the consistency in the products, which helps for dosing and things like that. The oil is made as whole plants. It's not, like your products aren't made with, distillate. By having the whole plant in there, it's still all medicinal. Everything that the people are consuming. And then we're going somewhere with this. The I lost it. Sorry.
There's no. Let's put it this way. There's no one trick. Go ahead.
Yeah, it was about the testing, and it has to do with the fact of people getting consistent products, and where you've had people who have come into the store and said, Tim, I get something from someplace else, and the package says like 500 milligrams, and I don't feel anything out of it. Or it says it's 25 milligrams for this chocolate, but I don't feel any benefit. But when I have something from you, Tim, it shows a lower number, and boy, it just knocks me on my ass.
Yeah.
Now is that?
And there's.
I look at that as have you gone along and say, okay, why is that happening, and investigated that?
Yeah, it's a twofold question. It's a twofold answer. I mean, really. First of all, as we all know here, there's way more compounds and way more cannabinoids in oil than there is in distillate, right? So distillate and isolate are a one-trick pony, and so you're getting that euphoric effect from all the other cannabinoids, right? And as far as what was the other question?
Oh, it had to do with like customers that are come into the store and say, I get something from some place, wherever, and
it's a straight up okay. Yeah,
really
that is. Yep, it's a straight up. Basically what they're doing. Either they don't know, as I described earlier, where they're don't have the testing equipment, and they're buying their product, and the guys walking in and say, yeah, it's this percentage. I can see that in some of the cases for the smaller producers, but the bigger producers, Al, it's a straight up ripoff. Straight up. I've had plenty of these guys sitting in my building. I've tested hundreds of their products. As a matter of fact, I've got so much product at the store now that needs to be tested. It's hardly worth my time anymore, really, because it's all failed. Every product fails. We had one product pass that said what it actually said on the package, and it's frustrating, really, to look around and you see all of these products in the indigenous stores. And here's the problem. That is the problem. You don't meet the basis for a sovereign entity if you're buying your products from outside of the reserve. And you think I could get that through anybody's head? There's where you lose your argument in a court of law. Your product has to be derived from the reserve, right? Or there has to be an agreement with another nation that they're going to take care of that, and it's coming from nation to nation. That's how you're supposed to run a sovereign shop. That's how tobacco was originally run, right? It was done in the same fashion, and it's only until we started selling other tobaccos that didn't belong to our groups that we got into trouble, right? So, there's going to be lots of pain. There's going to be lots of pain.
It's really that would be like, for me, that I understand the pain, but that would be my cue to bring everybody in. Make sure that everybody understands the standards. Make sure that you do it nation or within, so that you can wrap yourselves around that protection. But that takes everybody being on board, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah,
that can be a hard thing to do, because I know that I believe it.
Either shut everybody down or be an opportunity for everybody to unite, come together, and make it work. Like I said, there's two sides to that coin, right? either you're going to not meet standard and it's going to fall apart and the courts are going to shut everything down and everybody's going to get raided, or you come together with the protection of everybody, stay to standard, only grow, only produce on that nation to nation only. Do not, mix and mingle with anybody that's, different, and just stay within the nations, right? But then that also would close down anybody going onto the reserve to buy and then leave, right? Would have to stay within the nation too, like all purchase and everything.
You're talking about retail stores not selling to people off the
So
reserves?
I'm wondering about that because if all the retail stores all grew together, right? So you did right from seed to plate kind of thing, all was within one nation, like what Tim would like to do this. So it's all on sovereign land. If you have agreements with other nations, and that would be within that. But I'm wondering how that would be for sales. If you'd have to only sell to within the sovereign, or would you be able to have somebody like outside the nation come in to buy, and then how would that outside, right? Like it's complicated. I can see within the laws and the sovereignty, the way with the treaties working, how this can be very complicated.
Yeah, it's pretty tough to navigate right now. But they should be adopting a protocol ASAP. I mean, ASAP for the protection of their people.
Yeah, I agree.
Whether or not there's a shop open or not. This is
Whether-
about, protecting youth, right? So even if a youth is caught on a reserve with 14 or 20 grams, that kid's going to get into trouble, and that shouldn't be. It just shouldn't be, right? This was
I don't know. You know what? That's one thing I don't agree with that we did with legalization, because what we did is we were trying to protect the kids. Now the kids don't have access to weed; they have access to meth. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So how are we protecting the kids when they don't have
Yeah.
access to cannabis because it's behind that 19 plus, right? So we're really doing anybody any favors? Like when you think about the big picture of it, because I sit down a lot of times and just are we protecting them, or did we push them into something worse?
right. I agree. I totally agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing.
Well,
They look at, cannabis has been stigmatized. Hey, look at that. Cannabis has been stigmatized as a gateway to other drugs instead of a gateway out.
Right. Well, I'm trying to change
being the truth, right? And
Yeah, as we
you look
know.
at, if the kids are getting into cannabis when they're 15 years old,
And
they're
if
going
they-
to get into harder drugs. But that's not.
and
That's
no access. Those 15-year-olds don't have access to cannabis because it's 19 and plus. So those kids have access to meth and fentanyl. Like it's every
oh.
fucking
I guess I'm
It
thinking
is.
back to my time. I had access to cannabis.
14-year-olds ODing last night. Like seriously.
Sure
Yeah.
Yeah.
I stopped here at this picture here. The fuzzy fruit chews.
Oh, hey. Wow.
Hey. Yeah. I meant to bring mine with me to have them here. When I was in the store there the other day, I grabbed a couple packs. They were on sale.
Yeah. So we got a 2-for-1 sale for 12 days of Christmas.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. So buy one, get one free. And they're going quick. I think I'm not even sure how many packs they had, but I think it was something like 10,000 gummies, something like that. So
Wow.
and we're gonna start running it every holiday too now.
Oh yeah.
So to draw more people in. Yeah. So look for it in April and July and popping up at all the holidays. Yeah.
Yeah. They I had a couple of them. I just just had them sort of spread out. Like didn't eat them both at the same time, but I still spread them out a little bit.
Yeah.
And I was talking to somebody, and I could feel like I was getting stoned, and I'm thinking like, gee, it's been like an hour and a half since I've smoked a joint. Like I'm not feeling this way because I was smoking a joint, and I wasn't even thinking about the gummies until like a couple hours later. I thought, fuck yeah, I ate those gummies. I can't believe it. I only had 2 of them.
Yeah, they're really good. They seem to be they seem to be a pretty good commercial on the commercial end too. So we sell lots of them in the city.
Yeah,
So
good.
yeah,
You
they move
mentioned
pretty
that. Now, are you? I know at one time when I've talked to you in the past, you're doing nation to nation stores.
Yeah, so we
selling
do
product.
quite a bit of so we do quite a bit of wholesale.
Mhm.
So it's probably creeping up to 40% of sales anyways now.
Wow.
Yeah, so I'd like it to be obviously higher. But it takes time. So
Yeah.
we only started it in, I think it was 2019, just prior to the pandemic. So it's now almost 40% of the sales. So it's coming along pretty good. We do a lot of sales in the cities
Yeah.
to ventures that are indigenous ventures that are set up in the cities,
Good.
and it's the only product that I know is tested right in their store. So yeah, so there's
yeah.
and there's the other problem too. Like there's a lot of sovereign shops now in the major cities, and
Correct.
they're going to run into the same sledgehammer, right?
Yeah, I
So
was.
I support my sovereign brothers and sisters,
Mhm.
but you have to be completely sovereign, right? So that means the sovereign product as well as the sovereign thinking, and
Yeah.
a
This is
lot of them people
turtle island,
don't.
and it shouldn't matter. It should be sovereign land for First Nations. It doesn't matter where it is. That's my opinion. This is
Yeah,
turtle.
I agree. I agree, and you
I
know
don't.
it's held in trust right now.
I
So
know. I know.
and for us, our traditional lands go straight up to Algonquin Park, over to Peterborough. Yeah, so it's a large swath.
I don't. Like I said, I don't care where it is. It could be. It could be. It could be the
Yeah,
corner of BC. It could be the end of Halifax. This is Turtle Island.
right,
I don't care.
right.
First Nations should be able to set up shop wherever the hell they want.
Yeah,
Well,
I
and
agree.
some are
Totally
right,
agree.
as you mentioned in the
Yeah, some
early.
are.
Good.
Some
Yeah.
are. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I was at a store in downtown Toronto, at getting something to eat at like a sub shop type thing, and across the road there was an indigenous store.
Excellent.
Right on.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
I
nice to
went.
see.
The more the
Yep.
merrier. Like then they should be.
Yeah,
Like I said, I don't like. I don't care where it is. It could be in the middle of
yeah.
Highway 1. We're on the side of the road. It's their land.
They
I
should
don't care.
they should have consultate. They should have did some consultation with us.
Well, I know when I.
Yeah.
Well, when I was
We
in
might not have been so aggressive.
Well, here's the thing. I know when I was at the round tables in Vancouver, there was a chief from the Mohawk, but she was from Manitoba. That was at that, but it wasn't a consultation. It was a round table, right? Different. There was like I'm not saying there's a whole difference. It's not consultation, but she was there to get information, and she was a Mohawk chief from Manitoba. I didn't catch her name because I was sitting at a table with a lady from Statistics Canada and another lady, and then somebody from the Veterinarians Association was there. And like I said, this was when they were policy building, and we'd all gone over to Vancouver, right? To do these. John Conroy was there too. So was Tusaw. Sarah Campbell. There was a bunch of us. But again, like I said, that's not consultation. That's not the same. But there was some Indigenous at these roundtables. So
Right. And that is not consultation.
no, I
No.
know that's not even.
No. No, it's
Not
not
even
even
close.
close.
They
Yeah.
should have come out to each nation and sat down at the table.
That's consultation. Sit down with each chief and council and the people. Right?
Across the
Yeah.
table, and then put your
Yeah.
intent out, right? And lay out your
There
intent.
you go.
And then
What's
ask
your
for
intent?
yeah.
Look us in the eye.
Yes. Yes.
What's your intent? And then what are you going to do to help us? And what can we do to make this work? Right? Because it's a two-way street. It's not just we're not just going to come and tell you what you can do. It's a two-way street, right? They should really learn that.
Right. Which was, the LPs, that's exactly how they thought they were going to do this. So in 2016, 2017, late all the way up to 2018, I basically flew all across Canada, back forward, basically going and challenging the LP system at these conferences. So they were basically telling the chiefs at these conferences, and there'd be 200 or 300 chiefs showing up, basically lying to them, saying, "Oh yeah, man, we can come right in, set right up, and blah blah blah, and do this, we can do that." And
No.
you know what? Like
No.
I'd get up, speak right after that, and just shoot holes all through their theories.
How can they even
Yeah,
think
like,
How can you even
it wasn't pretty, Al. I sat right on the table
Are these guys like
with
completely like
with canopy.
uneducated?
Oh, really? Eh?
Yeah.
Uneducated fools. Were they American too? Like totally, completely uneducated fools. You don't walk into Canada and expect to be walking on treaty and then telling them
Oh,
to do whatever you're gonna do. Sit the fuck
They
down.
did though. They
They
did,
did, I
right?
know.
That's exactly what they expected.
Yeah.
Sit the
Yeah.
fuck down, lady.
Yeah.
That's what I would say.
I remember one of their AGs was in Vancouver, and he came in and said something about cannabis, and the whole crowd of people got up and told them what they really thought.
I would turn my back and walk. Yeah. Well, I did. I told them not to when I was there. I told them to
That's
sit up.
exactly how it ends.
I've said this 1,000
Yeah.
times, but I told them right at those consultations, until you recognize cannabis as medicine, this is going to continue going round and round and round, in a big fucking circle. They just like, because they weren't looking at medical to begin with either. This is for the recreational market, right? But they were totally cutting. So if you're doing recreational, why do we got vets here? Why do we have doctors? Like, what the fuck? So when you do your serve, your canna serve or whatever that you have to do, even in Ontario, there's no medical cannabis, but they sure draw that line when it comes to recreation and medical when you have to sell it.
Right. And I'm glad you brought that up, because that's a really important issue that we should be discussing, right? There's as we both know, there is two areas, right? There's medical and then there's recreational, right? So medical isn't going anywhere, right? So it's been approved by basically every high court in the land time and time again. So jurisprudence exists, and that ain't going anywhere. So basically, what the federal government tried to do when they legalized was do an end run around medical cannabis, right? So in lieu of the profits they would derive from recreational. So it was a bait and switch, really. They used our positions, right, and our court wins and court battles as an excuse to bring in a recreational model, which was total bullshit. It was a hoodwink, and we were all basically duped by that. And getting back to Indians and cannabis, so really our rights are in the medical field. They are not in the recreational field. And there's where everybody keeps to be going offside, is because we are medicinal people. We look at everything and every plant as a medicine. Every tree, every branch, every root, right? Every seed is is medicine to us. And so the recreational is a one-trick pony, and it's man-made, basically, right? So if you're using an isolate, it is 100% man-made. There's 9 steps to make that, right? It's a long, drawn-out process. And even isolate, right? So it requires the expense of a big machine that's very costly. And they basically come out with that for no other reason is to cleanse out all the medicine, the cannabinoids, and the profiles of the medicine, right? So it was another whitewash.
No euphoric, nothing.
Right.
Because they got CBDs shoved down their throat about how there was no high to it, right? They didn't talk about medicine when it came down to it at all, about the properties with CBC, CBD, CBH, and all that. Like, the whole fecal, right? You need that full spectrum oil.
You do. That
was definitely ripped apart. But then you had, like I said, we had a younger generation that was thinking of getting rich off of it. So if we take that, it's like taking a carrot, and ripping that carrot apart and trying to sell the middle and trying to keep that middle of that carrot and telling you that's exactly what it is. When you've taken all the medicine off of it. You have to eat the full carrot to get the properties of that and the vitamins from that full carrot. You can't just eat the middle.
You can take 2 wheels off the back of a bus, but there's no guarantee it's going to go down the road the same way.
And the other part, there's one more part to this. We don't have any jurisdiction over recreational cannabis.
No.
Right. Yeah, because part of the
you have jurisdiction over medical cannabis. We can't assume jurisdiction over something that doesn't belong. It's provincial. They gave it over to the provinces.
Yep.
Right.
Making a pass for us. Yep.
We were born through the federal government. The Indian Act comes through the federal government, right? So that's who we're governed by.
Well, recreational is actually provincial, but the medical cannabis is federal. So the federal medical program would be under the same jurisdiction as a federal level with sovereign. Right?
Yes.
Or recreational
Yes.
provincial, right? So it's under, like, each province has its own cannabis act, separate from the Cannabis Act federally, right? BC wrote their own, Alberta wrote their own. Like,
Yeah, Ontario has theirs. Yeah.
So it's not the same because treaties are within the whole sovereign and the federal government.
Federal.
It's different. Yeah, it's
Right.
different. But medical runs under the federal law. So medical would run under the same jurisdiction as the crown, right? If you want to, like,
But could they turn
Which is
around?
making- yeah.
Could they turn
ahead.
around and say, well, medical or health is a provincial issue?
No, they haven't gone there yet. So if the feds ever said to the provinces, hey, we're gonna put this on your back,
they haven't given
Yeah.
they haven't given First Nations their rights to their own health either, though, right? So, like, they're still fighting
No.
about child welfare. So First Nations don't actually have their own, like, First Nations medical association type of thing where they have.
No.
So basically,
You're
that's
right.
different levels of the system, of how the system would work on their own nation. They don't have that. So they would still have to go under. So the federal medical program for cannabis, though, is still federal. It doesn't fall under health, right?
No, it
This is-
doesn't.
Right.
Yeah, just
Yeah,
technicalities within legislation and technicalities within the law, right? Because the rules, like, legislations are law. Like, we don't have anything, we don't have the same as the states, right? It's not a law. Like, that legislation can be changed and challenged at any time. Why we can go to the Supreme Court of Canada with all of this garbage like it and challenge it, right? So any of those legislations can be changed if you have a lot of money and a good lawyer.
I agree.
Well, or you just do what Tim did, challenge the law, and look what happened.
Or do what you want.
Yeah.
And then ask for-
Indigenous cannabis
don't ask
stores
for
is
permission.
spread wide.
Well, you know what? It's understanding your treaties, right? It's so,
Yeah.
you
And
know,
that's the thing.
like
This whole
it's
country.
basically your constitution, right? Your treaty is your constitution, right? Is based. That's how I look at it, right? That's how we're governed.
Which is
And
separate
so,
from the Canadian charter.
Yeah.
Completely.
Yeah.
It's time for us to take a break. We got a little longer than normal. That's normal.
That's what you
all
said,
right.
yeah, it makes
All
sense.
right. We'll take that break. We're gonna be about 3 or 4 minutes. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here with our guest Tim Barnhart of Legacy420.com. See you shortly.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options.
Our baker has been in the industry for 25 years. She's also a chocolatier. Everything from savory to sweet, your chocolate bars, brownies, butter tarts, you name it, we make it.
Talk to our knowledgeable Cannatex about our incredible variety available. Give your trusted partners a call. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And you're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here, paceradio.net, and we'll have our guest, Tim Barnhart, legacy420.com for the website. And Tim, there you go. I got my fuzzy peaches, man.
Look, we got twins.
Yeah.
I got none. I got some, but they're not yours. They're from the coast, and I must say, they're okay.
Right on.
I would like them to be better because they're from my substitution program, right? So when people, beggars can't be choosers because I'm doing this all by donation. So I'm not bitching, but they just need to have a little more kick because when you're trying to divert people from using fentanyl and using meth.
Yeah, I hear you. You know what? That the substitution section you just mentioned. So the group of people that I'm negotiating with right now, that's all part and parcel to the whole program. Yeah, excellent. Yeah, excellent.
I do it every Saturday. I go in every Saturday. We're working into week 12. So yeah,
and
for sure.
and that gives them or us protection now, right? So how it was done in British Columbia is exactly how it's going to be done here in Ontario. And building out, but it'll have more than just cannabis. It'll be other medicines there too. So a cornucopia, if you will, really.
I'd like to introduce more things into it too, but I'm not working with the Tanaha. Actually, I am, but I'm not. Like I've got a sponsorship kind of sort of with the store out there, but it's a matter of I haven't been able to get out there because of the damn snow again. I should have been out there again this week. I've already been out there twice, but yeah, anyway. But it's good because they want to be involved, and I want them to be involved because there are some First Nations people out in the encampment, right? So I want them to be involved. But I'm like, there's lots of good resources here for our unhoused people and for our First Nations people because we've got the Tanaha'akam, and it's like 4 bands. We've got the resort out here, which is a huge money maker generator for the band, right? Because they've got the casino, they've got the resort, they've got St. Eugene's.
Right.
So, which is great, but again, the store's not. It's the band is okay with it being there, but they're not paying. They're not making money, back and forth kind of thing. But they're helping me because they believe in the project too. So what they do is they've been giving me oil so I can make candy, and then I take it out to the substitution program to people so I can make it to the level that it needs to be, and then I take some out to them, and they're. It's on the counter by donation, and then all that money, if there's any money I've been out there, will go back into the program so I can keep sustainable. So I don't have to always be with my hands out begging people for money. So that's kind of the way it's working or going to work, and then trade too. Like I don't need money. I'll take flour. I'll take whatever You know, it doesn't have to. It can be barter. It doesn't have to be money. I don't care.
Gotcha. Yeah, we're the same way, right? So basically, like we try to set up a program in 2019. We wanted to start flying, basically everything around Canada, right? So we were going to move flour from British Columbia to all parts, fly seafood from the East Coast to all parts, and everything in between, blueberries, strawberries, you name it. We had three, as well as cannabis. So we had three, we were in negotiations for a year, and we had three airlines involved, commercial airlines that didn't have any problem with it at all. And where we ran into the guardrail was with the federal government, and they put a kibosh right on that. But that's still a dream of mine. I'd love to see our products moving from coast to coast to coast. It doesn't have to be an aircraft. It can be in transports, but the sooner the better that we begin to bring our goods all around the country. And I thought by now we'd see some transportation companies with all the money that's coming to the reses.
So the nation to nation on your wholesale end, you can only do it in Ontario. You can't send it across.
Oh no, we go straight across Canada.
Oh, okay.
So we have clients in Saskatchewan and Manitoba as well.
Yeah,
not in British Columbia yet.
There you go, Tamara.
we have, but there's, like I said, I'm not sure that they're not working within, like, because we've got Indigenous bloom out here within British Columbia, so I'm not sure who they're sourcing their product from. Like I said, I was there briefly the one night. We made an arrangement. The candies went out. I haven't been back out because it's been snowing and the road out there honestly is gross. So, but I don't ask those questions because it's really none of my business who they're getting their product from, right? I want to offer them some of my help, and when I looked around, I didn't see much baking, so I said, well, I'm a patient. I know what I'm doing. Do you want me to bake for you? And then that's kind of how the whole candy thing got going. So I've got Rice Krispie squares and stuff to get out there right now too, but the stupid snow.
Right. So I remember Al having a few discussions way back about the LP and them not really helping out the situation for the substitution programs.
Yeah.
At all.
So I'd love to see that. Right now, Al, I can get anything I want at just about any licensed producer.
Yeah.
Right?
Wow.
And I'm being real here, right?
Yeah.
So I can get whatever I want, right?
So much
pick up the phone right now and get what I want.
Yeah, seriously.
And so, it's broken, right? So the program is broken already.
Yeah.
And there's some patching and repairs that need to be done to it. But when they're repairing those patches, I like to see a lot of that flour start going to the substitution projects.
Yeah.
And start going to first. I'd like to see all these clinics. I like to see this become
a regular thing as a
situation, right? Yeah. Where you get, and right straight across Canada, put them on first stations, put them in cities, put them everywhere.
Yeah.
And have a cornucopia of
natural. There's no money. Like I said, we don't.
For addictions.
We don't.
Yeah.
There's no money. Like, these houseless people don't have money. I give it away. It's like, that's why I'm begging for money from everybody else, because they don't pay me anything. I give it all away. I give them two grams a week in flour. They get gummies. They get candy. They get usually an infused hot chocolate. Last week, the Canadian Lumber is sponsoring me, so they get papers. And then I take out toiletries and mitts and whatever I can scavenge through the week before every week, and I take that all out every Saturday. And we go right into the encampment, and we like dog food, everything, because they need it. They need help. And it's like I said, some of these people are First Nations people too. I don't care. I don't care what you are, who you are, what your problems are. If you need help, I help people offsite too.
That's what it's all about, right? Yeah, that's what it's all about.
Nobody pays anything. Nothing.
At my shop alone, I don't know how many people we've gotten off of drugs. I can't even.
Right? It helped me.
So, thousands, right? So I think we've had something like 2 million or 3 million people go through that business.
Really? Wow.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Wow.
Oh yeah. I think at the
That's a
old
lot of people.
store.
Well,
Yeah.
I remember in the early days the lineup was out the door. People
Yeah,
would have,
crazy back
you
then.
know,
It was, and even right straight up to 2019, right prior to the pandemic, right, was we were still
still
packing them
going.
in, right? Like,
Oh
and
yeah.
yeah, just like the economy, Al, like it's just
Right.
wow, it's dead now. Yeah,
Changed.
Oh,
Oh yeah.
unfortunately, right? So there's
well,
a
and
lot of
that's
young people around here that are highly invested, and
Yeah.
what a lot of people did here, Al, was diversify.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So, they put up a cannabis shop, but they also put a gas station, a convenience store, laundromat,
Oh,
so really that's,
all in one.
just
there's where you got to be.
I usually when I
Hey,
head down
hey,
to Tag, I just I beeline to you.
yeah, and I appreciate
and
that.
and the last couple of times I've gone, maybe to the west, to the west, and seen, like you say, the cannabis stores and the gas
Well,
station, all combined, nice big
yeah,
stores, and there's
yeah,
a lot of people in the community, like a lot of people in there. Well, your gas is so cheap. I've seen people still lining up 5 cars deep to get to get a
right.
pump. I go, holy fuck.
Yeah, it's crazy. I got to
Oh,
tell
it
you, it's
is.
crazy.
But the amount of
And
people that have come to the community, whether it's the gas or whether it's the cannabis, because as you said, there's like 40 stores in the area, or 60 stores down there. It's all people that come in, spend money,
yeah,
and help the community grow.
I know,
and
it's
then that's,
nice to see
yeah,
that. It's nice to see that some of the First Nations are actually starting to flourish. Like I said, even ours here. Like I said, it's four bands, but it's Akum, and it's like lower band, Tanaha, anyways. But they've got that they turned that residential school before into something that's positive, if you want to look at it that way. But it's a beautiful building, absolutely beautiful, right? They've really done a great job. But it was all First Nations that worked on it. There was, and like I said, and the casino and stuff. I mean, they hire everybody. They're not specific to only having First Nations work there because there's not enough population. You know what I mean? So they have other.
Or the skill, or maybe the job, some of the jobs, depending
Well,
on
the skills too, but again, like it's a transition. There's still a lot of reconciliation, and there's still a lot of hurt, and there's still a lot of people with trauma. Nobody's pushing anybody to do anything they don't want to, and nor should they. Right? Like,
yeah.
They have to do it on their own time. But this is prosperous. But there's also a gas station and a store that opened up down there too. And again, this is a new. The other place burnt to the ground because there's a wildfire out there too. So there's huge fires, like that we had a few years ago, which took the other one out, the other store, right?
Wow.
Oh, trademark.
Yes.
I forgot all about that, and I'm just looking at the website. Holy shit! Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah,
that
long time.
Yeah, you were a long time getting that.
7 years and $50,000 later. It's just ridiculous.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
The hoops regulations, like that's what I mean. Like we need government for certain things, but some of it's just over the fucking top.
Yeah, you should be able to just file this on your own, right?
Yeah.
It's basically a computer search is all it is.
Yeah.
But you kind of, hire a broker, right? It's just ridiculous, right?
I know it is. Wow. No, me and actually was funny because back me and Amy Brown were looking at this because she wanted to trademark Amy Anonymous. So I figured that I would trademark to marijuana too. Well, I'm paying that. I ain't paying none of it, like application fees and this and that. And then you got to go through. No, it's too much hassle and money for that shit.
It's you know what the cost is for me. It's about $2,000 a month.
That's ridiculous.
What I pay them.
Why?
Well, trademarks. So there's probably 5 or 6 trademarks that we got in. But the most important one, obviously, is the one for the business.
Well, yeah, absolutely. That's just like nuts.
Yeah, it's just an exercise of business, right? And it's an expensive one, and it's ridiculous.
It is because it's yours. You have to rent
it's basically something AI can do in 5 minutes. That's how easy it is.
Wrenching it. Like,
Like basically all you're doing is a broad search and to see if that name's even available, right? And that's all it is.
Yeah,
That's
it's
the way
just,
I
And
understood
if
it
it's
too.
not, then they give you that name. Hello. And mine
Yes.
got stopped because it had the word 420 in it,
Oh yeah, they don't like that.
right?
Oh
They don't
no,
like
yeah.
that, right?
Well, because
Or even
all
though
your
you spell
like your
things, you have to spell it differently, and you have to put code in it.
Okay. So that's my recreational. That one there, Al.
yeah,
That's the recreation. Yep. Yep. So we play in the recreational field, right? Only because I don't want to see native dispensaries get shut down because they're selling, some other buddies that's not from the reserve. There's where you get into trouble, right? So
yeah.
problem here is you don't know who you're buying from.
Right.
A guy shows up to your store, he's got a certain amount of goods, right?
Yeah.
And he's giving it to basically a young person who works for the owner of that store who doesn't got a lot of experience, right? And then they take that box and then they put it on the shelf and they don't know anything about it, Al. They really don't know anything about it, right? They only know what it says on the product and what that gentleman or that lady has told them. That's it.
That's it.
Right. And
Is
it's
it?
just a crazy way to do business. It's just,
Oh, it is.
This is to be honest. Like, I mean, unless you grew that cannabis, you had that cannabis tested, then you produce that cannabis into that oil, and then tested it. You yourself don't know what your product has.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
I can sit here all day and tell you I grew that plant and I made the oil and I know exactly. I don't have no machine, no testing.
Yeah.
I'm making it. So when I get it, and the guy tells me, well, it's 3,000 milligrams. I'm looking at him going, I don't think so. I've
Right.
never had oil come out at 3,000% milligram. Like, what? That doesn't even make any sense. So I had to go back and reiterate. Like, are you sure what you said? Like, that's not possible. Right? So I have to do a calculation when I'm making candy. So I have to have some accuracy from, and when I'm buying it or when I'm getting it from out as a donation, I'm told it's a certain amount. I'm winging it.
Like, yeah, well, if you're making the candies, and
Yeah, but
if
I
you
still
don't
don't know
know
what
the actual test results of the product that you're making it with, there's no way to know what.
But
exactly.
what the difference is between what this young lady's doing and I'm doing is that she's saving lives, right? She's saving lives by the substitute program. That's what it's all about, is saving lives. And ours is about saving lives, but it's not the immediate saving of a life, right? It's over a long term. And so there's going to be a variation in the products because smaller players don't have $500,000 to go out and buy test equipment. They just don't, right? So but there is ways to mitigate your mistakes and your errors in processing, right?
Well, that's
and
when I always I do with the RSO when I get it, I'm taking them at face value, what they said. I'm buying it from people that I know too. It's not like I'm not buying it or sourcing it from people that I know that are donating. I don't know them, but I also do the flame test to make sure that there's no extra additive, whatever. Ask as many questions as I can, right? And like I said, if I would have grown a plant myself, I still would be no further ahead with the amount because I don't have the testing ability. So.
Well, let's see. If, for example, if you live, within reason, or I believe you'll do it through the mail as well, Tim, is the fact that if you're making large batches or whatever, trying to come up with a formula, you could always get your product made, send it to Legacy 420, and they will send back a certificate of analysis to let you know what that is.
That's right.
Yes, absolutely.
And
absolutely.
Like this is only
one of my candies to you, and you'll tell me what's in it.
And not we even take it a step further. So there is actually a place on our website that you can go to, and there is exactly a certificate analysis for every product that we sell.
Oh, I believe that for sure.
Yeah. So there's validation when you buy that product, it's validated.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And you can see for yourself by just moving around on that website.
I would source the FICO itself and then make the product myself.
Yeah.
Because I enjoy doing that. Like that's something I really enjoy doing. Right. Like I like making.
So yeah. So how we do it, right, is so the flour, the actual input flour gets tested. Then the FICO is made. Then the FICO gets tested
Right,
for its purity. Right. Then it goes into production, and products are made for that. Then we test the
And then
products on the other end of that. Right.
Well, that's the way it should be done.
So
That's
it's triple
the way it should be
validated.
done, right? Because then you're validating
tested.
yeah, because then you know exactly what you're putting into your package. When you package it,
Yeah.
you know that you're not making
It's actually the packaging that's the poison.
I know.
That's right. It's right. Exactly. Exactly.
I use the same packaging.
Right. Right on.
Ah, yes.
I mean, I'm not taking mine to like mine's not go like it is, but it's not like I'm not. I don't have. I've never had a website. I've never. I always
Yeah, you just
like I've always just like
No,
helped people.
because that leaves a trail.
I don't want to. No, but again, I wasn't smart enough.
well,
to
yeah. Actually, Tamara has some support from some of the people within the official end of the community.
Yeah, the fire department are totally like on board, and I've talked to the RCMP, and they'd rather see me out there giving stuff away to them. And I've got to keep it like away from the kids, of course. Nothing 19 and under, right? But again, at this point, I'm giving away weed, and they're doing ODs like 3 or 4 a day in my little town. So they don't give a fuck about me and my weed. They just like, you're taking it up there. Would you like a ride?
Yeah, and her town's smaller than Belleville.
20,000.
And you know what Belleville's going through, right? Like we're seeing.
Oh,
them in the
yeah.
news. We're seeing them in the news quite often.
Isn't that terrible?
Oh yeah.
I can't believe I'm stunned. I don't even know what to say.
Yeah.
And you know what? The reserve, this reserve was headed that way about 3 years ago. We took a tailspin. So is there drug use happening here? Yeah. But I can tell you it's not nearly what it was in 2020, 2021, and 2022. I can tell you that.
Good.
So I think a lot. I think what's happening here is there's a lot of cannabis.
Yeah.
And a lot of parents who understand drugs. They understand drugs, right? And so they're having, I think, that vital talk with their children. I really do.
Which is important to have.
There's what it is. I mean, tell your kid you love them, right? And educate them as much as you can, right? From an early age, what crack cocaine is, what fentanyl is, what it does to you. It kills you, right? And we should be burning that into their brains from a really early age, Al.
Yeah.
Because
Why lie to
fallible.
them?
We're human and we're
why?
fallible, right? We're all fallible as humans. And you know what? Did I ever think that I would abuse drugs as an adult? Are you kidding?
But I did.
Right? I did. I abused drugs, but I got clean. And you know what I mean? But if one child can bypass that, I feel good, right? And
I got one out of 4, and I got one that's on the street, and I don't even know where she is. But my other, I've always given them, like I told them right from the get go, I'd rather see you smoke cannabis than drink alcohol, right from the get go, from the time they were 14 years old, because alcohol is the gateway. Tobacco, pick up a cigarette, you get that head rush, then it's a little couple sips off dad's beer at Christmas time. Oh, a bit of a head rush. Oh, what's the next step?
Yeah, right? You're so right, especially for our people, right?
Right. Yeah. So again, so I always told my kids that rather than smoke cannabis than drink alcohol, I would give it to them. I have a child now that to the legal, so it's tested. I don't want him sourcing anything off the street. I don't care. If he's gonna do it, he's gonna do it in this house with me monitoring it and me buying it for him, so I know where he's getting it.
Tim does mail order.
Yeah.
So, you know.
Yeah. How old is he?
He just turned 15.
Okay.
But he's also got insomnia, long COVID. He's got health issues. He's got stomach issues. Like I've got colitis. He's got, some shit going on. And I would far rather him for pain management, all kinds of other things, than start feeding him full of fucking pills.
Do you know what? What are you taking for your stomach, Al? Like in terms of cannabis?
Cannabis wise?
CBD, straight up CBD, or?
No, I have my cannabis. I'm a smoker. And as far as non-smoking methods, as people have watched, I've got some gummies. But what I really
I got your twin.
Yeah. What I really like to consume, like as far as an edible for cannabis, because I like it to deal with the pain issues, is the your THC base, because I like beverages in order to consume beverages, whereas I always looked at, and I did have problems, especially early on with my condition, baked goods. Baked goods aren't always, that was the big thing, back 2010, 2012, 14 stuff. Baked goods. Well, I couldn't eat baked goods. I always wanted a beverage. So the fact that you guys got this THC base, which goes into all your beverages, and being able to purchase that allows me to have different drinks. And if I've done something physical wise, which isn't physical for maybe a normal person, but it's really it might be physical for a normal person, but for me it can lead to a lot of muscle pain and ache and soreness, and I like to have that beverage and have that stuff and make a drink and have it before I go to bed, and it deals with all that.
And there's a crazy story behind all that too, Al. How I got that, I don't know if I ever told you that was the Pixie, the original Pixie Pop. Did I ever tell you?
Pops, yeah.
What a story. What a story. So I ended up buying out Pixie Pop and their formulation. Even hired their biochemist. And so we set it all up at the shop. And by golly, so he wasn't very good biochemist. I'm just going to say that. And he kind of messed up.
I think I met him.
I think you did too. He kind of messed that up quite a bit. So
but you also had a real good one.
Yes. So we laid him off, and we hired some real chemists. And so we started from square one, and worked backwards. So we were building this out right around the same time Canopy was building out their beverage system, 2016, 2017. They were out at the gate early. They had their building up early. They were working on everything. They were drafting regulations for the federal government. But so we got this formulation together, and I was reading as Canopy is doing all their testing that it's a terrible pop. It's sticking to the side of the can. It's floating to the top and all of this stuff, right?
Yeah, I remember the can thing. Yeah, the absorption.
Right. But the problem is what they were using is an isolate.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
right. And so what we're using is an oil. We use the fecal.
Yeah.
Right. And so they said you can't blend, you can't add the famous last words, you can't add vinegar to water. Or vinegar to oil, or was it water to oil? Water to oil.
Water to oil.
It can't be. The CEO of Canopy says you cannot emulsify those two together. Why, by golly, we were sitting there and we already had it emulsified in the can with and selling tens of thousands of cans up in the big cities at that point when he was making that admission. So not only can you, right, we did do it. Right.
Yeah.
So, and we have the formulation, and that comes along with the sale of the business too, Al. All the formulations and the recipes. So
good. I was actually asked online because I
love the fact that just not any, can walk in and just buy it. It has to be somebody from the nation.
It does. It does. You know what? In the right situation, I'd be open to leasing. But I'd much rather see the building be sold. But if it had to be a lease, I could set up a 20-year long-term lease.
Right.
But I'll put the building in my son's name, and if I die, then everything goes to him, right?
Correct.
It really doesn't matter. Yeah.
Okay. I see we're a little long, and we've got a show coming in behind us here in the next 18 minutes. So I just want to do a quick rundown. Legacy 420 is for sale, and
for sale.
comes with the with Legacy 420. It's much more than just a retail store. You want to just
It's a
quickly run
production
down what it all comes
facility.
with?
Yeah. So it comes complete with everything you need to do production. You know how I built out the building, Al, was I built it out for forward thinking. All right. So in 2018, I had 65 people employed there. Then in 2019, the economy started slow. In 2020, the pandemic happened, and then lo and behold, we are where we are now. But we were running probably 65 people with a $25 million revenue.
Wow.
Yeah. So
that's employing a lot of people and a lot of
yeah,
product.
and so that is an 8-hour shift, 5 days a week. So I built out the building for 12-hour for 2 shifts, 2 8-hour shifts, 16-hour. That's how I built the building out to run 24 hours a day. So it's fully capable of producing, I figure, anywhere from 80 to $100 million in production per year. At least that's how I had it built out. And so there's on the other end of this recession or whatever we're coming into here, that's a big dream for the right person.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. It's a turnkey operation, folks.
It is a turnkey operation. Absolutely is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Got a well-established name.
When we're overall the economy's, it's the cannabis industry, because the economy's really not so bad right now. Like, it's kind of moving out with inflation going down and interest rates being dropped. But it's the cannabis industry, because they totally fucking took us off of the knees if you were a grower, because a licensed producer and the OB, $300 a pound, $500 a pound, like that took the knees out from every grower that would ever be able to do anything. Patients too, like even designated growers gave up growing for patients because it wasn't worth their time.
Did you know I could get a pound right now, a licensed producer product, for 20 cents?
A pound?
20 cents for shake. I can get, yeah.
Wow. Holy smokes.
We said the price of tomatoes, but it really did fuck the industry.
I can get mid-range for $3.75
a pound.
Yeah.
Like $300 or $3.
$3.75 a pound. $375.
375. Yeah.
All day long, any direction. Any direction.
Yeah. It's like
and they were worried about guys like us.
Yeah, really.
Remember all the talk?
Yeah.
So they're taking a few 100,000 plants right out of the fields, a few 100,000 plants, but they're sending millions of fucking plants out the door.
They're sending fucking millions of pounds to Germany and fucking Israel and fucking Australia.
Everywhere. You would not believe it. You don't even. We should have a talk off camera. You wouldn't believe. You would not believe. You would not believe.
Oh yeah, I would.
Yeah.
I would
not. And right from the day I visited Canopy in 20, I think it was, they weren't even open yet. They were just building it out, and I went up for a tour. I think they were open for medical patients. 2016, I got in, but I got in with the CEO. I got to do the tour with the CEO. And what was his name?
Bruce.
Oh,
so he's doing the tour, and I got in through ex-conservative MP, an old friend of mine. That's who I got in with. He got me in there, right? So I'm doing the tour, and I stop at this big glass wall, and I'm looking at the wall, and I'm see 10 rows here, 10, 10, 10. I see 10 rows of 10. And I'm thinking, holy Jesus. So I'm looking at him. I go, well, what's this? He's going, well, that's our medical marijuana. I go, what are you going to do with that? And he's going, well, we got 10,000 patients. I said, there is no way that's going to feed 10. What's going on here, Bruce? What's going on here? So anyways, we finish the tour. We're on our way out the door. He stops, puts his arm. lets everybody else go out the door, right? And he stops me and he's going, "Hey, he says Health Canada might own this through the day, but at nighttime, we own it." All right. Now that's 2 years before the Cannabis Act even passed.
Yeah.
It's an old boy network, right? That's what it is.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
We know.
Yeah. All right. So to wrap things up, anybody who's interested in looking into Legacy 420, where shall they go to as far as like
just come on down. Yeah, just come on down. Give us a call. We'll give you a tour. We're generally what we do is Jordan usually does probably 15-20 minute tour through the building, check out all the departments, usually a little bit longer. He describes products and that. So maybe half an hour tour. And then when the tour's done, boom, we sit down and start discussing. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And just for everybody who knows, who's interested, here is the contact information. There's the address. There's the phone number.
Perfect.
Just that's right there on the legacy420.com website. Just scroll down to the bottom and send them a message. So
all right.
Okie dokie. All right. Other than that, anything else you want to mention, Tim?
Other than our 2-for-1 sale, come on down and enjoy the gummies. It's a new type of gummy that we went with. Lots of gummies on hand. We can 346 York Road. Come on down. Ho ho ho.
All right. Sounds good.
Drop down, Al. Drop down when you're coming down next. Do you have any idea or?
Not offhand. It'll be soon though.
All right, maybe I'll have some shit mailed up for Christmas.
Oh, hey, that would be nice. We'll talk after the show.
You too, Tamara.
Email is working. My packages from Vancouver. It wasn't what I wanted, but anyway, yeah.
All right, Tamara. Anything you want to say?
Merry Christmas, I guess, or Happy Holidays to whoever is. I guess it's the last show before the holidays.
Yeah.
So help me with
yes.
Great. And enjoy being time with your family. Send money for cannabis substitution to Tamara Lee 9 at hotmail.com or Tamara Lee 3 at gmail.com. It's going to be a holiday for the houseless, so that's what my wish is to fill the house. We have a waffle. The draw is the 21st, so you can get your tickets through me too, but it's a waffle. And and all the money, like I said, my only wish for Christmas or this holiday season is to fill my hat with money so I can help the homeless.
There you
Very
go.
good.
All righty. As Tamara says, this is the last show before because of Christmas. We will see everybody in the new year. Other than that, thanks as always. Go to the friendly and helpful folks at legacy420.com. Limestone City Hydroproducts.ca, Camel for Lifestyle Shop, as well as at ease.ca. Also, thanks to my joint host, Tamara, our guest, Tim Barnhart, Legacy 420. And other than that, thank you for everybody for tuning in, and we'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
Peace.
Let's share PACE everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
So this is number 1. I'm gonna give that to Wayne. He's going to open it up.
Put it on the plate to look at it.
Sure.
Or are we just gonna?
Sure, put it on the plate to take a look at it, and then just pass it around.
I guess you gotta.
No, bad
You got scissors? There's no tear tab.
Is there no tear tabs?
No.
Yeah, no, there isn't. But some of them aren't sealed.
I'll go get a pair of scissors.
Like I just had a few. Like lately, I've had a couple, but like last year.
Yeah, that one's not sealed.
I think it's
Yeah, yeah. No, just this one I think is sealed up.
Had good sleep. Woke up and I was dehydrated. I was freaking out because I haven't had the cold shot since I was in the hospital. Yeah, and I felt
Admit it.
great.
Yeah.
In the hospital. When I got home, there was 4 packages. Like,
Yeah, it looks like a lot of the other ones have open tops, but this one
in the
doesn't.
fridge. With
I
one-
found a few of them did not.
We'll find out as we go along.
When I was in the hospital, I said I probably drank the whole thing. It was 2 days before I noticed I didn't have my glasses in the hospital.
It's frustrating though, because you go and you get ready to go and all that, and it's like sitting down for a poop and having no toilet paper.
That would suck. Yeah.
Sorry for the comparison, Sarah.
So what do you could your
Yeah.
Did you smell
Oh
it?
no, it's just a visual thing right now.
Just
But
visual,
yeah,
what do you think, Bob?
I can't help but smell it.
Visually, does it look good? Between 1 and 10 looks good. 10 would be super good. 1 is bad.
1 and 9, actually.
You write down 7 on your paper there beside the I.
I definitely
Well,
like
yeah.
the purple in it. But
Number 7 here or here?
Yeah, at the top. Put a 7 on number 1. Correct.
We got her.
Okay, coming around.
Am I supposed to smell?
no,
Well, that's
this
the
is,
next question.
Oh,
You
okay.
should just
well, the next
copy
question
me.
is
wouldn't
moisture
you?
and then aroma.
Yeah, so
nice.
overall visual appealing. Unappealing to very appealing.
Yeah.
Is the option.
Look at it.
1
Yeah,
through
how
1.
does it look?
Squishy?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a further question.
Okay, see,
We can't memorize 15 questions to do everything at one time.
And which one am I
Besides
going
that,
in?
once Wayne smoked it, we wouldn't be able to test it, right? It did smell good, even though we're not to that point yet. We
It's
haven't-
got a bit of purple in it. I like
yeah,
that.
it does.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can see the triphones on it too, right?
Yeah.
All right, so I will enter my answer.
I got that one already.
So now moisture is next. So that'll be a feel, I guess.
Feel, that would be feel. Is it too wet, too dry?
Come on, feel it, Wayne. Feel it.
Dense and dry.
Squeeze it like it's your Sherman.
Too dry or too wet? Give it a low number, I would
Yeah,
say.
if it was too dry, it'd be crumbling apart. I
Yeah,
think as soon as you
yeah.
squeeze it, it's not.
Just the outside
Now,
dry.
just so you know, don't maul it because we gotta probably maybe see how sticky it is later.
Oh, I didn't think you'd seen that.
That's the only thing I don't like about this because now I haven't seen any of the other ones, so I don't know if I'm comparing to the other ones
Well,
evenly.
you know, you don't
right?
compare
We're
it to
gonna know
anything.
when we're all done here.
Yeah, but it's the first one kind of can be an unfair.
Be honest.
I'd like to smell it.
Yeah, oh, I know. It actually it does smell good when I
Yeah.
can smell it before it even got to me.
But you're glad I thought of it?
Yeah. Oh, it's solid, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
nice and dense.
Not too wet.
You don't
Not
get through the
too
road stop
spongy.
with that in your shirt pocket.
So what would you say? What would you do as if it's just perfect? Would you?
Well,
Yeah.
I was gonna go 9, but then I decided
Yeah.
8 because I don't know what to compare
Right,
it
right,
to.
right, right.
This is the baser.
Moisture. Yeah. No, that was good. Actually, I'm gonna
Just go on number
I'm
2.
gonna change mine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, no, you'll go.
Number
It's
2.
still,
How do you think it was?
it's still number 1 though. It's just.
Well, it's question 2.
Oh, okay.
Oh, hang on. Yeah. Yes, you're gonna have to do 7 rows down. Sorry, buddy.
Not a problem.
Okay.
I think.
So question 2, yeah, you'll have.
I got one on the back there. Oh,
yeah,
indica.
that's the other.
Okay, what do you want me to do here?
Okay, on number 2, rate it between 1 and 9. 1 that it was too moist and dry, and then higher numbers is that I would say is just is good, is excellent type thing.
1 to 9.
Yeah, 1 to 9.
I'll go 8 on that one.
Okay, now can you put a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 across the top?
1, 2.
Yeah.
What do you do here again?
No, I just need you.
No, here, do you want me to do it?
Wayne,
yeah, I'll do it for you. Yeah.
All righty. Done that one. My phone closes too often. Okay. Aroma strength. And by the sounds of it, Al, there's been a lot of good smells comments, right?
Yeah. Oh, it definitely has a good smell.
But they're all in their noses are working good.
Yeah, exactly. Now, can you do that on the
So,
other side?
Yeah. So this is going to be all this one, and then the 2 will be bag 2.
Yeah.
And 3 will be. These
Oh,
are the questions, and these are the bags.
See why I'm having everybody enter their own number, so I don't have to do this afterwards all on a piece of paper. Could you just imagine? Just me.
I'm already imagining me doing.
Physical contaminants you can't see. Oh, yeah. It doesn't say anything about ground, does it? Eh?
We get our own bags.
There you go, Bob.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem. Yeah. All right, so we're on aroma strength here.
Aroma strength.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll all take another smell of that happily.
I think there's another smell.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's complaining about that smell.
Okay, well, there's a strength, and the next question is pleasantness. So the strength is a very strong, and think of pleasantness while you're at it.
What's the number on that one?
1 to 9.
1 to 9 again.
Yeah, they're all 1 to 9.
We haven't stopped anything else yet.
Question 3 is the aroma strength, and question 4 is aroma pleasantness.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
9.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to give it top points on both that.
Yeah.
Only one person grind.
Touch. Okay.
What are we doing now?
That's not at all.
What are we doing?
Stickiness to touch.
Oh, stickiness.
Yeah, I didn't find it sticky. If there's hash brown there, we'll know.
That number 5?
That is question 5, yes. 1 is not sticky at all, and 9 is very sticky.
How about you, Al? When we're doing this, your sample number 1, how did you find with your overall peel, stickiness, and stuff like that? Questions 1 through 4. I don't hear them.
I try that. Was I supposed to follow along?
No, he's plugged in. He was just there. Are you muted, buddy?
No.
Hang on. Oh, here. He was there.
I'm here.
Yeah. I can't hear you.
I
over there.
Number 5.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah.
There he is.
I go.
What'd you do? Mute?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
So what on your sativa end of things?
I just did number 5. I didn't realize we were supposed to all do the same.
Well, yeah, it's part of the problem is that there's we need separate kits to be able to do all the same.
Yeah.
Okay, so where are we here?
So I just finished doing number 5 and I voted and stuff.
Did you? Okay.
Yeah.
So what are some of your results?
Well, I mean, this one made me panicky.
No,
we lost him again.
Like I feel a little like yeah, which sometimes sativas do to me.
you just unplug that? No, right there, the small wire. Yeah, just unplug that.
Uh-oh. Did your battery die?
No, it was still on. I checked that. I checked that when I got up.
I don't know what's up. Anyways, this one particularly, it made me feel a little bit of panicky. That's probably why I chose this one to start with, to get that out of the way.
Yeah.
Okay. I tried some of this before.
Yeah.
And it made me really moody. But right now, I'm just kind of, I'm good.
Okay. Do you see any physical contaminants? Do you see anything such as hairs?
In this one, I found nothing like that
Break it up
at all.
a bit there, Wayne. See if you see any seeds.
Any white hair on it. I think the judges need some microphone or magnifying glasses.
Oh, I didn't bring one.
I could have brought loops for us all. Yeah, no.
Do you want a drink?
Yes, please.
Okay, well, I got a cooler over there. It's got water.
It's a pretty looking bud. I don't have much to complain about with that.
Yes, I found the quality from the ones that I've tried already better than last year's.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just everything was firm, nice tasting. There were no bad ash things.
You see anything, Bob?
So I'm comparing as I tried.
No physical contaminants is mold, insects, seeds, hairs, none. There's no 1 through 9 on this question.
So what do we do there?
Okay, just write the word in.
So if I didn't see any mold, I didn't see any insects, I didn't see any seeds.
No.
And I didn't see any.
So
now hairs, I'm assuming unwanted hairs, like
correct.
Yeah. So I would just write
cannabis hairs. Cannabis hairs are good.
Yeah. There's not specific though.
So Bob, you just write none.
Just contaminant, yeah.
That's
I kind of don't feel like I'm getting the full experience unless there's a dog or cat hair in my bud.
Yeah, I'm used to that too.
I don't see any contaminants.
Yeah.
Okay, now it's time to grind it up because the next question is does aroma translate to taste? They've got smoking experience, ash, and structures, effects, right? So it's time to grind it.
Yeah.
Do you want to grind it? Let us know.
You want me to grind it?
Yeah. Let us know if it's.
You're the man for the job.
You got a grinder? Okay. Let us know if it is really moist.
Moist.
It's definitely not. But I might change my sticky up a little bit.
I know, but weeds can't grind it, right?
Yeah, it's not. I think I did a 1 on sticky. I think I'm going to bump that up to about a 3.
Once you break it up.
Anybody else want to feel the sticky while
the sticky while it's apart?
Feel the sticky.
No?
There is a little more there, eh? Yeah.
Okay.
Once you fluff it up.
Yeah. All right. He's grinding her up. Oh, I guess we can see that on the screen too.
Right at your name, I think.
Yeah, right out. I was grinding it. Deb's looking into the cooler. I know what she's hunting for. She wants some of that cherry.
I know it's
black cherry
soda.
I know it's not a question, but as for how it fluffs out when you grind it, it's certainly sometimes you grind weed and it's like it seems like there's nothing when it's ground up. So this ground up and fluffed out very nice. So I know it's not a question, but I thought that was important to say.
Yeah.
Well, actually, it is a question in there, and it would have been presented as where are we here? Where physical? No. No, there really isn't.
There isn't.
Overall enjoyment,
right,
is the closest really to that question.
Okay, so it's ground up.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. Can the camera see that?
Yep, camera can see it. Here is some papers. Some papers supplied to us by Camelford Lifestyle Shop.
Shameless plugging.
You don't get any.
I don't get what?
Agassiz. Just so you know, the soda beverages, they are from Legacy 420. They had a super sale going on.
And they're good.
Deb just took a drink of the
Should I
first
shove
one.
that all in one paper, make a big, huge fatty, or what should I do?
Sure. Yeah.
You know, I gotta
Yeah,
say,
roll
all in
two.
one joint
Yeah,
anyway.
roll two.
Roll two.
I hope in the future that we're able to experience something like this in the mushroom variety of an event.
Yeah, that would be neat, eh? To do a mushroom testing.
Yeah, that would be a much longer show.
It would be a much longer podcast.
Wouldn't it?
It sure would.
I miss the concentrates. I thought that from our conversations with Sarah last year, she was hoping to do some concentrates this year, but I guess it just didn't happen.
Well, I think that there's a way. So in my mind, I believe there is a way to do it.
There's so many regulations. I'm surprised she got this far with it. I mean, I'm glad she did, but there's so many regulations around not being able to promote it and advertise it and this and that and the other thing that it would be a nightmare to navigate that.
Well, she felt that as far as advertising and stuff like that, we're well within our legal rights to be doing this. And I'll tell
because
you,
we aren't really advertising companies. We're just
that's right. And Jack Lloyd has also said that that there is a little bit of an issue thing there that somebody could say something about, but what's the point?
What's the point?
We're not really in the business. We're the other
Debbie.
end of the business.
Pass one to the right and one to the left.
One
to the cross paths.
Have you guys even lit one yet?
I don't know. He said pass one right, pass one left, so I did.
You like that?
Does
Then
aroma
we push it down
translate
this way.
taste?
Yeah.
No, me.
There's a number of questions throughout this, so yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Is this your first one, Al?
7 of 15. Does aroma translate to taste?
Is this the first one that you're doing?
Yeah, we're still in the first one. This could take a while, Al.
Jesus, I've already gone through my one. I'm ready to hit my vaporizer.
Look at the color of it. That's nice.
We're going to be here a while, folks. Enjoy.
Well, that's what I said. It's going to be here a while.
Yeah, I would getting a nice taste out of that. Not quite as strong as the aroma, but it is nice.
It is. Yeah, it is.
But again, I don't want to score too high because it's our first
I
one.
didn't wake you up when I went in there, did I?
Okay, now while you're doing this, take a look at the ash because you need to know about the ash color and the ash structure.
Yeah. Question 8 is
right.
Smoking experience.
Experience.
So did anybody take pictures?
There's the first cougher.
No, we didn't take it.
Do we have a meter for the sound of that coughing?
Yeah. Yep. Just cross pass there, Deb. Deb, look at that. Deb's got both joints. She's double fisted.
She planned it that way.
It's all the same stuff, but it allows you to keep, maybe reevaluate.
Yeah. Well, can you go back through
last year's test? I was here with my friend Kent, who is coming today.
Okay.
And we just did it together, and I just rolled one joint.
Yeah.
Right. So I had extra from each pack.
Well, I remember pre-legalization, one of the kits we bought, me and Shalom bought. It was like we had it for over a year.
Yeah, Wayne, when I moved, I still
the
had
original ones. Yeah, I got the 710 kit, and it was awesome.
Yeah, 125 cents.
I had Karma Cup stuff sitting in my fridge when I moved up here.
Holy fuck! There's more than one joint. Come on here.
Okay, look at the app.
So smoking experience. I'm not finding it overly harsh, but it's not super smooth either. So
correct. Yeah, don't forget your taste. Aroma to taste.
Yeah, I did that one. Yeah.
Ash the color. Has it been looking pretty?
Ash color structure. Heavy,
white.
chunky, dark to light, airy, and wispy.
It's moving pretty good down that paper.
Yeah, I say it's burning really good.
It's an awfully nice light grayish.
Yeah,
no,
exactly.
It's definitely airy. Yeah, I think it's a nice.
You know, it's got a bit of a.
How many of these we're gonna do?
7. And then we got 7 more joints to
I won't make it.
Lightweight.
You know, Bob.
You have a green-out mattress?
Bob has been consuming cannabis for years, and this,
Oh, yeah,
this,
did it
this-
to
I
me.
think this is his first probably opportunity to
Well,
really.
then I was supposed to send that to you. No, I'm going to take a photo.
They crisscross.
As far as consuming cannabis in the legal world, I don't, so Bob has always been an attendee, as well as everybody else is here, has participated in a grow off. And now that I've done this, I think we should have a grow off tournament here.
Yeah, that'd be great.
That would be great. Oh yeah. I've got 3 tables.
Yeah.
To accommodate people. Got lots of parking.
Wait, you're not going to make me clean my house?
No, we'll just do it here.
It's been a while.
Okay, so how are you making out on your reviews, everybody? Ash color, you've got that experience. Okay. The effects experience, not pleasant or very pleasant.
This 8 or 7?
10.
Okay,
You
so
can-
where are you? You're at 7?
Yeah.
All right, so 7. Does the aroma translate to the taste?
Does it taste like it smelled?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, you give it a 1 to 9.
8.
And then the next question, number 8, is
Huh?
harsh to smooth.
Oh, okay.
1 to 9.
We're just gonna switch joints.
And then question 9, ash color and structure. Is it heavy, chunky, and dark for like the low end?
Yeah.
Or light, airy, and wispy for the higher end?
Color.
Color.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay.
There's a bit of a bite to it, everybody. So you're
9, it should be about 7 on that one.
That's what that is. And then question 10 is the effects experience. So is it pleasant or not pleasant as far as the effect you're feeling?
Yeah. Oh, we're doing good.
Yeah.
You're doing good.
Just
Yeah.
go forward, answer
I'm
some
going
of
to
the other
put a
questions.
9 down. I give me room for 10. 10 next
Answer
time, if I
9,
remember.
right? What did you say?
I said, guess the brand that produces.
Oh, I haven't gotten to that. Okay, so you got effects experience.
Yeah, we're at effects and experience.
Pleasant or not very pleasant?
You want 11?
Yeah, 11. There is no 11. 1 to 9. Question 11. Yeah.
Question 11.
Overall
enjoyment.
I enjoyed it. Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah, it's. I hear some people coughing, so
Yeah,
I'm
I
gonna
did.
deduct 1 point for that.
Yes, I cough. I'm the same way. I'm always cough on everything.
Number 12, we haven't hit that yet, eh?
We're on our way to it. Would you buy this product?
Would I?
Yes or no?
Yes.
I can
Just a
just
yes
see
or
how
no
this
on
is
there,
gonna
eh?
go.
It's yes
Oh,
or
I don't
no.
want
yeah.
any more. Oh, here.
My answer to that question, Wayne, would be how much is it?
What's that?
I said my answer to that question would be how much.
Yeah, how
Okay,
much is it? Yeah.
Talking by
Yeah, it should. They should have a question. What price category does this product fall into?
Okay. Now, would you buy this? This is one of the questions. Would you buy this?
In a heartbeat.
Well, there was no maybe, so I had
Put a
to
Y
Yeah,
or an
12. Yeah.
put a Y
I didn't
or an
refuse
N
this.
on your spot, Bob.
If I had to buy it,
Yes.
I'm looking at that.
Okay.
That's question 12. Would you buy it?
Yeah.
You got any comments? Enter any comments. That's one of the questions.
Not till payday.
If you want, there's a spot there to guess the brand. Just leave yours.
Yeah, no idea.
I have completely no idea.
Well,
Good
they
thing I
do
can go
have
back and fill
I
these out
only know
again.
one company.
They do have the
And
list of
it's not on
companies.
the
there.
list.
I don't pay much attention to names.
Yeah.
and-
Okay. Now, guess the strain of this product.
No. Don't even
No,
ask.
yeah.
Sorry.
They changed the names of all the strains. I could
Well,
guess,
that's
but it would
the
be
thing.
an old school name.
I bypassed those 2 questions right there.
And you
Okay.
can.
It'll be purple something.
we can go back and edit our test results. You know, if we wanted to change something, we can edit it afterwards as well.
Okay, I wasn't sure if once you saved it, if you could go back.
Yes, yeah, you can do that.
At the very end, when everything's been answered, if it's like last year, they let you go through and as many times as you want, and then when you're done, you just hit send and it's done.
Right.
So you can alter it when you're super fried and questioning your existence.
That's right. But once you hit send, it's done.
Okay.
I believe. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, save and finish later.
Save and finish later, or continue assessment.
We didn't do 13.
Hit the continue assessment. Okay, because that's what we're doing.
Yeah. Oops.
So I have a question, Al.
Oh, hang on.
All right.
It's not taking me. If
how do we get back to the? Okay, there we go. I got back to dominant. I got back to the listing again.
Okay, so can I ask my question?
As soon as you guys start talking about.
Yeah. Oh.
So continue.
Okay, so I'm going to indica dominant too.
Did you find it?
I ended up accidentally logging out.
Yeah.
But I did.
Yeah, I showed him where it was.
Yeah. Bob's got me covered.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. I got the same number.
How long are we waiting in between strains?
Finish later.
Oh, see, it deleted everything on me.
Did it?
It's not there.
Oh, because you signed out and came back in.
I hit save before I did that.
Yeah.
When I hit back, it took me out.
Save and finish later.
I got it.
Did you?
I tried that and it said the page wasn't available.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Just give me a second here to put this all back.
Correct. Well, it's still fresh in your mind. Let's go through those questions. Because I'm in the same boat. Aroma and pleasant foods. Physical, yeah.
Hey, Al.
Yo.
How long are we waiting in between strains? Because I'm ready to smoke my next doobie.
See, you need to have like 6 or 7 people there. Then you would understand where we're coming from.
I can still smell that pot.
I don't have any smoking buddies here.
Okay, done.
Well, you could probably find one and on any street corner.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just put an ad out on AOL or something.
Oh, did everybody get through that? You saved and finished later? And
Yeah.
This podcast is for adults only, should not be used as a meal replacement, and may contain nuts.
Hey everybody, and welcome back to another episode of The Newbie and the Doobie. My name is Timmy. I am the newbie.
Mary Jane, I am the doobie.
We are very excited to have with us back on the show as a second returnees,
Yeah.
Alexis and Jolene, otherwise known as Blunts and Beans. I still haven't figured out who's the Blunts and who's the Beans, but
I'm the
thank
doobie.
you so much. Yes, you are the doobie. Nice shirt, by the way.
I feel like I need to point out she's a doobie, not the doobie.
That's right. There's only one the doobie. Wait, do the shirts say the doobie?
No, it should
No,
say
it
a.
says a doobie.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. All right.
Yeah,
All right.
see,
I thought we
mine
had messed
says
that one up.
The doobie.
And I'm assuming, Alexis, yours was lost in the mail. Is that how it's worked?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, it was lost.
Okay. All
Or
right.
maybe she just wore it so much because she loved
Yeah.
it, and it's gone.
Well, we really appreciate you guys being back on the show, and there's so much to talk about that we didn't get to talk about last time. For those that are tuning in though and maybe didn't watch the last episode, let's just make it very clear. It's kind of split down the middle here. Jolene and myself are besties, and Alexis and MJ are besties. So there is a little bit of a relational divide going on.
And if you notice, I got to sit next to my bestie.
Yes, she wanted to sit beside. Yeah. I'm gonna have to reach over.
Hi.
No.
I got you.
Ah.
You guys are too cute. It's funny. You guys decided that very early on. You're like, Jolene, you're my bestie.
Yeah.
And there was no question because Alexis, I was like, yep, I want Jolene anyway.
Oh, well, this.
Oh my
as-
I'm kidding. I love you, Jolene.
This show,
I
man,
love
this,
you.
this show is starting off like no other show has. So, like, before we get into questions about life in general, is there anything? Because we're gonna put this thing up probably a couple days after we're recording. It's about to go up
Yeah.
because you guys got big things.
Yeah, that's the fastest I'm going to say I've ever going to be able to edit and then get it uploaded because I'm like, we got news. Well, we don't have news. You got news that
And-
we want to like.
And we want people to know that we're going to talk more about this later in the episode, but give kind of that 3-minute elevator pitch to tell people what it is that we are going to talk about later on, what is coming up, just to kind of, stir the pot up a little bit.
Do you want to be the music or I'll be the music? I'll be the music. Okay, you got it. Music. All right. So in precisely 17 sleeps, we'll be having the best, most fun weekend. Camp Canna 2023 is coming. We're getting together. We are having responsible, dignified consumption. We're having fun. We're celebrating culture. And it's really a nice opportunity to get to know some legal brands as a consumer, to build some nice relationships with them. But mostly it's just to get together and celebrate how far the cannabis community has come, because there's so many cool things that we are able to do today that we were not 5 years ago. So yeah, that's what we got coming up.
Okay, so we will talk more about specifics on that. I caught right away though. How do you put together responsible, dignified, and fun? Where's the line there?
You cover all the subjects.
Okay, all right. So is like the dignified time, like the Friday night.
Yeah, you
and then
schedule
the
them at
fun is
different
the
times,
Saturday.
maybe different locations.
Really dignified consumption just means like in an area that is stigma free, where you're not being judged or looked down upon or feeling like you need to be over there in the corner in a smoke pit where you can't see anything or you're not part of anything, which was really an injustice that we felt when we went to cannabis events, where we had to, step outside the venue into the back alley to consume, you know what I mean? So having dignified consumption, you don't have to step away from anything. You want to sit there. We're out in nature. We're in open air. We're enjoying people's company. It's, it's not an area where we like, okay, in this box. So yeah.
Is there a place though for people like me who are very judgmental and I would like to judge people?
Yeah, right in the midst of it. No, you can sit there in the middle of all of it,
Okay.
and watch everybody and
If you
judge
don't want to be
because
judgy and you just want to people watch as a
Yes.
non-consumer, you're welcome to come too. Last
Okay.
year, 10% of our pass holders were actually non-consumers, and they just came to have a good
Really?
time
And to
enjoy
learn.
the atmosphere.
Yeah.
Okay.
For some education. Like in the places that are governed today, there's no education able to be given. So,
Mhm.
you know, it's kind of, some people are curious, even if they're not consuming themselves, like you. So, yeah.
Although MJ tried to give me a teapot.
the
what is
lemon
it?
the lemon iced tea. Yeah,
That's infused.
We picked it up from Tokyo Smoke, and I was like, crack it open, and I smell it, and it smells just like Nestea iced tea, and I'm like, come on, like, do you think one sip wouldn't
Yeah.
get you high, would it?
Yeah, she
Just like a
was-
sip.
There's peer pressure all over the place.
Have you
So-
ever accidentally done that though? Like given him something, been like, "This is so good, you have to try it." Getting wrapped up, and
You're gonna talk. I know exactly.
She didn't accidentally give me something, but above her stove,
It's not there anymore.
there
I
was
will
a
say.
bottle of oil, of which I was going to cook with, because I'm a progressive male. So I
Yes, you
went
do
to
cook.
grab the oil, and she was like, "No,
No, it was in the pan. He had already put it in the pan, and he's heating up the pan. And I was like, "What oil did you use?" And he's like, "Huh?" And he's like, "That one." I was like, "No." I grabbed the pan. I was like,
Yeah.
"No." Toss the pan in the sink. I grab a new pan. He's like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "That's cannabis oil."
Yeah.
He's like, "Why is it next to the other oil? Why is it not labeled?" I was like, "It is labeled." He says,
She's like,
"Where?
Who
Where
just
is
grabbed-"
it labeled?" And he's looking
Yeah.
at the bottle.
For the person who complains about cannabis labeling all the time, and she was just like, "Well, who just picks up someone's oil and pours it?" And it's like, "How about the guy who wants to eat dinner and he's been staying here at the house?"
In all fairness, the labeling that I had it was a chalkboard shelf, and the label was on the chalkboard. It said Pink Kush cannabis oil, and it had an arrow to that bottle.
So if the bottle, because the bottle's always going to be right in that
Hey,
spot.
hey, my kids know not to use that. I figured that he would. Like,
Oh.
it would have been a fun night for sure. A fun day. That was breakfast.
Well, enough about us. Okay,
No, I
so
would never purposely dose anybody. Although I do think it would be fun.
Well, it's not
to make-
purposeful. That's an accident.
Well,
right?
I think it would be fun to make a bunch of cookies or brownies or whatever it is, but make all of them, like 90% of them, just regular cookies, and then 10% of them,
Infused.
like infused
roulette.
cannabis roulette. And
Mhm.
everybody who knows, everybody will know, like 10% of these have cannabis in it.
Mhm.
Have fun.
I'm not ready. I'm not ready for that game.
No, but everybody has to know, or else it's no fun.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it won't be a good game.
Yeah.
So we don't
no.
want to go. We don't want to go through your whole history again, because we covered that in the episode, and you guys should go look at that episode. But
yes, we did hear the first stories.
we do want to hear a little bit about kind of the extension of that journey, and maybe start with how you guys kind of got together, the vision of Blunts and Beans, kind of in that condensed journey, and then as this relationship, both professionally and personally, has unfolded over the last year or so since we had last talked. Talk to us a little bit about that cannabis journey individually and together.
That's a lot. That's a whole lot. You want us to just debrief a year?
Yeah, start in January and go from there.
I mean, we have had a crazy, beautiful year.
Incredible year.
Yeah.
We've been blessed by the ganja gods.
Yes.
My friends.
I often say that sometimes, because we're in the hustle and bustle of it all, and we're doing something there's no like guidebook, there's not exactly a book that's like, do this and this will happen, so it's like, I always often say that we need to look at the trophies on the shelf, because even no matter how big and small they are, like there's still trophies on the shelf. So like, we're hitting our head against the government on all levels, like doing what we're doing, you know what I mean? And so some days we're like, ugh, this is tough, but we have a lot of trophies on the shelf from this year. Like I got an opportunity to speak with our premier
earlier in the year, and kind of bring to her attention cannabis tourism and what that looks like. And she was able to like share her personal opinion with me, and that she sees cannabis as like a medicine plant, and she believes that the guidelines and regulations in Alberta are too strong right now. And I don't want to take like credit or anything, but the first thing she did as she got reelected was moved AGLC, which is our governing body of cannabis and liquor, underneath the red tape reduction minister, away from the finance minister, which is huge for anybody operating a business in Alberta. So like that's crazy, huge trophy on the shelf there. But yeah, really, it's just been like crazy how organically, like how everything has just happened organically this year. Like it was just a matter of like, oh, hey, like, would you guys be interested in doing this? Like we rolled
just
the world's
think,
largest doobie.
a year ago when we were on your podcast, that
Mhm.
was the first podcast we had ever been on.
Yeah.
And
Right.
since then, I mean, we've publicly spoken at a couple events.
Mhm.
We've been to Toronto. We were in Edmonton
Yeah.
at Grow Up. So we've been around, and yeah, Vancouver was
Well, you guys even did your own podcast too.
Yeah, we have our
Yeah.
own show now. We're on
Yeah.
summer
Yeah.
break
We're on
because
summer
like
break because the
good for
kids are on
you.
summer
it's
break.
Pop Mom Summer
Nice.
here.
That's
So
good for you. You need to know when to like, we were talking about that with another guest. We had reached out to them. We're like, we really want to get you on the show, and they're like, well, we'd love to, but same thing. It's summer vacation. We'll deal with you.
No, with the High Ladies. You guys know the High Ladies
Oh,
podcast?
I love the High
Love
Ladies.
the High Ladies.
Yeah.
Hi, ladies.
Yeah. Yeah.
We will have.
I stole their lighter by accident at the Can Expo, and I still have it. Her green lighter. I will bring it back to her one day. But I have it, and I need to give it back. But
The-
no, they're great.
Well, we met you guys in person
Yeah.
at
I still
what was
kept
the
my
event?
lighter though.
Can Expo?
Yeah.
The Can
Yeah.
Expo, yeah.
And
I kept my lighter.
Well, no, I right now it's just clicking because remember when we left that after we had given you guys hugs goodbye, and I was like I was missing stuff out of my pockets, and I was like I
It's
must have
funny
dropped
because as
it.
soon as we got there, we didn't even make it inside. They nailed us with hugs before we even went in.
Yeah, yeah.
Who knows what we lost?
No, I know, and
lighters
I know.
Bum, bum,
And Jolene
bum.
was so handsy, and I was like, wait a minute, what's gone?
That's not what you were like.
No, we can't make up rumors.
It's a really cool
What?
thing.
Well, we can.
Our whole world is about rumors. That's how these things sell.
All right, let's make up a good one.
All right.
So, okay, but Blunts and Beans, like when we had talked to you guys, like
It
there was-
initially started with a
it was
subscription.
it's like you guys are doing little
Yeah.
subscription boxes, and now
Yeah.
you're talking about meeting the premier and running like this, this huge,
Cannabis
Camp Canna
tourism,
event,
yeah.
and so like that might have all been kind of there in the initial discussions a year ago, but I mean, moving from kind of this subscription service that has coffee and cannabis to like this, provincial, if not going on, a national vision.
Mhm.
That's a lot of progression in 1 year.
It's definitely not lazy
Well,
stoner.
You know,
Right
we're
there.
moms.
Yeah.
We like to get stuff done. And not only that, but when we had the subscription box, we wanted to have a coffee shop. We wanted to have the experience we were giving people in the box in real life, in a little cafe that we had and loved, lived at, and we had our whole little movie moment. And that's just not possible. And it got to a point where we were tired of waiting for someone else to do it. And we're doers. So we put our mind to it, and we've been chipping away at it, and we've been making a ripple, and it's slowly turning into a wave. So that's been cool to see. Just last week, we sat down with our premier as Alexis, or
Our MLA.
sorry, our MLA for this area. And when we sat down with him, like our goal going into that meeting was we wanted to set a standard for our area. And we were going to start picking at him because, we've talked provincially. We are on boards that are talking to federal government. So we needed to get to our local guy. And so it was really crazy when we stepped in there, and he loved everything we were saying. He was on board, but not only that, he didn't want to make these changes just in the municipality. He wants to set a standard for Alberta.
And I think
because otherwise we're just jumping the hoops again and again in each region as opposed to being a unified front.
And it like maybe sounds a lot different, you know, the subscription box to like where we're at now. But I think like on a very level, like foundation, like Jolene said, like we're moms, but we parent in a way where we provide experiences to our children. And we bring that through into our business a lot because we want to provide experiences for people where they feel welcome, where they feel dignified, where they feel good, and like, you know, where they can feel celebrated at the end of the day. And we're so lucky to have the supportive community that we have that's kind of just opened the doors and let us provide this experience for them. Because like last year, when I was calling people to ask them to help with Camp Canna, I first had to tell them what Camp Canna was. And like I know we never done it yet, but we're gonna, and it's gonna be great. And like, you know what I mean? It was a completely different conversation last year versus this year. They're reaching out to us. They know what Camp Canna is. They've seen it with their own hands. They see the vision, and people have bought into that vision now. So, I mean, that's just like, it's crazy. Like when I think of like, I truly hope we can get you guys there, because the growth from last year to this year, just in the event, is like astronomical. And it honestly could not be that much growth if it weren't for our supportive community. Like we have
spreading the word,
people screaming from the mountaintops for us. And it's just like, if it weren't for them, it would be like not even comparable. It's so amazing. It's so good.
Not only them, but our community and our herd at home. Like we wouldn't be able to do what we do without the support system we have. Like we have 5 kids between the 2 of us who are between 6 and 13. So, you know, they still like to have us around sometimes.
Occasionally.
Yeah. So, you know, we're definitely blessed when it comes to a support system who believes in us going after our dreams.
Yeah.
So what? Okay, so there's a couple things. Number one is the whole thing of a lot of moms might have these same sort of visions, but they I hear this term a lot. I'm just a mom.
Yeah.
And
I don't have the time.
You guys though seem to express that, you know, because I think just anything needs to be pulled away when people they limit themselves by doing that.
Yeah.
Was that a hurdle for you initially to be able to get past that on personal level for both of you to go, I'm not just a mom, I can do this?
I think this is something that we have to deal with every single day. Like, you know what I mean? Like this is, at the end of the day, they're children. They're only going to be children for so long. Like, I know that that's something that, like, I have a separated house. Like my daughter goes to spend time with her dad. And so I don't feel as guilty as maybe, and I shouldn't speak for you, but I don't feel as guilty as maybe Jolene does, leaving her children who are used to her being in their home 24/7 and never away from her. Right. So like, I feel like we go through very different experiences as being working moms. But for me as a working mom, is I look at it as, when my daughter grows up and has children, I want her to see that literally nothing is unattainable, because you can do everything. You can either use it as an excuse or as your reason why. My mom was 15 when she got pregnant with me. A lot of my childhood upbringing was, well, don't get pregnant because your whole life will be over. And like, you know what I mean? Like that whole like rhetoric, but my life is not over because I'm a mom. I'm a whole ass person over here, and she will grow into being such a better person because she sees me be my authentic self and not just the mother figure. You know what I mean? So
if you're 4'2" and blind, you'll never be in the NBA. I don't care how much people say follow your dreams.
You never know.
Watch me.
You never know. There's
Watch
the positivity.
I
Yeah, there's the positivity.
I don't know. I think if we all concentrated on the fact that we're supposed to be unique individuals who leave our mark on this world, it could be a better place. So yeah, sometimes it is hard to juggle. Mom guilt is a real thing. I think whether they're newborn or 30 years old, you're still going to have those moments. but you're still your own person at the end of the day, and you need to do stuff for you because that's important too. And I super love that everything we do, a lot of the time it's with the kids because we are canna moms and we do raise them without a stigma around the plant. It's just another plant we grow. It's our medicine. They know about it. They choose right now. They have no interest. You know what I mean? Like, it's just a plant. They're not gardeners.
Man, they love Camp Canna. They think Camp Canna is the coolest place in the world. They wish they could be there too. Like, you know what I mean? They've even come up with their own ideas about having like a kids camp next door for the kids. Like,
nice.
You know what I mean? Like, they're like in it, and it's exciting.
They get
to see
mad
that.
because they help us with everything we do, so they see our growth. Like when we were in the Catalyst project, they thought we were in a museum. And like I cried a little bit because seeing ourselves through their eyes, like I didn't picture it like that. Like it was a beautiful movement, and I was so proud of us 33 women for standing up and telling our story together in such an authentic, beautiful way. But the kids, in their eyes, they seen it as like, you're in a museum, in a gallery, in the mall.
You're famous.
You know, so it's nice to have their light shining in there too sometimes.
And like stepping out of our comfort zone, like Jolene has stepped so far out of her comfort zone this year. Let's give this girl some props because she is an introvert and like not a public speaker and not you know, she would get like anxiety before we would do our first show, like so much anxiety, but she just powers through it. Like she's grown so much just as a person, you know, and like that speaks wonders to the show.
So is it really, does it really come down to just do it? Like, because like, so right now there's a whole lot of people out there that are hearing stuff like this. They've got these visions and it's like, well, how come we didn't create Camp Canna? How come we're not having sit downs with our, premiers or whatever it may be? Like, because we were just watching what were we watching, Inventing Anna. Have you ever seen the TV show or the Inventing Anna on Netflix? Basically it was
it's based on a true story. If you don't know who Anna Delvey is, you should
look it up.
Inventing Anna. It's a 9 episode.
It's a story of somebody who found out very quickly that if you you can sell an idea to a bunch of people and everybody is going, well, who else do you have? And nobody wanted to be the first one in. But once, so she ended up lying. But once you kind of, all of a sudden people are like, oh, there's other people involved. Now I want to be in. So how do you go about doing that? You got this idea of Camp Canna. How do you, you know, go to somebody in power and go, we got this thing, and have him go, I mean, maybe he didn't. I mean, or maybe she didn't. And it'd be like, well, you know, is anybody else involved in this? Like, do you have anything else set up? Like,
I feel like
how did you get that first piece?
The first year they had to be like,
I feel
this
like
is what
I
we
put
can do.
a lot of that weight on Alexis. Alexis has done sales and finance for many years. So she's good at calling people and talking to them, and she can take a note and continue on and make 100 more phone calls that day and not be disturbed. Me, I will be crippled at that first no and I will cry. So it's all about that yin and yang and pulling from our strengths, because it was hard in the beginning to find people. And this year we do have people who've seen it. So it's easier for them to buy in. But I think at the end of the day, if you haven't seen Wanda James speak, like, phenomenal. But it's her, like, just those motivational speeches, you know, she was just doing her thing, and she was also tired of waiting. So she got on the phone and she made things happen. And you know what? I'm here. I'm not doing anything wrong. So let's talk about it. Let's get some growth on the go.
Yeah, I feel like in my brain, I've made a mountain out of a molehill. They told me I couldn't do it. They told me I couldn't bring up into conversation. They told me there is no special events license for cannabis. Nobody's talking about it. We're not going to get there. And I just like didn't believe them. I'm like, this is literally 2023. We have a clinic in Calgary that serves psilocybin therapy. Like, why can't I smoke a joint at a public place? Like, this is silly. And then when I'm seeing, like, there's so many great movements that are going on, but I want my voice to be heard. I want our opinion, because we're mothers. Like, the stigma is going to end when the mothers raise the children with the right view, and the fathers raise the children, like not showing as the war on drugs. You know what I mean? Like at the end of the day, nothing that we're doing is wrong. We're completely positive with this. And so I take that confidence when I'm like talking to people, just like come and see for yourself. Like our MLA, please come to Camp Canna, please check, please explain. But we also have to I feel like I'm skilled in selling the vision because I believe in the vision so much. And so when I say I made a mountain out of a molehill for dignified consumption, like I'm prepared to die on this hill. Like I'm prepared to die up here on this mountain because my daughter is going to turn 18 years old. And the only public event for her to go to is surrounded around alcohol. And there's no other option for her right now. And I'm not okay with that. My daughter's going to be 18, 12 years down the road. Like we got to do something about it now before it's too late. And I think that, maybe if 18-year-olds had a secondary option, there wouldn't be as much, statistics prove alcohol is just not as safe. You know what I mean? Let's have an alternative. And so I think that's just something that if we don't, who will? Because I've sat here and waited.
Yeah.
Well, I know we're talking different provinces because we're in Ontario and you guys are in Alberta. But here in Ontario, we go to a place like Canada's Wonderland. And as a cannabis consumer, in order to even be allowed to carry my cannabis into the park, I have to have my medical documentation on me. And as Timmy can attest to, it creates a problem at the gate, and you have to be very polite and firm in that you are allowed to carry it and that it is a medical thing that because they don't know. This guy doesn't know from that guy. You got to call the head guy. And then it was 5-10 minutes. And then they're, sorry, ma'am, no problem. Just make sure you have that license. I said, yep, I don't travel without it. It's fine. I got it. But while we're inside, if I want to go and have it joined, I still have to leave the park to go and consume it. But this is the part that bothers me. While I'm standing in line for the 20 minutes, half an hour, whatever, I'm getting bumped by the person behind me because they're not paying attention and they've got their beer in their hand and they're bumping into me.
I didn't mean to bump into her. I was trying to keep my distance, but it just...
Well, in all fairness, I shouldn't have made you carry all my beer.
That's true, too.
Well, no, but it's ridiculous. In our morning show, we covered news stories about, Ontario talking about Ottawa, actually saying that they want to put more graphic warning labels on cannabis. Now, my daughter sees these cannabis containers in my home. She knows that this is medicine. She knows that this is a tool. She also sees cigarettes in my home because I smoke cigarettes. There's graphic warnings on cigarettes, rightfully so. They should be there. Yeah. But
I'm judging now, just so you know.
There's no lock on your cigarette pack, though.
Pardon?
There's no lock on your cigarette pack.
No, there isn't. But however, I can take my daughter. I have to leave her in the car to go into the cannabis store. But I can take her into the liquor store where the bottles are all on the shelves that she can reach. Not a single warning at all on an alcohol bottle. Policing, when we were on the tourism panel at Grow Up, we spoke with City Councilor Michael Jans, and he said that when it comes to councils, like city councils, the largest cost for any municipality is policing. And when they think about since cannabis became legalized, there's basically zero incident when it comes to policing cannabis. So at this point, what's the harm? I don't understand. We have data, we have reasons, and we just don't have enough voices. So I will stand up and be that voice if we need to.
So what is there's so many hurdles. I mean, we have the conversation here all the time of people saying, well, it's legal now and the fight is over. The fight is not. As a non-consumer, I'm looking around going like wait, this is legal? Like you would be it almost feels like there's more restrictions and more rules in place than I ever would have thought. So out of all the stuff that still needs to get done in terms of what your vision is, what's the primary hurdle? What is the one that is,
what are some of the biggest?
The one that you're facing right now going, man, this is a tough one.
Man, where do we start?
I think
I thought you said men. I'm like, yep, I got
mean,
that.
we're at a point where we feel like we need to go right back to that foundation, because when you look at the medicinal cannabis, how it's been rolled out, and indigenous brands, excise tax, like we could go on and on. The little guys don't have a leg to stand on out there. I mean, it's sad for the industry, but the government, they're raking it in out there.
1.55 billion in a fiscal year last year, to be exact. But yeah, like the government's laughing. I think
tourism.
Yeah.
People want to come and tour. Like Alexis was out for dinner while we were at Grow Up.
Oh, yes. And there was the family from the UK
that came because they wanted to experience the cannabis culture, but they couldn't even find a joint. They didn't know where to look.
I gave them one. Don't you worry. But
there's just so many areas.
And that's
so
that's a cannabis event.
Yeah,
that's the sad thing. That's a cannabis event, and people go there looking for sometimes more than just information, but like experiential information as well.
They weren't at the event. They were just in
I was
town.
just out for dinner in Edmonton, but yeah, no, but that's a huge thing though. Like we're not allowed to actually have any. The big thing for me is promotion. This industry is going to fail if we do not change our promotion guidelines. If I cannot advertise my new products, if I cannot explain the benefits to my products, if I cannot try to bring in new customers or new consumers, or you know what I mean? There's a million products out there. Some people have no idea where to even start. But I can't also advertise to you even about Camp Canna. Like we got reached out to from Health Canada just recently. They were concerned about how we were, like, they just cited the promotion laws to us as like a, hey, could you tell me more about your event? But keep in mind, all of these things are illegal, like making it look glamorous or fun, or portraying a certain lifestyle associated to cannabis, or anything like that. So the culture of cannabis, portraying the culture of cannabis could be technically, it could technically be against the legislation, right? So that to me is mind-boggling. Like the alcohol promotion guidelines, like you can promote anything, you know what I mean? Literally anything. And you can have it on radio stations, on TVs, you can put it anywhere. But we've reached the peak of cannabis consumers. That's what the finance critics said last year, that we've reached the peak now. And almost every, like I would say 4 out of 5 cannabis companies I talk to are struggling. And if they could just promote why they even do what they do to help get some consumers, like some brand loyalty, perhaps they'd survive. But unfortunately, everybody's kind of stuck, hands tied. You can't share what you do.
So you're clearly on the radar then, if people are coming to you saying, you can't do this and that, which is good. You want to be on the radar.
Well, I mean, it's not that they said that we can't do it. It's that they're like, hey, can you explain yourself?
Yeah.
And we're like,
and be careful how you promote it too, because like I don't know if you're aware of this, but like if I were to call a local cannabis store and say, hey, do you have Sun Farms Pink Kush? They could tell me yes or no, but they could not tell me if I asked, well, how much is it? They can't tell me the price. They could, because they don't know if I'm an adult. There's no way to verify if I'm of age. So they need to make sure that I go into the store. So like, this is why, like, and I've seen people break it. There's a store here in town that they've got signs posted on like light posts, and they're just zip tied on there. And they say like cannabis starting at $5 a gram. And these are legal dispensaries. And I mean, like,
but it's
like you got to push the limit.
Yeah, people I think are also acting from a point of desperation right now. Like there's so many people that are just on the brink, like a month or 2 months away from losing it. And at the end of the day, like that's, what else are you going to do? We had for us, like Health Canada didn't tell us not that we were doing anything wrong. They simply, it was brought to their attention. They have to follow up. They sent us a thing. At the end of the day, there is no special events license for cannabis. So unfortunately, you have no governing authority over me. whatsoever.
Yeah.
Until
Well, I
you
mean,
create one, please create one. If you need help with that, I'll help you. But fortunately, that's the state we're in right now.
like, I'm curious, like, in order to, okay, so like if I were to have an event and I
Mhm.
wanted to have alcohol at that event,
Mhm.
and I wanted to sell alcohol at that event, I would need a special permit and a license. But if I were to just have a camping party with a bunch of my friends and they all brought their own alcohol and everybody was of age, then do I need a special permit? And if I don't need a special permit for that, then why would I need it if all my friends brought their own cannabis?
Mhm.
And all
But
I'm
you-
doing is advertising the camp.
Yeah,
Like-
absolutely. There's nothing wrong with what we're doing because we're hosting a camping event. The things there are like factors of Camp Canada that we have to ensure are compliant with municipal, provincial, and federal, and that's like having cannabis delivery on site. We have to make sure that that is within AGLC's guidelines. Like they're set up for delivery with AGLC. They're age gating. They're using the right platforms. We have legal brands present. Licensed people take part in Camp Canada. So that means we have to make sure that we are providing a safe space for them. So no outward facing marketing, illegal brands, making sure that it's not visible from the road, like things like that. You know what I mean? Just little tiny little hoops. But they're hoops nonetheless. And by the end of it, we have a nice wicked event that's super fun. But it takes a lot of planning and a lot of time goes into it and a lot of reading. On Jolene. But, yeah.
Jolene does the research and then you go out and
I do the
deal with
talk.
the research.
Yeah.
Okay.
She like preps me, sends me out like a little bulldog. It's fine.
I love it.
This is what you need to know.
Does she hand you like the binder at the beginning of the day and say, "Here's your notes for today"?
No,
Go
I
do
just
the work.
stand behind her and I'm like
whispering into my.
We need to get an earpiece.
Like, and if that
We'll get
doesn't
there.
speak on her growth, I'm telling you the story of Camp Canada last year. Camp Canada last year was the first time Jolene had ever run into the situation where she had to go up on stage and talk into a microphone. And so yeah, and we didn't think about it because we were so busy. We were planning, doing the things. We just forgot all about the part that we probably have to go on stage and say something. So we like went up there and we had it all planned out.
I had
was
it
gonna
wrote
say
out. I
this.
had lots of
She
stuff.
was gonna say that. I say my piece. I give her the mic. She says the words, but like no noise is coming out, like whatsoever. Like nobody can hear you. You're not talking. You're not even making a single noise. And the rest of it, she just froze and she had to like whisper to me what she was gonna say, and then I would just like say it for her through the microphone. To like being on stage now, nailed it. I'm just telling you, insane.
Yeah,
so good.
I didn't go on
At,
stage
uh,
for the weekend. I was
at
like,
Can-
no, here's what you need to
at-
say. Go get him,
at
Tyga.
Can Expo, you guys had invited me up on stage, and I went the route of completely awkward, and decided I was just going to wing this completely awkward thing. I think you started off with "What's your name?" and I just said Tim. I don't even think I said Timmy. I said Tim, and then left it there. And
Tim,
so Jolene, at that point, I mean, what are you doing with stuff? I didn't realize that you were so brand new on the stage. I probably shouldn't have played it off so
Look at it,
awkward.
because we're awkward together. I think that's why we're best friends. We have awkward comedy that's clean, but is it? And
Clean, but okay.
you know.
All right.
So I
Yeah.
think it worked out good. It worked out in my favor. Having a
Because
little smiling face. Like now I've learned that sometimes it's easy because you're sitting over there and I could look at you in the crowd and I could talk to you and it looks like I'm talking to the crowd. So, now I've gotten to the point because it makes me feel so nervous. But when we had that interview with Chef Jordan Wagman, because I wasn't consuming before I was talking because I was so nervous, it was heightening my nerves instead of relaxing them, because sometimes that can happen even as an everyday consumer. And I took an edible and I got up there and the whole crowd just went away and I had the best interview. So then from that moment on, I've just been like, letting the crowd fade away and picking my couple people. So I'm still looking at everyone and associating with them. But really, you guys, I'm just scared. And there's 3 of you that are my best.
If I went on stage and the whole crowd just disappeared, that's a bad thing. I don't think like figuratively disappeared or literally.
Yeah,
Okay.
I
'cause
forgot.
literally, that's
We're
not good,
having
Jolene.
such a good conversation, me and him, that I forgot that the crowd was there. And at some points, I felt bad and like looked at Alexis.
Man, I
like,
was so
"Geez,
stoned for
I
that
keep,
interview.
I keep
should
talking
not
to
have
him
even been on stage
and not letting you talk."
I ate an edible. It had 200 milligrams in it. I don't do edibles. I have a 0 edible tolerance. And I ate it specifically 45 minutes before I went on stage. Shout out to Jesse Paul for that situation. But yeah, that's but yeah, it was good. We made it through.
Yeah,
Jolene did so great.
It's my favorite interview of her because she's just like a hype girl. I made myself a little reel of it after just for my own entertainment of all her awkwardness.
This is great. I'm loving this.
So in that growth then, Jolene, is it easier for you now to stand on stage and talk to a crowd of people that slowly disappear, or having those one-on-one conversations that Alexis tends to have when she's sitting down talking to these people in power and authority? Can you have those conversations, or are you now kind of just, I'm okay with talking to the crowd, but I don't really have that one-on-one?
Like I'm shy, but if you come and talk to me, I'll talk to anyone. I'm just a little bit shy and awkward. That's all. Once you get past that, it's a good time, I swear.
Jolene's like internal programming is statistics. Like she's very critical minded. So I really enjoy when we're talking to people of authority or people in power, when I'm talking to Jolene, because where I can sell the big picture, Jolene can really hone in on the little details and the very important details that, like, are going to sway a decision that I would not have that swaying ability. So I do think that, that's very powerful in those situations, even if she is a little nervous and shy.
I love it. Well, when actually my stage fright is what drove me to the day that I met Timmy, conquering my stage fright. So I totally understand, Jolene, where you're coming from when you say like it kind of like it's hard to focus. I'm glad you've been able to find like that thing that works for you, like focus on this person, and obviously the person you're talking to. But I will say that now, like I host trivia, and there's nothing that I love more than that microphone in my hand. It's like I even bedazzled it because I just love it so much. So I'm hoping one day you'll get there too. You'll get to that point where you're like, I got this, Alexis.
Yeah. Actually, she's that way with the megaphone now for Camp Canada. So
I do like a good megaphone.
She loves the megaphone.
Nice.
We'll have a megaphone all weekend long so everyone can hear me because I'm kind of quiet too.
Yeah.
With Camp Canada, which I do want to talk specifically about that, but the plan seems to be you want to take it outside of Alberta eventually, right? You seem to have a wider vision for everything going on. What have you discovered about the state of Canada versus Alberta alone? Like when you start looking at about how we go across here as one nation that has legalized it, how different are all of the provinces currently?
They're all so different.
They're all so different.
Different. Manitoba's still fighting. Like you could, for growing your 4 plants, not only could you go to jail and get criminal fines, but you could get like thousands of dollar fine.
$100,000.
Quebec,
Wow.
You're not allowed to grow your 4 plants. You know what I mean? And they fought, and it went all the way to the Supreme Court. And unfortunately, they decided that, you know what, the province has this one. And I mean,
can't even
it's
consume
different.
It's outside in Quebec.
Everywhere. Like some places have regulators. Like out east, it was the government running it, and there was no small businesses. But now we're seeing these cute little farm gates be able to pop up where they actually have like a little farm, fresh stand table situation going on, and that's needed, that's necessary, so we can have these conversations. And I feel like, you know, maybe you wanted to get a little education and step into an Indigenous brand store in Ontario, you would have a lot easier of a time than Alberta. Alberta is the most taxed out of all provinces and territories if you're a licensed producer, and that's really hard for those little guys. So everything is so different everywhere. So that's why it's so important that you're hitting all three levels when it comes to federal regulation and the acts, provincial or territorial, depending where you are, and then your municipality where you sit too, because that can even change it. And you know, stuff rolls downhill fast, guys. That's all I'm saying.
Was Alberta, in terms like, was that a good place to start Camp Canada? Were you able to learn a lot that would make it easier in other provinces? Would there have been an easier province to start in? How would that have looked?
I think that
They all have their
they
hurdles.
all have their hurdles. I think Alberta was the best to start it in, honestly, because we live here, number one.
Generations.
Yeah, for generations in this area. Also, when we started, we were like, eek, the stigma is real in our community. Y'all. Like, this is, you know,
That's why you got your curtains closed.
30 years in the past. And so we just, I don't know, I just embodied it. I'm cool with it. It is what it is.
She's
at the end of the
so
day,
open.
I'm not changing
She
it.
shared
I
in
am
the
a consumer.
parent chat about Camp Canada.
Hey,
and
guys.
I was like, I had a heart attack that night, and I had to review who was in her daughter's class because there's only fucking 18 of
Yeah, but
them.
I
Pardon my
don't care.
language.
I don't care. If you would like to participate in something that my business does, I'm going to share that with you, because you would share it with me if you were a dentist, a doctor, or whatever your business does. If you were a plumber, you would tell me, and I would call you if I needed it. Maybe you need a weekend away from your kids, y'all. I get it, dude. Like, come to this. You don't have to consume, but come. It'll be fun. And maybe that will break the stigma when we just don't care anymore and we just start inviting people. And it is what it is. Come and join it. Once you get there, what are you going to say? Oh, they were smoking weed.
Meanwhile, at
They were
baseball
happy.
practice, I'm like, why are they all staring at us like that? What's going on? Clearly, they're talking about the parent chat, guys.
Yeah.
Some
So
of us
some of us
care a
embody
little bit more.
the non-care a little more than the other.
Yeah, I think I gave up caring.
Yeah.
Once I came out to my kids, once my kids knew what cannabis was and why I used it, I was like, you know what? And especially I got my medical license. I was like, I wear weed pants. I go out. I literally like,
We
It's-
both do.
yeah, they know that you're friggin' into the
Yeah, like,
cannabis anyway.
My
so-
thing-
to my kid's teacher
My
this year.
thing is, it's not about like being out. Like everyone definitely knows it's a small town. They talk. It's for me. It's one thing knowing. It's another thing like seeing. And I feel like sometimes the kids get a little bit of stigma shade because of it. You know, like.
I think, yeah, maybe, but your kids
never-
are always fed and dressed and on time and
Well, we don't know
happy
that,
and
actually.
clean.
We actually
I
don't
do.
know.
I follow
we
them
do.
on Snap. I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I homeschooled my kids, so I didn't have to feed them and clothe them and get them off. to school
And
on
nobody
time.
knew.
Leave them
Yeah.
dirty and where they belong.
Yeah, just keep the door closed and the curtains
Well,
shut, and
Didn't
nobody
you
knows.
teach your daughter Spanish by using the Spanish version of Shrek?
Yeah, she watched Shrek 4 times a day in the Spanish version and learned Spanish. So
Nice.
you don't even homeschooling is so easy. You don't even have to like pay attention to your kid. Just it's pretty cool stuff.
We have like
That's what people think.
It's something that I will say about our community is where it is 40 years in the past is that the stigma is very much lifted here now. Because we had a Mother's Day tea here. And when we got the keys from the venue and like we had CBD tea partnered with an Indigenous brand to provide that. And we had it like very Bridgerton vibes, like, you know, like really nice on like a lake top, like rooftop place that had like this patio. So you just want to step outside the door and consume your cannabis, like for sure. We're consuming inside. And when we got the keys from the venue, they were like, So
were
what are you
worried.
doing again? Like they were a little worried, like you can tell. They're like, yeah, I don't know about this. And they were a bar. So I told them, sorry, we're not serving alcohol during this event. And to them, they felt like that was so weird. Why would you gather
Right.
this adults and not serve alcohol? But anyways, it was interesting to see them as each guest came in, their opinion of stoners change when they saw these like industry leaders well put together, like, you know, like the ladies, they showed
Up.
like
There
it was
so
so
many
fun.
beautiful women there.
And then at
that
the
just,
end,
like honed into it.
at the end, they're like, do you girls put on any other events? Like, can we maybe put up a poster next time you have one so we can tell people about it? Like those kind, it just takes somebody doing it for people to experience it, and then it's just easier from there. So I think that that's really
Has that like started to snowball? Because I know, I mean, we talked about when we first, on the first interview, we talked about that stigma, being the mom, you know, you're waiting outside for your kids. Has this small community, is this something that is kind of exponentially stigma is falling down, or like how is that unfolding?
I see it falling down all of the time. Like I don't see it anymore at all because I just refuse to believe that there is one. And I am who I am. You are who you are.
I think I see it too falling down. And sometimes I believe that it went away so passionately that when it does come back around, I'm so shocked and appalled.
Yeah.
Like, how dare you have your negativity over here? Like,
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, that flashed me back to Christmas. Do you remember when I went to grab dinner on Christmas? There's one man, I always, when I see families or children, I always make sure I like move away from them. Like I'll cross the road. When I'm smoking, I don't want, even when I was a cigarette smoker, I still would cross the road.
Yeah.
So, I remember I didn't even realize that there was a family behind me when I crossed the road. So I like tucked over to the thing and I was like, oh, sorry. And I moved over to the side. And then when the light went green the other way, I let him go first. And he made a comment about how I was going, or he said to the kids, he said, remember, just because something is legal does not mean it will not send you to hell. And I was so taken back. Like you said, I thought this was gone. What are you talking about? But
come over here with your shade.
I'm like, I looked at the gentleman. He had 3 children tagging along behind him. I could tell just by looking at him that his religion made him believe that cannabis was such a bad thing. Like I could tell that he was a religious person and that was not in line with his values. So I understood where he was coming from, but it didn't make it hurt any less. And the part that hurt was the fact that I'm like, now there are 3 little children that are hearing that. And that's not necessarily true.
Yeah.
So it also doesn't mean that I'm a bad person.
No, it doesn't.
No, and I'm like, and that's where I'm like, yes, this is why I believe when I went back and I told them, I was like, we need to keep fighting this. We need to keep fighting this stigma because there are still people out there that believe that we're going to go to hell. Or, well, I am. You're not.
No, I'm going to hell.
Well, I guess technically because you're dating.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of reasons why I'm going to hell now. Yeah. I never used to be, but I've checked off a lot of the hell boxes now, apparently.
Oopsie.
Those are also in line with the fun boxes.
Welcome to the
that's like food. All the flavor is hidden in the gluten.
That's
I'm
true.
convinced.
True that.
It could be. I'm a firm believer that this next generation is going to be out there and crush generational trauma. They're growing up in a completely different society where cannabis is being used by quite a bit of the population, whether it is just recreationally or for medicinal purpose. So I'm excited to see what this next generation does because I really believe that they're going to be the ones that heal it and just bring it that final phase.
Well, and when more people can provide dignified consumption
responsible,
in spaces,
dignified fun.
Yes, in consumption spaces.
That's what we're going to call this. We're going to call this episode.
Okay.
responsible, dignified fun.
When they can see these things all over where we're not stigmatized, like whether you want to go bowling and go for a break or whatever the activity or it is, it's going to create a space for these children to grow up and see that it's okay. I want it to be more normal to smoke a joint than to go and get hammered. You know what I mean?
Yes. But also like in a responsible manner, in the sense that like cannabis affects everybody differently. And if you have a bad experience with cannabis, like we've lost you forever. So when we say responsible, that's just in a matter of do what's best for you, like low and slow rhetoric. Like maybe you don't carry your bong in your purse everywhere you go like I do. But like, you know what I mean? Like whatever works for you. Like and
well,
just
even
of that's fine too. So like if I'm smoking a joint with Jolene and she doesn't want to finish it, that would never happen, but maybe she didn't want to finish it, I would just be okay with that. And that's responsible, dignified consumption. Instead of being like, oh, come on, man, finish it, you know?
Yeah, but it would be nice to have places like I know when I was younger, I went to the bar to learn my tolerance. One night I would have one drink. The next night I went out, I'd have 2 drinks. The next night I'd have 3. And then I realized that where my level was, but we don't even have that for cannabis. Like how nice would it be, like you're saying, to have a little coffee shop where you could order whatever mochaccino, whether you want a coffee, iced coffee, whatever the hell. I don't drink coffee, so I don't know. But and then you could infuse it with whether you want a sativa oil or a hybrid oil or CBD. And how much do you want? Do you want 5 milligrams, 10 milligrams, 20 milligrams? What's your dose? You know, and we don't have those places.
For the new consumer market, being
education.
seniors, like when seniors overconsume their fall risks, why are we not chaperoning them? You know what I mean? Like
or
why
education?
Yeah, or just teach them how to even administer it. My grandfather got his medical license before it was legalized, and he got it because my mom pushed him to get it. Because he had back problems and she thought it would help him with his pain or whatever. But he didn't, when he got it, it was in bud form. He had no idea how to roll a joint, what to do with it, what part of it to even smoke. Like you can't set people up for failure and expect the industry to survive. So
well, that's why
that was before people even were allowed. Like there was a time when you weren't even allowed to make edibles and we had to fight for the right to, and like it was so stupid. The doctors expected children that were on medical cannabis to use a vaporizer and put the vaporizer over the kid's face. Like, yeah, we had to fight for the right to just be able to put it into butter and oils and
well, I have to be careful on the journey that I'm on of thinking that cannabis will play some role. I'm not sure what, but I have to be very careful because I just turned 50 and I'm a fall risk now as well. I just don't want to I got to be very, very to keep that dose small.
Well, that's why we go to the legal stores because the packages are 10 milligrams and some of them, they do 5 pieces. That's only 2 milligrams each one. And if you need it even smaller, get an oil. You can get the dropper and you can literally go down to a 0.1.
Can I consume it though while I'm riding my scooter around town?
Technically, you're not allowed to be intoxicated and drive any vehicle, whether it's a bicycle, motor vehicle. But I feel like the key word is intoxicated
because it affects everyone differently for a different length of time, and even still different consumption methods can affect different people differently.
Well, the whole concept of affecting people differently, I think, is a great conversation piece, and I want to talk specifically about Camp Canna right now because we are getting close to our bedtime. But you had mentioned right at the beginning, and even what you were saying there about it affects everybody differently, and people got to have different doses, different things. But you even said that 10%, I believe, was the number of people who non-consumers were enjoying Camp Canna. And to me, I think one of the steps that people often talk about the stigma from the other side. So, you know, people not in the cannabis space have this stigma about those in, but there's also this thing that people in the space with this assumption that you all must smoke cannabis you have to smoke cannabis. And it's like, wait, hold on. We need to get to a place where we need to have events like Camp Canna, where, listen, just like when people used to say when I was in the church and before, like when I was going to heaven, not hell, and I would be a comedian and people would want to limit and sit there and say, oh, you're a Christian comic. And it's like, no, I just happened to be a comic who at the time was Christian. And we need to stop having these things of going, you know, you're a cannabis chef. We just talked to Jordan Wagman on a podcast episode we just did. And it's like, he doesn't want to be a cannabis chef. I don't want to be a non-cannabis comedian. Your event shouldn't even be a cannabis event. It's an event, a great event that happens
to
allow cannabis consumption. I'm a comedian who happens to maybe talk about cannabis, maybe not. Jordan Wagman is a chef who happens to use cannabis. You are moms. You're not cannabis moms. You are moms who happen to consume cannabis. And so when you were saying that about Camp Canna, that to me is great, because what you want is to create more of those spaces where it doesn't matter if you consume. Come out, have a great time. Some other people here might. But let's just have a good time and allow it so that everybody can come to have a good time. Canna camp.
And it's your choice, you know. At the end of the day, you got to follow your heart, whether it's that extra piece of chocolate or maybe an extra doobie. Depends who you are.
Right.
Or not, because I tell you, I've been to events too where if you go a little too hard, too early in the day, smart to lay off a little bit because you don't want to crash too hard in the middle of the day. You still have a full rest of it of activities, and you know, it's about learning your balance. And I guess my question would be, because I know you guys are about responsible,
dignified.
Yes, and dignified. Fun. What checks do you guys have in place for if somebody feels a little overwhelmed per se?
What, at Camp Canna?
At Camp
So
Canna,
they have a team of vibe enhancers all throughout the camp, and their job is to just enhance the vibe. Like if the vibe's going south, like let's make sure everybody's doing good. Our Bud Patrol units go throughout the camp, check on everybody. Do you need any water? You guys doing okay? Great, awesome. Like we're constantly just checking on people. Like we're moms, let's check on them. How are they doing? Right. We also have hired security. I'm first aid responder. But not only that, you have to remember it's not like an event where there's alcohol. Like people don't go hog wild, you know. They if they are going to consume all day, they are being mindful of how they're layering it and what effects they're getting. So by the end of the day, they're feeling euphoric instead of in their tent snoring, you know.
Yeah, I was going to say because what's the alternative if they overdo it? They go sleep. They're still not running naked in the bush.
Wait, is it clothing optional or what's the deal?
Well,
you do you, I have to say naked in the bush.
You do you. We do have boudoir photos this year. Yeah, we do, which is exciting.
Okay, all right.
But the thing,
because I'm not even wearing pants now, so that's why.
The day has we worked really hard to put a nice flow to the schedule. So you start your morning with some yoga, then you go into a guided meditation and sound bath. If you have consumed at those points in your day, your vibe is just on the right level for the day. But that's your choice. We do games in the afternoon. Maybe that's not your vibe. Maybe you want to go have a nap in the afternoon. Maybe you want to play sports in the afternoon. There's music at night. There's also a movie at night. So depending on what you want to do, there's 2 kilometers of nature trails though. So if you just need to get away and have that moment, they can get away and have that moment at night. We light it up. So it's really beautiful. Consuming and doing yoga is not for everyone. I was super stoked last year and I learned that it is actually really hard to consume and do yoga on point.
Have you ever gone to goat yoga where they're doing yoga and there's goats literally licking you?
Ew.
That's a true thing. That's a true thing.
Wait, have you done that?
I haven't done it, no, but it's a true thing. People find goats peaceful.
So I'd be worried about the goats.
Yeah, I would be too. But I'm on the yoga train. Yoga changed my life. I'm on that train as well.
Yeah.
So what's the purpose of Camp Canna? Let's kind of close this thing off here. Really give Camp Canna that good sell. What's the purpose? What's happening?
The purpose of Camp Canna
is to have fun,
to get together, have
find
some
like-minded community members.
Celebrate being a consumer at
Yeah.
a cannabis event where legal brands can be present, so you can get to know the why behind the products that you're consuming.
Because there are some
Mhm.
amazing events that happen, but you have to have like your registration
Yeah, your
from
QCW
your
mostly.
government.
Mhm.
It's different in Ontario than here, but you have to be a bud tender or in the industry some way to attend these amazing events. And we wanted the two worlds to be able to come together and
Yeah,
because one day
and
we're gonna
celebrate
have
the
that coffee
culture.
shop.
The culture was lost in translation through legalization, so we're just trying to bring the culture back to the legal market. Mhm.
So is it a hybrid? Because what I've been noticing here, MJ and I have talked a lot about it personally and publicly about the uncomfortable divide that has happened in the legacy market and the legal market, and a community that used to seem to be on the same page has now been split with people on the one side looking down on the legacy people, and the legacy people going, "Oh, you guys have sold out." It's like, wait, hold on, this is what we all wanted this, and like what's happening? And so Camp Canna is you're saying it's kind of trying to
Well, it's great.
bridge
It's
that
bringing
gap.
legacy with legal. It's what's needed.
It's not I don't imagine it's like we don't have any legacy brands at Camp Canna, but we do
No,
like
legacy
respect the
people, I mean.
foundation. Yeah, for sure. Like we respect the foundation, but also legal people. It's legal to consume in Canada. Like
Right.
you know what I
Mhm.
mean? Like
Yeah.
we are at the end of the day, like the legacy
I guess
market
culture
created
is the right
foundation.
word.
They created the foundation for the legal market. They have, the genetics. They had all the things that we needed. And now that
A
we
lot of the
have
people
it,
came from there.
we see an industry that's just lacking the foundation because the foundation wasn't poured properly. So now we need to go back and fix that. And I think that fixing that really just needs to be to remember the culture that made it so special to begin with before we worried about legislation and things like that. Like the culture was, you got a good doobie, you called up your friends, you all went down to the park and you shared the doobie and you had fun and you did whatever you wanted because you were just having fun and dignified with your friends. So let's just bring that back to it instead of let's see your QCW number. You can have a pre-roll. I guess we'll let you in. I got to search your bag to make sure you're not over your limit. You know what I mean? Just bring some culture back to it.
Nice.
It sounds like the cannabis industry built a mansion, but forgot to do all of the landscaping.
Yeah.
So that's what the cannabis industry, like this is what the culture, we need to go in and we need to plant the flowers and the bushes and the gardens and the paths and the
That's beautiful. That was beautiful.
Yeah. Thanks for building the mansion.
So tell people right now, because obviously I think by the time this goes to air, we're only a couple weeks away.
Yes.
When is Camp Canna? How do people find out about it? How do they sign up? How do they go? All of that information.
You can get a pass if there's still any available by the time this airs at Camp Canna.
Almost sold out.
You can find the link on our Instagram and our Facebook. We're also on TikTok. We like to get up to shenanigans everywhere.
And that's all blunt. Is it Blunts and Beans, or Camp Canna has its own? Is it all at Camp
For
Canna?
Camp Canna, it's campcanna.ca. You can go on there, hit RSVP. That'll bring you to the pass website. Or you can go on Instagram at Blunts and Beans or at camp_canna.
And just click.
We're
the
all
link.
linked up. Just clickety boo, and you're good to go.
You know,
love
it. Likes to do work. Just click.
Yeah.
Clickety boo.
Us women, we like our clickety click.
Like the clickety boo. Well, Liz, I one day, whether or not we show up in a couple weeks, or whether we show up next year, or whether we're just drop into the one that eventually comes to Ontario, however that plays out, we want to be a part of it.
Always huge supporters.
Yeah, we believe in you guys. We're excited about where you guys have come from, where you're going, and we couldn't be more excited for what Camp Canna is and what it can become too. So,
although I do want to say, I think you need to stop calling it Camp Canna. You need to call it the annual
The
Camp
annual
Canna.
Camp Canna.
Because like it's every year. You want them to know like it's every year. It'll be back next year.
Yeah, it will be.
I like that.
Do you have any final words?
Final words.
Are we getting
Man.
executed?
What's that?
Are we getting executed?
I'm excited.
He does that to me all the
Final
time. I'm
words
like,
would be
final.
Thank you for having us on your
we
show for a
appreciate you
second
both.
time. You guys have always spoke to the winners and us like long before we started winning, and I definitely appreciate that of both of you, even you, Timmy. You know, but definitely appreciate you guys for that. I love you.
Thank you.
Well, it's easy. Winners see winners. And as soon as we met you guys, I was like, what? Oh, you're
Just
reaching
reaching
out
out
for
to
us.
Jolene.
You're reaching for Jolene. Okay.
I'm not even in here.
No, it's
I thought we were doing a group hug or something.
I'm just like super excited because my love and my heart is in the advocacy side of things. So it's nice to meet, like, we'll just say like celebrities and influencers that you guys are. Yeah, I know you still look at your faces. You're like, meh. Okay, just like we're like celebrities too. Okay. But it's the fact that you're working hard to make change as well. Like you're not just like, hey, you know, this is great and fun. It's like, how do we make this more accessible for not just us, but for other people too? So I love the movers and the shakers. You're shaking the ground underneath them right now. So keep doing it.
Okay, so wait, if we do this and you guys do that and then you lean in, we got a group hug visually. So you got to come in this way.
Wait. No, this way.
It's this way.
This
way.
See?
There, look at that. There's a group hug.
That's funny.
Everybody, you need to check out Blunts and Beans, Alexis and Jolene, Camp Canna. All the information's on there. They'll be all linked in the descriptions on whether you're watching or listening.
Yep, check out their TikTok and when they start up their
And our YouTube channel. We have a YouTube channel now at Blunts and Beans.
There's YouTube. All right, so there you go, and YouTube as well. So Jolene, thanks for joining us today. We really appreciate it.
Don't
No worries. I'm glad I could be here as well.
MJ,
Alexis.
You.
I know. I'm gonna send Alexis a message and be like, "Send me your shirt size." I'm so.
Okay. All right, we're getting Alexis is getting a shirt, and then Jolene has to get a fresh shirt.
Yeah.
Is that right? Is it time for the fresh one?
I think it's
All
time
right.
for a fresh one.
All right. Cool. Thank you so much for joining us here on the spot. We wish you guys all the best, and we will talk to you soon.
Thank you. Bye.
Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke.